Fly away, fly away. 体中に広がるパノラマ顔を蹴られた地球が起こって火山を爆発させる溶けた氷の中に恐竜がいたら玉の錦鯉みたいねチャラチャラ何が起きても気分はヘロヘロカッパチャラチャラ胸がパチパチするほど騒ぐゲームきだますバカ空を急行カジェットコースター落ちてゆくよパニックのその絵景色逆さになると愉快さ山さえお尻に見える悩む時間はないよどこかに潜むびっくりに会いたいからチャラチャラ頭からこの方が夢詰め込めるチャラチャラ笑顔ウルトラ Z で顔もアイアイアイアイチャラチャラ何が起きても気分はヘロヘロカッパチャラ胸がパチパチするほど騒ぐゲームきだますバカ
Thanks.
For what? I should be thanking you, Kakarot.
Nah, what do you mean? I loved every minute. Goodbye, my friend.
And there you have it. I needed a redo on that. I needed a redo, my dear sailors and starnuts. Hello, welcome to the Captain's Cast, and for that, a send-off, a beautiful send-off for Akira Toriyama, creator of Dragon Ball Z, the captain and the Swords and Starships team. Salute you, sir. We salute you. Can you hear me, chat? Please tell me you can hear me this time. Star Fury, we're gonna talk about this comment. Are you? It's a little weird, bro. Now, Star Fury, you have said you would not allow Sydneysweeney to play Dungeons and Dragons, and now this. What? You know, Star Fury may be more of a Navy man than I gave him credit for. No, but seriously, last Captain's Cast, I had that huge snafu. Honestly, I don't remember what I said because it was just from the heart, but it was, man, that is a hell of a beautiful tribute to an amazing creator. I was never a Dragon Ball Z audience member myself, but all of my friends were when I was in school. It was just one of those things. I missed it. I missed the Dragon Ball Z. but I was Dragon Ball Z adjacent because I always would hear about these multi-episode arcs of like one battle with Goku destroying a planet and all this stuff. So there you are. Toriyama-san has contributed mightily to the nerd sphere, to nerd culture, to classical storytelling. And I know I'm late to the party because last week I had that technical challenges. But that is what I wanted to say, which is R.I.P. Akira Toriyama, and we commit his body to the deep. If you would doff your caps, thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the Captain's Cast, live on the Swords and Starships channel, Gamergate! World Gamergate 2 is off to the races. We have, but it's a different story this time. It's more like Gamer D-Day. It's like that we have landed on the beaches of Normandy, and the Wokies are in full-blown there, as a Salty Cracker would say. So we're going to talk about that. I mean, dude, I am shocked. Like, I spend a lot of time talking about how malevolent some of just woke attitudes are. And by woke, what I mean is broadly the set of ideas which are totalitarian, authoritarian. They're pro-censorship. They're pro-indoctrination. They're anti objective reality, that whole thing. That's just for the new viewers. I know you're out there. Welcome. It's great to have you here. What I mean is, I'm okay with everybody. Everybody should have their say. I actually believe I'm a free speech absolutist. If you want to go make your own comic book that's totally woke and full of all that stuff, that's totally fine with me, so long as you are willing to accept the consequence of that, which may or may not be success, right? And if you are willing to allow that without hindering the ability of other creators to tell the story they want to tell, then I have no issue with you. That's what's called the social contract. That's John Locke. That's classical. But wackos are not okay with that social contract. And my God, the mask is off on these folks, people. I tell you they're wackos, but oh my God, wait till you see. Wait till you see the shit I have got to show you. These people are crazy. They're nuts, man. Stop here and get your flamethrower. Metaphor. That's a metaphor, YouTube. We're not. Prepare a bolting party. The captain is, this is a vessel of war. I was thinking, my dear chat, I was like, is the captain, that would be me, Captain Garrett of the channel Swords and Starships, please like and subscribe, or consider it. Is the captain too bellicose? Am I a man of an excessively belligerent nature? And I thought, perhaps I'm being too combative. Maybe this channel should just be about, like, lore, just like lore, which I would love, actually. Star Trek lore, whatever. Just lore of Lord of the Rings, fantasy, cool video games, Mass Effect, whatever I'm into. And it is about that. It is. And just leave the wokies out of it. And I thought about it, and I thought, but, because the name of the channel is Swords and Starships. And then I thought, no. The channel is Swords and Starships. We are a Navy frigate. We are a ship of battle. That does not mean that we seek it, but if it finds us, the battle will be joined. It is our wish. It is our wish that our guns be silent and our swords be sheathed. But nor the battle too strong, that we will not rise to the challenge in our own defense. And so, man battle stations, men and women, if you're there. Probably not, but you never know. Because we have a lot to talk about. We have Shills. Grizzy is live streaming now. And thanks to Fu Man Blue, we got a shout out on the Grizzy channel. We, the Swords and Starships channel. And we have Grizzy Shills defending. Suicide Squad kills the Justice League. And we have Rippaverse crushing it. And we have, by the way, the subscriber count is going up. It's going up on Swords and Starships. We're working on it. The captain has played Helldivers. We'll maybe talk about that. I got all kinds of shit. I kind of want a mulligan on my Fallout trailer reaction because I'm so conflicted about this Fallout show because, as you may or may not know, I am a giant fan of the Fallout universe. Honestly, of all video game universes, it might be the most perfect for a TV show adaptation because you could literally just do almost anything. And I have thoughts about it. They've really missed the mark on like Americana. I'm gonna put a note about that because I don't want to miss this point. Americana, which is a big component of the Fallout universe. So we're going to talk about that. We got all kinds of things to talk about. And we've already got a super chat. I mean, my cup runneth over. Wrangler with a $4.20 super chat. I appreciate that, Wrangler, and thank you. Thank you. Where is Mr. Producer? You're slow on the uptake there. There it is. There it is. All right. And you know what's crazy? Mr. Producer, you're not supposed to stop the applause in the middle. Stop, Mr. Producer! I swear, where is it? I don't know what he does. I don't know what he does over there. But anyway, so we actually have a lot of viewers from Twitter, believe it or not, because we are on X, formerly Twitter, and also Rumble. And so we have viewers on YouTube as well. So this is fun. We'll just keep going, man. We're gonna keep doing cool stuff. All right, I had another super chat, I think. Oh God, it's gonna be super embarrassing if I don't. Okay, good. Never mind. The well is run dry. Never mind. Tim Allen with a $2 super chat. Mead for all and mead. Sorry. Mead for all and all for mead. You really like you are a mead man. I can tell that about you, Tim Allen. I can tell that. Yeah, so we have Staff here in the chat saying, I'm here, you star dogs. I like that, star dogs. I'm going to borrow that one. Put your backs into it or the captain's mast with a lot of you. Is the master gonna, well, Fu Man Blue's the master at arms. So he'll lash you to the mast, keel haul you, the whole deal. Redoubt Productions in the chat with a request. Okay, Captain, chat, I challenge y'all to think of a term for the Sweet Baby Inc. kerfuffle that isn't, blank gate. I'm done with every scandal referencing Watergate. I am too, Redoubt. I hate it. I think it's super cringe. But it's the grift right now. So look, do you want the channel to gain views and subscribers or not? Okay? The captain is a working man. Now, but I do take your point. It is tiresome to just gamergate. But honestly, I think it's more about the fact that the wackos say it. You know what I mean? It's more about the fact that the loons, the radical far left wacko loons. I'm not talking about liberals. If you're a liberal, if you're a Biden supporter, I mean, Jesus, still, but if you disagree, if you are left of center, whatever, honest to God, even if you're a wacko, you're welcome here. I mean, behave yourself, but you're welcome here. Or don't, I don't care. But my point is, anyone who wants to be part of, there's no gatekeeping here. The only people we gatekeep are people who are here to take all of our stuff and kick us out. What was I saying? Anyway, the loons that take life too everything is so serious. Everything is life or death. Oh my God! Oh, the sky is falling. They're Chicken Littles. They're running around. Think of how crazy it would be to actually live in the head of just like you see the REEEEEEE character on the thumbnail. The famous SJW girl. Just imagine what it's like to be them. Literally, we're all going to die. We're all going to die because of climate change and systemic racism and the wrong pronouns in video games. I mean, literally, the mildest actual dangers in reality are literally killing people. That's what they believe. So like, I pity them. I feel sorry for them. They're the ones that attach Watergate to everything because the gate thing, that's their thing. And we're just laughing at it. We're like, there is no Gamergate. What there is just gamers. Normal people who have whatever opinion they want to have about a game, have whatever play style they want to have in a game, say whatever they want to say in a gaming lobby. And then what we also have is a bunch of crazy ideological cult-like fanatics who literally go around society and culture looking for everything that's wrong. What is this meme? I gotta find this meme for you. Could I find this? I don't even know what you would call this meme, but it's so perfect. It's so perfect. They had it on... I should have downloaded it the second I saw it. Could I find it? Let's see. I'm going to give this one more throw of the dice. This might find it. If I find it, I am bookmarking this thing. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about when I describe. Okay, forget it. All right, so here's the meme, right? The meme is a picture of an SJW, and then it's a picture of a white guy. I want to say this, it's a white guy pointing a weapon at a black guy, right? That's the picture. And it's like, oh, you can't have that in a movie. That's racist. Why is the black guy always got to be the villain? And then the next frame is, it's like, okay, you know what, you're right. And so they switch it, and now it's a black guy pointing a weapon at a white guy. And it's, oh, that's racist. Why is the black guy? Or no, that's right. The first one is, why is he the victim? The next one is, why is he the bad guy? It's like, okay, fine. So then the next one is two black guys. It's like, oh, you just think that all this, why are all black people this way? And then it's like, okay, fine. And then the fourth one is just two white guys, a white guy that's the bad guy and a white guy that's the good guy. And it's like, why are there no black people in this? It's like, that's what it is. It's this loop. It's this endless loop. So they go around society. And their biggest problem is they take themselves and everything else way too seriously. And evil has a way of undoing itself. And that is what we are witnessing. So we'll work on that, Redoubt Productions. I promise. We'll work on that. What did Staff here say? Staff here said everything cites Watergate, even this side of the pond. And, honestly, Watergate is nothing now. Like the actual Nixon Watergate. I mean, he basically recorded conversations and tried to spy on the Democrat campaign. That's basically what happened. Does that sound like something that would end the world now? I mean, really? That's nothing. That's nothing compared to what's happened in the last 8 years. So, anyway, there you go. So, Staff Fury says, how about Nerd Bascule? I don't know what that means, Staff Fury. I was pondering that while I was getting prepped for the stream here. Fu Man Blue says, hail, hail, swords and starships, hail, the Iron Age, hail. Yes, indeed. And speaking of the Dan Vask video, this video is over 9,000. Yeah, that Perry Chan edit with Dan Vask, that was just glorious. That was so awesome. Wrangler says, going to be dipping in and out because I'm working on some video editing and don't want to accidentally dub the captain's commentary into a video about elves. Well, that's okay, Wrangler. You can go ahead and do that. You can go ahead and do that. It'll be, it'll add character. It'll add character. Fu Man Blue says, anyone else see the fake? Oh, jeez, what? This is weird. This is really weird, Fu Man. Does anyone see the fake of Dan as a woman so hot? What the hell is going on in this chat? This is a very strange conversation. Let's see. Oh my god. I'm trying to catch up on the chat because it's just been going crazy while the captain was doing his intros. Got lots of laughter. Yes, Star Fury. That would be appropriate. Appropriate, sir. Tim Allen says, hail and permission to come aboard, sir. Permission granted, Tim Allen. This is the Captain's Cast where permission to come aboard is never required, but always granted. Always granted. Wrangler says, I wanted to call it Gamergate to speedrunners because I thought it would be over before it started. Boy, was I wrong. I mean, honestly, when I titled the stream, it's because it's so melodramatic. That's really what it comes down to. It's melodrama. Like I had a note here about something that was melodramatic to me. Maybe I put it down. I don't know. But in any case, the film Damsel is like a great example of this. It's just so melodramatic about the idea of, a whammon. Oh no, she's gonna save herself and she don't need no man. And it's like you could tell a really great story about a princess who is left for dead and has to claw her way out of the pit and survive that could be an absolutely banger story. And I think nerds would be here for it. Totally here for it, right? There's a way to do that without it being total melodrama and making it about the message. It's like, just forget for a second. Just forget for a second that, yes, there is the trope of the knight saving the damsel. Forget about how much you hate that for 1 minute and just tell us a story about this character. I'm telling you right now, that is a classic, I guess I would call that a classic dude with a problem story. If you've listened to this channel for any length of time, you know I'm a great fan of the 10 Save the Cat genres from Blake Snyder, screenwriter. Blake Snyder's screenwriting treatise, Save the Cat, which is a great novel for anyone who wants to be a good storyteller. Great book for anyone who wants to be a good storyteller. And one of his genres is Dude with a Problem, which is a type of story where you have an average, ordinary person who gets pulled into a life or death battle. Right? And it is probably my favorite genre. Like Godzilla -1, in my view, is a dude with a problem story about Shkishkima, right? What's another good one? Gina Davis in The Long Kiss Goodnight. That's a dude with a problem story in which she is this mild-mannered housewife and she gets pulled into this rabbit hole of finding out she's actually a spy who's lost her memory, which is brilliant. Dude with a Problem is great because it's about the everyman overcoming extraordinary circumstances. Superhero is the opposite of that. Superhero is about an extraordinary individual who has to live with a curse for being who they are in a world that's ordinary, right? So that's why superhero stories are kind of the opposite of the... By the way, Die Hard is that is basically my favorite dude with a problem story of all time. It's a fantastic... It's like perfect, right, for what that is. So my point is, Damsel could be an excellent dude with a problem story. The problem is, it's not about the story. It's about their stupid worldview. And it's melodrama. It's just melodrama. Anyway, what else we got? Tim Allen accepting firm handshake, returning with bear hug. Good. I like to see. I need an AI to just read this stuff. Tim Allen accepts firm handshake, returns with bear hug. What the fuck? Let's see here. What else we got? Fu Man Blue says, "Wow, if we end every sentence with love, the heart that covers the last word makes sense." I have no idea what that was about. Release the Norseman, says Tim Allen. To the 9-pounders, says Redoubt Productions. Yes, we could say the 9-pounders on this channel. YouTube won't know what that is. Star Fury says, the Norsemen of the apocalypse. Tim Allen says, Captain, you need to play the mods on Star Wars Empires at War on Steam. I don't have Steam. I'm a console gamer. I need a meta PC, But the Captain will take that recommendation under advisement, so. Captain will take that under advisement. Stormcrow is in the chat. I sense conflict within you, Garrett. That is your inner voice screaming to ignore the Fallout show and instead focus on your TTRPG Fallout campaign. Why, that is an excellent point you raised there, Stormcrow. In fact, I suppose this is as good a time as any. This is the Fallout role-playing game, right? By Mophidius, and you can get a PDF of this online, but don't worry about actually getting it, because what I want to do is I want to do a live stream where I GM an RPG of this. I want to do it on this channel, and I want to do it while the Fallout show on Amazon is running. Now, the problem is, this is a big red flag. Amazon is dropping all episodes for Fallout simultaneously. They never do this. They're dropping all episodes on April 11th. That tells me I think this thing's a disaster. And I'm disappointed because I wanted to like compete with it. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to compete with it, but I thought I'll run a Fallout campaign on this channel in tandem with those episodes airing, So anyway, but I want to do it anyway. So here's what I want to do. I want to use the Fate RPG rules with the perks and skills and weapons and armor and everything that's in that book, and I want to do a campaign. And I want you in the chat to play. That's right. So if anyone is in the chat watching the stream, if you would like to join me, join the Discord if you haven't already. The link is in the description. I hope it should still be a valid link. Let me know if it's not. But join the Discord. And let me know that you'd like to play. You do not have to have your face on stream, just your voice. And we'll just do an RPG, and you can create a character, and we'll just play the game. And my goal would be, I would hope that anyone that wants to play can commit to at least showing up for every other one. If not, because I know you're never going to be able to make every single session, but like every other one would be cool. So if you're out there and you want to play, let me know in Discord, and I think at least having 3 players, I think, would be fun. But I could run probably up to 6 players. So let me know what you think. I'll work on that. That's my goal. That's my new project I want to work on. I love the Fallout universe. It's so much fun. So let's see. Tim Allen, you're saying you're hooked on something. What are you hooked on? Is it Helldivers? Is it Fallout? What is it, Tim Allen? Redoubt Productions says, we shall put the phony game journals within the crosshairs of the 9-pounders. I know YouTube is like 9-pounders. Safe. Yes. Fuban Blue says, it's not just the gate thing that now that everything is Gamergate too. Anything anyone is involved in, right? Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad. Yes, I thought you were a mead man, Tim Out. You're saying you'll take rum and cokes, okay, and wash it down with mead. Okay, fair enough. Redoubt says, I'm not even a big-time gamer, yet can detect the grifting on the ongoing kerfuffle. It's another stripe to add to the banner of I support the current thing. Listen, Redoubt, I hear where you're coming from, okay? But yes, there is a grifting element to this, but on the other hand, listen, do you want these wackos to lose or not? Because they're losing. They are losing, because the last time we went through this, they were winning. And they won everything, Redoubt. They won everything. Did you see Rings of Power? Did you see She-Hulk? Have you seen Suicide Squad kills the Justice League, gunning down the last appearance of Kevin Conroy's Batman just like a total chump? I mean, being facetious here, but you get my point. Like, dude, they won everything. Star Wars is a joke. Star Wars is garbage. They've taken Star Wars, every level of it, they've turned into absolute garbage. They have ruined it as a film franchise for years. Okay, so what I'm saying is, this is what winning looks like. They're being talked about, and they are scurrying. They are scurrying for the dark corners as fast as they tried. They tried their old censorship. They trotted out the old, oh, we're gonna cancel you. You're canceled. This is a harassment campaign. And you know about how far they got with that? They got nowhere with it. So listen, I know it's annoying that all the YouTubers are grifting on it, but in the long run, it's a good thing because it's a sign that they are. I told you last year on this channel, they are losing. They're losing badly. It's why they're so desperate. It's why they're so angry these days. It's why they're nastier than ever, because they are backed in a corner, and they know that their ideology is starting to see the light of day for real. And listen, if they had principles, they would be willing to stand on those principles and accept the consequences. But there just are 2 types of people on this planet. There are people who believe in liberty and are willing to accept the responsibility of that, and then there are people who don't. And they believe in controlling other people. That's what we're dealing with. The people that want to control everyone's thoughts they're losing. And I'm here for that. So no shade at you, Redoubt. I'm just saying, look at it. See if you could look at it a different way. That's all I'm saying. I get it. You know, even I get an eye roll out. Geez, Gamergate. Yeah, I think that's funny because I don't think of it as Gamergate. I really don't. I don't think of it as any of that. I don't think of it as like, oh, this is some great battle. I mean, not really. The way I think of it is that's how they think of it. You know, the thing that pisses them off more than anything is when we're having fun. Like, when people are having fun, that's when they're the angriest because they don't want us having fun. They want us to be upset like they are. They want us to be just constantly in a state of total anxiety and depression over, oh, the world is ending. The world is, we're burning up. The world's burning to a crisp because of climate. Oh, no. And it's like, and the more that people just go about their lives and have a good time, the angrier it makes them because they think that they're losing, and they're right. So when I hear the word Gamergate, I think of them and their melodrama, and I think that's hilarious. I do. Starfjare says, those gaming journalists have to find some way to make money because they aren't making any as journos. You know, that is a great point, Starfjare, because I was just thinking, you know, why are they so nasty? And part of why they're so nasty is in a free market of ideas. I'm not just talking financially. I just mean in a free, open market of ideas, which is everybody gets their say and everybody can choose to listen to whoever they want. In the free market, they always, that would be the wokies, the far left radical leftists, they always lose. Always. Because they're nasty. They're mean. And nobody likes... By the way, there's a version of this on the right, such as Matt Walsh being mean and nasty about gamers. He thinks gamers and weebs, anime fans, are, and pretty much anyone that's a nerd that collects toys, comics, whatever, he thinks they're losers. He thinks they need... This is Matt Walsh, right-wing guy. Thinks they're losers and need to get a life. That's the right-wing version of the exact same thing. Being nasty, being melodramatic, taking everything seriously, never allowing that people are having fun and expressing creativity. That mindset is repellent to people. It always loses in the marketplace of ideas. It always loses at the box office. It loses in the streaming data, even if the streamers lie about it. It loses on Rotten Tomatoes when Rotten Tomatoes is actually honest about and allows all reviews and doesn't censor them. In any environment where there is no censorship, leftists, radical leftists, and stuck-up right-wing assholes, they lose. They lose. That's why they hate freedom. That's why they need censorship. That's why they need control. That's why they want to regulate everything. Because that's the only way that they win. Why? The only ratings that CNN gets now is in the airport. I don't know how they worked out this deal, but there is some kind of byline somewhere in like the Federal Trade. No, what's the commission, the three-letter agency that governs all travel? It's just, for whatever reason, it's escaping me. But in any case, whatever, they've got some kind of obscure regulation somewhere in the bureaucracy that says all airport monitors are to have CNN on at all times. It's like, well, good for them, because that's the only way anyone's going to freaking watch that garbage, is because they're forced to. And it's like, so that is the woke mindset. That's the totalitarian mindset. That's the right-wing scold mindset, is like, you have to have control in order to win. Eric July has just brought in his fourth $1 million haul with Yaira, and a hat tip to Eric July. A big round of applause for one of the most brilliant creators, entrepreneurs I've ever seen, and a true hero of mine, truly. He's just brought in his $4 million haul, all on his own power, his idea. A man who willed his vision into existence, like all the greats, just like Thomas Edison, Benjamin Franklin, Leonardo da Vinci, Elon Musk, people that willed their dream into reality through the sheer strength of will and the sweat of their brow. I have great admiration for that. And you know what Eric does not need? He does not need anyone to hide reviews. He does not need anyone to take away a downvote button. He does not need anyone who is criticizing him to be shut up. He doesn't need any of that. all he needs is enough customers who want to buy his product, and I would say he's got that. So that's our side. That's the side of liberty. That's the side of I am willing to put myself out there and accept the consequences. Freedom is not easy. Freedom requires responsibility, because in freedom, you can fail. In freedom, you can get your feelings hurt. There's nothing, and that's just how it is. So we'll get more into that. The chat is just... What's that? Starfiere says, clip the drinker voice, just like Tim suggests. It would be awesome. Yeah, the message. I got to grab that. You're right. I got to get that. Yeah. Immortal Rising. Yes, Wrangler. Let us know if that's good. Stormcrow says, I want to join. You're in, sir. Make sure you're in the Discord so that I can reach out to you. Join the Swords and Starships Discord. Link is in the description. Ah, crap. Really, Tim? Is it? It's invalid? Okay, hang on. I'm going to get you guys a fresh link right now. Really? It's supposed to be a month. It's supposed to last for a month, the invite. Here you go. I'm putting it in the chat right now. Discord link. There it is. And then I'm going to add it to the description on the YouTube video. Hang on. Let's see. Go to this. YouTube Studio. I don't normally do this because it's delay a game, but if anyone wants to join the game, now the captain does reserve the right to bar entry. So, if anyone seems to be a troll or something, by the way, and my rule is this, like, I want people to have fun, joke around, be creative. So I really put very few restrictions of what players can or can't envision for their character. The only thing I ask is that they take the story seriously. If you take the story seriously, then pretty much as wacky as you want to be as a player is totally fine with me. So I just don't like games where people troll. So I reserve the right to at my discretion. But I don't have anyone like that in this audience. I just don't. All right, control, copy, and that should be good until 4:17. All right, I am updating the description now. All right, cool. So there should be a valid Discord link in there right now. Okay. Now, where was I? And so, yeah, there we go. Fu Man Blue says he'll be there for some tabletop. I love it. And I'll probably use Roll20 is probably what I'll do. I'll use Roll20 and I don't know. If I can get the Fallout engine, the reason why I don't want to use the actual Fallout rules is I tried a session with it. And it just takes forever to run. Like, even a basic battle just took forever. And granted, I'm not, I'm really good at the story side. I'm not as good at the rules management side. That's where I'm still learning as a GM. So I'm sure a very practiced D&D GM could probably really do this well. But I just feel like the battles take too long in that model. So, but trust me, the what I have in mind, you'll like it. I promise you will. Starfury says the only time mead isn't gay is if your underwear is chainmail and you have a morning star in the other hand. Starfury, must I refer back to your comment about Dan Vask? I'm just saying. Starfury, you're awfully bold today, so. I love messing. I was so glad Starfury's here because I love messing with him. Tim Allen says, I use Sailor Jerry rum for my rum and coke. Dude, I knew a guy that loved Sailor Jerry, and yeah, that was a long time ago. Staffieri says, Matt Walsh is a complete blinkered prick. I mean, well, yes. I mean, he always has been. Like, that's kind of his superpower in a weird way. I admire, like, his What is a Woman documentary. I greatly admire. I would say this. The one thing I think Matt Walsh has done really well is he has shown us a model for how to stop being afraid to go right at the truth. Like, that I think is brilliant, and I think that has done great work for society to just flat out, as he puts it, tell these wackos no. No. Oh yeah, how can you say that? Give us a reason. What's your evidence? No. No. Sweet Baby Inc., no. You're not going to get what you want. We're done. Oh, you want a reason? Your reason is frack off. That's your reason. Now, that, I think, is very important because we as a society have lost the ability to stand on our moral principles. Well, they haven't. The wackos, they love to just download all their bullshit onto us. They just don't like getting it in return, you know? So he's done that well. By the way, that's him using his asshole superpowers because he's an asshole. He really is. And he's a pretty smart guy. I'm not wild about the guy. I'm really not. I think a lot of his philosophies are kind of the right wing. They trend toward authoritarian for me, and that bothers me. That bothers me a lot about his thoughts on things. So I pretty much agree with you, but this is the thing, you know, it's like he's such an authority on all these subjects. How is it that he has so completely misunderstood gaming culture? You know, he has such a snobbish but just, you know, Jeremy Boring, the whole Daily Wire crew, they have such a snotty attitude about culture. And by the way, this is not I mean, they tend to be a younger crowd, but you know, look, when I was growing up as a kid, Nintendo was not allowed in my house. None of my parents or the older generation understood it, at least in my family. And so I'm used to this. I am used to this snotty attitude. Oh, you're going to waste your whole life playing those stupid games. It's like, you know that Star Trek isn't real, right? I mean, you do know that. Like, look, I've dealt with this my whole life. Like being a nerd is like you are an outsider. You just are because people look down their nose at you. And it's like, but the problem is, how can you claim to be so well educated on everything like a Matt Walsh and get something like that so wrong? How can you be so uninformed about all of the realities? It's like, I tend to be a more open-minded guy. I am willing to be convinced if someone comes to me in good faith. I think that's important. I sort of hate tribalism. I really do. I don't like your side, my side. Yes, I go hard at the wokies on this channel. But honest to God, I am only going at what's coming at me, right? Which is, we're going to take away your stuff. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not going to take away my stuff. You know, that's the thing. If wokies just went and made weird, wacko, wokey stuff and left us alone, it'd be fine. They used to do that. It was called Tumblr. It was called Tumblr. And they were fine over there. But at some point, some lunatic professor at a university started giving them all these ideas that they have to... No. You have to go find people who wrote novels, who made movies, who created video games, and you need to convince them to change all those things. It's like, go to hell is kind of my attitude. So... there we go. What else? The captain is just on a total warpath today. Kraken rum. When I drank rum, I was more into... Kraken was better. Much better than Sailor Jerry, Tim Allen. Absolutely. Stormcrow is in the Discord. Very good, sir. Very good. Tim Allen says, I love Earl Grey tea with honey. Anthony says, sup. Sup, bro. Sup. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the Captain's Cast. Star Fury says, good man, and set photon torpedoes to full yield, Mr. Wolf. Very good. Yes. Fire a full spread. Full spread. I'm caught up on the chat. Bless you, chat. I'm so glad you're here. Let's rock and roll. I got good stuff for you. Shall we go back? Shall we go back, dear chat, to the beginning of where it all started? It was a long time ago, in a Starfield universe far, far away.
What? He, him?
So this is Jeremy on the Cobra Cast. Hail Cobra Cast. I love that show. My favorite political show anywhere right now. With Jeremy D-Day Cobra, and he's reacting to he's reacting to Az's situation when he was playing Starfield. He just saw the pronoun screen.
I love Az so much.
Okay. Bethesda, I'm going to say something to you. You should fucking listen. If you want to play pick your pronouns, then you should have an option to not enter pronoun.
Listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier.
Yes.
So, In the interest of full disclosure, there's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there.
You're a dude.
My relationship
Oh.
with the UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance.
Uh-huh.
The UC's actually the only reason I'm here in the first place.
Yeah.
I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War, former head of the UC Navy. They called him Ve Victus.
Oh my
Woe to
God.
the defeated. In
As
old
is
Earth
all
legend.
gamers right now. He is all gamers
title
right
he
now.
earned. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds from one of their most respected tacticians. Secure the leadership of the
So
UC military for
stupid.
generations.
Az is dead. He's done. He's so
I love Jeremy's reaction too. I was dying.
He's just gonna sit there. He's like, I don't care. I'm just gonna go to sleep right now. I need him to pick option 4. I haven't seen this yet. Please.
You doing okay?
And option 4 says,
Sorry, dude.
"You're a clone
What
of a
did you
man."
say? Oh, look. You're a clone of a
there you
man.
go.
How does that work?
A non-trivial amount of gene editing. Clone, honestly, isn't even really the right term for our relationship, thanks to the amount of donor material that was required to bring me into this world.
So you're not a clone. This is actually gene splicing that you're talking about. Oh, just f- off. Seriously, just f- off. It's infected everywhere.
Nerves kicking in.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh, I've still got to talk to them to finish the
Before we get up there,
what?
there's something else I thought you should know.
What?
You're
My
a
relationship
double
with the
dude.
UC. It's
You're a double
more
dude with
complicated than it
f***ing
might seem at first
dicks on
glance.
top.
The
You're
UC
an
is
admin with
actually
a
the only reason I'm here in
20,000
the first place.
ADR says Space Dylan
I-
Mulberry. Yes.
I'm a clone of a man named Francois Sanon,
Oh,
one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony
I have to
War,
go through this
former
again.
head of the UC Navy.
I have to go through this
They
again.
called
He
him
shouldn't have
Ve
exited the
Victus.
dialogue as.
Whoa.
Did they call them they Victus? They Victus. They them Victus?
Title he earned. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation.
Some
of
days I
military
really miss
minds
alcohol. I
from one of
really
their most
I really do
respected
miss
tacticians.
alcohol and abusing
Secure the
drugs. Some
leadership
days.
of the UC
I'm not saying
military for
today's one of them,
generations to
but
come.
today's one of them. There's something you should know about me. I have a massive car. I don't want to. I don't want to blow your ego up. I think you're fucking mental. I'm more interested in what this has to do with us addressing the
getting
cabinet. I don't give a fuck
Oh my
Man,
God.
about
That's
your
so funny.
pronouns
Father
or who you
was
identify
executed for
as.
acts of committed
Just
crime.
give me my space
The man
money
caused a
and
lot
my
of death
space
on both
experience.
sides. I just wanted you to be forewarned.
Whatever you say, buddy. Pal, chum.
Dude, and just the thing too is I played Starfield for like, I don't know, probably 2-3 hours maybe, and I was like, oh my God, this is the most boring thing Bethesda's ever made. It's just like, quite aside from his observations, I mean, that game is so boring. And every character, by the way, is like this, generic. They're not that interesting. I mean, just look at the costumes in the game. They don't look that interesting. You know, you play Mass Effect Andromeda, and with all of Andromeda's problems story-wise, the world looked beautiful. You go to beautiful planets. You have a beautiful starship, the Tempest, that you fly around in. The characters looked more lifelike than even in the original Mass Effect trilogy. I mean more like the skin tones, like the Turians. They just looked a little more real. They did have problems with the facial expressions and stuff, but just the environments that you're running around in Mass Effect Andromeda, they popped, they were colorful, they were beautiful, they had fascinating weather effects. And the missions, the side quest missions, were, I thought, pretty interesting. They were better than Dragon Age Inquisition for me. Dragon Age Inquisition was a lot of fetch quests. I felt like Andromeda did a better job of weaving a story into the fetch quest. This game, all the technology looks generic. all the characters sound bland. They're block of wood actors. They really are. They're complete blocks of wood, as the critical drinker would say. All of the environments look like beige, pastel, boring. So I didn't even get to like this. I totally understand why Az feels this way. I totally get it. And I didn't even play it for 6 hours. I only played it for 3 hours.
Mate.
So your help means a lot more than I figured you might realize.
Well, my help might dry up real quick, buddy. I didn't come onto this person. There has been no sexual shenanigans with this person. I just thought I would say the most ridiculous thing when they said, there's something I need to tell you. And obviously being a clear female, I just joked, you're a dude. And then they went to tell me that they are a clone of a dude.
No telling how long the cabinet's going to keep us waiting out here.
I don't have any questions. No.
I guess it's
don't care.
The part where he burps is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
That was so okay. I got the rest of this. You know what? I clipped out like that much of it, but I have the rest of it. Hang on a second. We're just gonna go the whole. We're gonna go the whole way here. Where is the burp part? I gotta find this again. The burp is so good. Here, let's see. I think this is the right one. Yeah, this is the one. Here we go.
I just thought I would say the most ridiculous thing when they said, there's something I need to tell you. And then they went to tell me that they are a clone of a dude.
No telling how long the cabinet's going to keep us waiting out here.
I don't have any questions. No. Don't care.
The part where he burps is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, it is. I totally agree.
Everything is gender ambiguous.
Dude, this is a great example, by the way. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about right here. Look at the colors. Now, I know this sounds super nitpicky, but I'm serious about this because when you are creating, like, take the game Super Mario, or not the game, the movie Super Mario Brothers, right? The beauty and the richness of the color palettes in Super Mario Brothers is a big reason that movie is so magical. It looks so... it just leaps off the screen, right? So the color choices you're making are a huge part of creating the experience. You look at this, it's like off-white, gray. Everything's off-white, gray, or like a kind of beige blue. And I'm thinking to myself, this is modern corporate... This is corporate modernism is what it is. It's like there's no life in anything. Everything feels neutral. Everything feels bland. Everything feels saccharine. You know, if you've ever read the book 1984 by George Orwell, like one of the recurring themes in that book is that the totalitarian state that everyone lives under, they don't allow average people to have things like butter or sugar or basically any of the because they're all in short supply. So only the party elite get those things, right? But the average everyday people who are standing in bread lines, they get like fake sugar, right? They get the equivalent of like NutraSweet or whatever. They get what's called saccharin cubes. They get saccharin cubes. They get margarine, right? They get tasteless, bland margarine. They don't get real butter. And so there's a scene in the film, or also in the film and in the book, in which Winston, who's the primary character, he gets like a secret supply, a secret stash of real butter and sugar, and he can't believe it. It's the most amazing thing ever. My point is, it's fascinating to me how I think that like totalitarian groupthink always leads to kind of just everything is saccharine. Everything is fake. Everything is an imitation of something else. Argyle. Freaking Argyle, which is this kind of cheap knockoff of a cheap knockoff of a cheap knockoff of the James Bond trope. That is what Starfield is to me. It is the epitome of all of that.
I like women. I like my women to be women, right? You know, the old-fashioned women with breasts and vagina, not cocks and
well, that's very old-fashioned of you, Az. That's. I am surprised.
So about 30 minutes from here, is where his rant comes into play. And so that kind of gives you a lot
Yeah, this is 30 minutes before he goes on the rant. The famous
more context as to what led to this moment that so many people are taking out of complete context. Because that's fine. I mean, it's what the internet does. I've done it. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing per se. I mean, we've all taken things out of context, and we've reacted to clips out of context. 100%. There's nothing like inherently wrong with that. It's the nature of the internet. But it's nice to have that further context. Even without the context, his rant still 100% on point and makes complete sense for anybody.
Affairs.
Yeah.
I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat.
Well, I'm worried
McIntyre,
about having an
GTC and
affair
second in command.
because I'm worried that the person I'm
I
going to have an
heard you were
affair with might not,
instrumental in protecting the
might
city
be
from the
more
attack.
than meets the eye.
You
You know
had
what I'm saying?
I was also informed that you gave quite the presentation to the cabinet. You do know what...
Oh my god, this game, the dialogue in this game is like you're in a freaking corporate scrum meeting. It makes me want to puke. It makes me sick. Stop, Fury! Fu Man Blue, crew, Tim out, load the guns. Load the 9-pounders. The full broadside on Starfield. I hate Starfield. I hate it almost as much as I hate Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, which is a lot. They sound like you're in a freaking meeting. You know, it's so awful. There's no life to this. There's no story. There's no adventure.
The archives are, correct?
As is just done.
Sorry, what did you say? I wasn't listening. You're whammon. Let's pretend that I don't have the slide. No, I don't care. No, I'm going to play along.
Someone paid attention in current events.
No, I just don't care.
So, you also know that it was originally managed by the 3 major galactic players. Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency and requires a one-time use code from each of the 3 armistice signatories.
Hey, do you know
You
what I
see.
love? Hey, Bethesda.
Mr.
Bethesda.
Active and
Bethesda.
Hasfaroon.
Oi, cow,
No.
shut your f***ing cake hole. Hey, Bethesda.
Here it
Bethesda,
comes.
I just want to say something to you. Bethesda, I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself, think, oh my God, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us.
Get him,
Sorry,
Az!
did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring! We can't see past our own fucking reflection. That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company. Fuck your immersion. Fuck you having a good time. Fuck you falling into a world and just getting lost. No, no, no. Current fucking day. Fuck off. You're boring. You're fucking dull. You have nothing to say. You are a one-hived mind twat waffle.
Yes! Get him, Az!
That's all you fucking are. And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick and tired. You take everything we love, all our immersions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit, fucking crap ideology into everything, every single solitary fucking thing.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The full context. You're not going to convince all the fucking weirdos that already have pronouns in their bio on Twitter anyway. You're not going to convince those freaks of anything. And I'm not trying to. But if you can at least show people, like, I've always said this, like, whenever you do get into like a controversial situation or something like that, what happens is a bunch of the freaks out there that hate your guts, that hate all of our guts, they're going to be fake offended. That's what they do. They live to be offended. Their whole entire point in life is to be fake offended over something, to be the fake victim. You're never going to get those weirdos to do anything other than be the losers that they are. But when something like this happens, you have logical, normal thinking people that look into a situation and they're like, okay, well, let me understand all of this. What's going on here? Because, yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff that I'm frustrated with, and I'm tired of seeing this, and I'm tired of seeing this. Let me see exactly what this is all about.
Hat tip to Jeremy and as heel versus babyface, D-Day Cobra, all of the boys. Just amazing. There it is. That is where it started. That's where it all started, folks. The rant heard round the internet where is that comment? I saw it. I think Tim Allen had that comment. Yes, there it is. The rant heard round the internet. It's just, dude, it's so funny because when I saw that rant, having played it, I was like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing to me that Starfield, like, I lost all interest in that game inside of 3 hours. That's even like for a game that is literally like, that's exactly the kind of game I want. A game where I can go explore the galaxy. And I'm a huge fan of Skyrim, a huge fan of Fallout. I thought that's what I was going to get. I mean, I had my reservations, don't get me wrong, but I guess I would say that would be my expectation if I were basing my expectation on what their claim to fame is. By the way, Fallout 76 is garbage. It's freaking garbage. It's the most, why do they keep making this thing? It's just, you walk around the waste, there's no wasteland. You walk around a beautiful, idyllic forest in Appalachia. And I'm like, that's not the wasteland. And then you walk around, the NPCs have boring, stupid fetch quests, and nobody, it's just like, screw Bethesda. Screw Bethesda. Because as puts it, where is it? As one more time.
'Cause we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
There you go. And so now one of the points that Az makes there is so brilliant because what he is identifying, right, is I say the fox is in the henhouse, right? Is the fox wokeness? Well, I actually don't think wokeness is the fox. Wokeness is what let the fox into the henhouse. The henhouse would be all of our things. That would be games we love, movies we love, classics, etc. And the fox is mediocrity. It's mediocrity because mediocrity has always existed, especially in Hollywood, especially in anything. It does exist. You get people who aren't very good at what they do, or they don't have a professional mindset, whatever. The difference is in times past, those people failed and they were fired and they were let go. Or if they were in just an organization that was mediocre, that organization went under and we didn't get any more shows from them. You know, it's like the ratings model. The ratings model of TV. If your pilot sucked, you didn't get an order for the season. That's just how it worked. The difference is wokeness gets around that because wokeness says, oh, well, this is, you have to tell more stories of the lived experience of pronouns, whatever it is. You have to tell the lived experiences of all these marginalized people. And what you get is people that aren't very good writers and they don't actually have a story in mind. They just have a bunch of bullshit, gender studies crap that they learned at their woke university. And all they want is to download it into a film and just download it on the audience. And they don't actually know how to write. They don't know how to direct or produce or any of those things. And then when they are confronted with this fact, they then point a finger at the talented individual who is pointing this fact out and says, this person doesn't believe in diversity. And then all the talented people get fired. And then it's just the wokies there. And they're all mediocre. They don't know what they're doing. They're children. They're, as I like to put, that's an insult to children. What I really mean is they're stupid people. They eat glue, like they eat glue, okay? And they sniff glue. That's what they do. And they think they can write stupid shit like Damsel and Madam Web and just whatever. And then finally, Finally, the pièce de résistance, their masterwork, their ninth symphony of wokeness is created, and it is put forth into the world, and they await the adulation of all the people. And what happens? It's garbage. It's garbage. And people like Az and myself rant about it and say it's crap. This is crap. And then what do? Well, in a normal functional society, what would happen is they would have to take the heat for that. Right? You made a crap product, but they don't have to take the heat from that because wokeness gets to say, well, you just don't understand the lived experiences of marginalized people, and you are just a toxic cis white male. It is a shield. It is a shield. Wokeness, that is a shield against having to take responsibility for being a talentless asshat. That's what it is. That's what it is. That is how we've gotten here. That is why even creatives that are involved in these crap projects, I guarantee you, there's a lot of creatives involved with things like Rings of Power and Starfield, whatever, that are not woke. They're just doing a job. A lot of them are mediocre. Why? Because they may not have much talent, but they were smart enough to know you don't cross these woke wackos. You do not cross them. Whatever they want to hear, you tell them what they want to hear. If they ask you if you're a god, you say yes. You know, that's what I'm getting at, right? It's like if somebody asks you if you want pronouns in your bio, you say yes. You say yes. And then you get to have a job. And so the ones that bend the knee get to stay, and the ones that maybe have talent and vision, who fight that, they get fired and they get let go. And so even people that are not woke but also mediocre are still there. They're still there. They all pronouns in my email. They're all there, and you know, they lie that they're gay or whatever it is, whatever they have to do. Whatever they have to do, they just want to work. That's all they want, and they create garbage. They create stupid voiceover lines like, "There are many stories about a knight saving a damsel. This is not one of them." It's like, oh my god, oh my god. It's like there's no talent left. So listen, it's not going to get much better. If ever, it's not going to get better very soon. What's fascinating about the game industry, though, is for whatever reason, the game industry appears to still be tied to the profit model. And like the failure of Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, folks, that is a massive blow to these wackos. It is a massive blow because if this were a film that they could claim that, you know, they could hide the streaming numbers, you know, Netflix could tell you whatever they want to tell you about the streaming numbers of Damsel. They make shit up. They don't even know. How are they even making a profit? Most of these streamers aren't even making a profit anymore. But it doesn't matter because they just make up fake numbers or whatever. They fudge the data. Guys like Bob Iger can go out there and talk about, well, we only spent $200 million on this project. We had multiple reshoots, and there were all kinds of re-edits and recastings. But the official budget is 200, so they can screw you and they can gaslight you, right? They can't do that with video games. They can't, because video games have to sell. They have to. If they don't sell, if people don't play, if there's nobody in the multiplayer lobbies, if there's nobody buying the stupid freemium crap that they stuff all these games with, if nobody is paying for the DLCs because the game was broken and shit when it came out, well, then it loses. It goes down. It makes no money. People go out of business. People get fired. So what's happened is all of this is coming to a head. The mediocrity has tanked the whole gaming industry. Not the whole gaming industry, but a lot of it. It's blown a hole through the mainstream gaming industry. I'm telling you right now, I have zero faith the next Dragon Age is going to be good. I have zero faith the next Mass Effect is going to be good. Dude, I'll pull up the Mass Effect trailer right now. I want to show you this, because N7 Day, that would be November 7th, in honor of the N7 moniker. N7 Mass Effect. They do this every year. They tease you with a non-trailer to just say, we're working on it. And it's like, no, you're not, but whatever, who cares? But they did give a little trailer of what is supposedly the 5th Mass Effect installment. And I want you to see this. Hopefully I don't get hit. It's only a few seconds, though. And you're meant to get, like, all super excited for this, right? Here it is. Here it is. This is what BioWare's working on. By the way, the caption said, this is not in-game visuals. I think it's right here. Yeah, gameplay not final, represents game in development. Okay, fine. That's it. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I look at that and I'm like, why is this weird looking? Like, that is just a weird character. I'm not even just talking about the fact it's a woman. There's just like, it's weird. This is a slender, this does not make me think of like Shepard, right? It does not make me think of Shepard. This is like a weird kind of spy espionage looking character. The tech is all there. They're using the old music from the trilogy. That's totally old music, but it gives me chills because it's Jack Wall's script. Jack Wall's music is freaking incredible for that game series. So I love it. So a part of me, like the lizard brain in me, gets excited. I'm like, oh yes, new Mass Effect. But I'm telling you right now, I do not believe that the people that made the Mass Effect trilogy are still there. People like Drew Karpyshyn, a brilliant author and writer who conceived of so much of that technology and lore, is gone. He isn't there. Jack Wall, that composed the original music for Mass Effect 1 and 2, he's gone. He's not there. You know, it's like all these writers that created all that beautiful content are gone. And creatives, developers, etc. And I'm just thinking the mediocrity is there to stay. And it's not leaving anytime soon. So I just have zero faith. What's in the chat? I've got Stormcrow. I see you there. Huntsman, welcome to the Discord. Stormcrow and the Huntsman have joined. And Redoubt in the Discord just mentioning that you've got a historical preservation crisis in Virginia. World's largest data center planned to be built adjacent to the Manassas battlefield in Virginia. That is horrific. Oh, God. They're just turning... We're not going to have anything left of our history. These fields witnessed the first major land action of the American Civil War. If the project goes through, much of the skyline north and west of the preserved battlefield will be obstructed, not to mention what potential archaeological evidence of the battle may be lost. Dude, it makes me sick. It makes me sick. You know, this is the point. Wokeness is a disease. It is a disease that it lives to steal joy and shared. It lives to destroy community. And I don't mean community like my community. I mean community. People coming together, having shared cultural experiences. You could go to a sports bar with your buddies who are doing fantasy football, and you may have different political views, but you could sit there and root for the team. People of different races all playing each other equal on the battlefield of football or baseball or whatever it is. You know, no politics. That's the way NFL used to be, like 10, 15 years ago. It was the place you went for no politics. Video games, comic books, stories, the MCU. These were all places we could go. History. History was an objective thing that you taught children in school. Now, they have come for all of it. They are dismantling it. You've got freaking data centers that are going to be destroying the skyline. It's terrible, Redoubt. I share your pain there. I do. Tim Allen says, I have never played Skyrim. Well, I mean, it's weird. I guess I could say play it. It'll change your life. But at this point, it's a pretty old game now. But, it's an incredible game. Have you played Morrowind? Have you played Oblivion? Those were the predecessors. So some of the earlier Elder Scrolls entries. Like, if you like Oblivion or if you like Morrowind, you've got to play Skyrim. It's just beautiful. But what makes Skyrim so magnificent is that it's just this open world of an entire country. That would be the country of Skyrim. And, you look out at the horizon and you can just go there. You can just go there. You can, but it's not just about the fact you can go anywhere. It's that while you are walking to an objective, right? Let's say you have an objective. You have to go deliver a message to the Jarl of Whiterun about dragons attacking. And so you set off down the road and you're just traveling like a traveler in a fantasy story. You're just traveling down the road. Suddenly, a farmer runs up to you and he's like, help, help. And there's something chasing him like a bear, and you kill the bear. And then he's like, oh, thank God, you saved my life. Listen, we're having a problem with something. I lost my family ring in this cave, and I can't go back to get it or whatever. And now you've got a new quest added to your journal, and that you get pulled into this little story. Or you find an artifact, and the artifact suddenly you hear the voice of a goddess speaking to you, and she's like, you must fight a great battle in my service. You would be amazed how many hundreds of hours you can play without ever completing the main storyline, because you just get... And this is the important point, right? It's not just that it's a quest. It's not just that it's an objective. It's that it's a story. You get pulled into a story about a character who she lost this sword that was very precious to her. She's like this warrior maiden, and she lost this sword, and it was her late husband's sword, and it's the last remnant of him, and she lost it in a cave, and she's never found it again. And it doesn't even give you a quest. It just marks your journal that that's something you can go look for. Well, you can go look for it. You go find it, and you dig through this tunnel, and you find the sword, and then you can just choose to bring it back to her. And she's like, oh my God, thank you so much. This means so much to me. And then she becomes a companion that you can follow, that will follow you on your adventures. It becomes a story. You are creating this tapestry of events that reflect your character in the game. And that's what makes... And by the way, Fallout is the same way. Fallout is the same way. You basically run around the wasteland building a kind of legacy as a character. There are difficult moral choices that you're given. You can be a total asshole, or you can be like a savior. Like, you can kind of be... Or anything in between. You can be a drug addict. You can be, in Skyrim, you can be a vampire. You can be a cannibal. You can be a werewolf. You can be a vampire hunter. You can side with the Empire. You can side with the rebel Stormcloaks. Like, there is so much that you can do that weaves this tale. Like, you are literally in a fantasy world. Or you are literally in this post-apocalyptic world trying to rebuild civilization. Starfield should have that. It doesn't. It doesn't have any of that. And that's exactly the problem, is there's no story being told. It's like boring corporate emails. It's corporate emails. Fu Man Blue says, I put a quick trailer in your Discord that shows where the Mass Effect people you miss went. Interesting. Interesting. They went to Exodus? All right. Maybe we'll check this out. I mean, we could check that out. Let me see. Copy link. I think that's it. Let me see here. I gotta hang on a second. Oh, there it is. Hang on. I don't think that's grabbing the right link that I need. Frickin' Discord. That's a weird feature. All right. I got it now. There it is. All right. I'm not going to play too much. Dude, I am never playing another video from Toho Studios, like, ever again. I don't care what Toho Studios posts. Like, they will whack your channel. They will whack your channel for anything. I get the most trouble with Toho Studios. I played the Godzilla -1, just a little clip of it, and they'll block your whole damn stream. They almost struck my channel last week. I'm like, fine. I love Godzilla -1. I love Takashi Yamazaki and the whole crew of, but I will not touch any of their content on this live stream ever again. I learned my lesson. So, but anyhow, let's take a look at this. So this is where you're saying the talent went from the Mass Effect team.
Max, we need to head back.
Hold on, I'm getting a reading.
Max!
What?
Max!
Dude, that's pretty rad so far. I mean, I like the look of that. I'm just got to make sure I'm not getting a warning here.
What she found that day was a miracle. It would be our salvation to fight against the Celestials, humanity's greatest enemy.
Okay, I've got to lodge a slight complaint here. There's a lot to love here, but I got to lodge a complaint. By the way, this was a thing in Starfield that bugged me also. And it's in Mass Effect a lot. I'm tired of this trope of like, we have stumbled upon an ancient alien civilization's remains. And come to think of it, I think I'm weaving that into my own sci-fi story, so I'm one to talk. But my point is, I'm not against it. Listen to the captain backpedal. I'm not against it, but I do want to find new ways to get at interesting discoveries in the universe other than, oh, look at the remains of an old ancient civilization, super technology or whatever. I think I'm pretty much putting that in the outline of my science fiction story, so I'll just shut the frack up. Anyway, here we go. On with the trailer.
This is it.
They found us.
Stay down!
Well, that already looks 10 times as exciting as Starfield. Even the Starfield trailer, which when the Starfield trailer came out, it was mostly that it was Bethesda that got me excited.
The Celestials hunted us down. I knew they'd keep chasing us until they ripped our ship apart.
Dude, okay, I want to point something out here. This is very important. Do you notice how the dialogue in the trailer is telling a story? And I don't just mean giving you cliff notes, like, oh, like little emotional beats. I'm saying it's telling a story. The Celestials hunted us down. Okay, I now have a picture in my head that humanity's on the run. We've been getting wiped out. He continues to tell his story of what he wants. And so my point is, this is giving us an idea of what are the characters after, what is their quest, what do they want, what are the stakes, what is the risk, you know, it's pulling me in. I like this.
And I had to save her. I led them away from this world, away from her. We both knew the cost of using the gates. When you travel at light speed, time slows to a crawl. It was only days for me, but an entire lifetime passed for her.
Incorporating time dilation. That is a bold play. That is a bold play.
And in the chaos of those final moments, we never said goodbye.
No, come with me! Wait! Please! Tom! I love you.
Our service, our sacrifice, discovers worlds, seeds hope, breaks empires. We are the travelers.
All right, well, it's looking pretty cool. I think I'm going to leave it there. I just don't want to risk. I may have to trim this segment out, but I'm not getting a warning, so that's good. Well, hat tip Fu Man Blue for bringing that to the captain's attention. Is that supposed to be an RPG though? Is that an RPG or is that more like Destiny, like a, you know, like an MMO? Like, what are we looking at there? Let me know. I am an RPG man. The captain is an RPG man. Like, I want a story. I want, like, moral choices. I want to build my character and create how my character looks. And I want to have, like, am I a bad guy or a good guy? Like, I like that kind of stuff. So if it's, yeah, you're saying you think it's an RPG, Fu Man? All right, fair enough. Well, I'll tell you, if that's got the you know, the brain trust of the original Mass Effect trilogy, then that's going to be good. Like, I wish I could remember some of the other prominent writers, but like seriously, one of the main writers was Drew Karpyshyn. He wrote the Mass Effect novels, which are very good. And he wrote a lot of the lore of like how the Citadel and the Asari, and there were other writers too that did that. And I actually think that Casey Hudson, who directed the original Mass Effect, I think he was kind of the guy that had the bad ideas. He was kind of a Kevin Feige type, you know. he was the one that wanted that ending in Mass Effect 3 where you have the 3 colors. That Casey Hudson was very proud of that. He was very proud of that. And I feel like Drew Karpyshyn and the boys would have had a better idea. And there was a fan that, it was funny because a bunch of Mass Effect fans were saying, like, it was kind of a Zack Snyder cut situation. They were saying, we want to hear what Drew Karpyshyn's idea was, because his idea, okay, we're going deep Mass Effect lore for a second. His idea was something to do with the Reapers were trying to stop dark energy from accelerating the heat death of the universe. Now, the idea was not fully fleshed out, but you could tell they were hinting at it in Mass Effect 2, because in Mass Effect 2, there were these weird subplots about how, like the star that Tali was exploring was dying too early because of a dark energy buildup. And then you meet Maricini on Ilium, and she talks about how, like, everybody's super interested in dark energy. Well, that never went anywhere in the third game. Well, that's because that was the seeds of what was supposed to be a different reason for why the Reapers are constantly doing this cycle. And it just never came to fruition. And so a bunch of fans were putting BioWare on blast and saying, you should have used Drew's ideas. And Drew Karpyshyn himself came out and said, I never finished that. It was just an outline. Far be it for me to criticize. Like, I have no way of knowing if my idea would have been better or worse, right? Which, that's a professional answer, but I respectfully disagree. It's like, I think that sounds more interesting to me. Like, one sort of possible idea within that was that people using biotics was creating a dark energy buildup in the universe, and it was accelerating the heat death of the universe. And how do you make that an interest? I don't know. I don't know if that would have made an interesting story, but it's definitely a fascinating idea. So anyway, Tim Allen says, if this country ends up with parallel economies, the left will lose. Well, I will just say, if they are in a free market, they lose. Bad ideas lose in the free market. Bad ideas that they must be protected. Bad ideas must be protected. And wokeness is a way of rationalizing, protecting bad ideas. So, Fu Man Blue says, there are YouTubers that go into depth about the game and its creators. Well, I will keep an eye on that. So now, what is next in the stack of stuff? Because I am not done. Captain is not done yet. Let's see, what was next on Gamergate? Okay, yeah, so I have a video that kind of just breaks down these wackos. Just breaks down kind of where they're at. And hat tip YouTuber Endymion, and I don't know if I'll play all of this, but he really puts this all in great perspective. So hang on one second here. Share screen.
And things have gone from crazy to insane in a really short period of time. Not only has the entire discourse surrounding the baby gone nuclear, but now it's attracted some legit organizations involved as well. From Homeland Security getting involved with and officially calling what's happening right now as Gamergate 2, an ex-Sweet Baby writer being exposed for being openly racist, a game developer article proving themselves wrong, and more examples. There's a ton to go over today, so let's just start with that Homeland Security story because it's wild. From Bounding Into Comics, we have this article titled, US Government-Funded Nonprofit Take This Response to Sweet Baby Inc. Backlash, by calling on video game industry to clearly and unequivocally denounce Gamergate. Firstly, let's properly understand what the hell is going on.
That is so insane. You have a government-funded nonprofit, which see, this is what I mean when I say that the media is our enemy. That wokey, that these are people that are colluding with the state to attempt to suppress people's opinions. About games. Like, we're in a full-blown cultural Game of Thrones, folks. It's like, I know that it's like some people kind of like to laugh at the whole Bud Light thing, and they like to laugh at Az's rant, and they like to say, oh, what are you so upset about? It's like, folks, that, it's kind of as much a good thing as a bad thing. I mean, we are in a Game of Thrones for our culture. right? And in the Game of Thrones, metaphorically speaking, you win or you die. Right? I'm speaking metaphorically, figuratively, not literally. But I will say this. It's like the old way of attaining political power was the literal Game of Thrones. It was Shogun. It was samurais killing each other. I literally, you're not going to believe this. I had never seen The Godfather before. I know. But I sat down the last couple of nights and I've been watching Godfather 1 and I'm halfway through Godfather Part 2. Oh my God, these films are incredible. I know. I'm like a full-blown cliche. I'm like, have you seen The Godfather? You've got to see it. And it's, I'll get into that later in the stream. Because like I watched the first Godfather and the first 30 minutes, I'm like, what is all the fuss about? Like, what's all the fuss about? About 40 minutes into the film, I'm like, I see why people liked it in its day, But then the story just really starts to hit its stride. And by the end of the film, I'm just like, wow, holy shit. It was just freaking incredible. And the second one is, I will not watch the third one because everyone says the third one's garbage. So I'll avoid. Trust me, I have learned my lesson with Star Trek Picard and everything else. I have learned my lesson. My point is, like, I'm watching Godfather and I'm thinking, like, this is the Game of Thrones. This is like you kill your way to the top is how society used to operate. So it's a good thing that we live in a type of society, a constitutional republic, technically, but a democracy, more broadly speaking, in which we the people get to decide how our society is run, okay? And I've been thinking about this lately, and what I've been thinking about is the fact that this comes with no small measure of responsibility. I want you to think about this just for a second. If you lived in Soviet Russia, the culture is decided for you by the party and the state. If you lived in Yahtzee Germany, the Yahtzee party decides what your culture is, and they decide what your politics are, and that's that. Right? That's what a totalitarian society does. It does the cultural deciding for you, right? We live in a society where the cultural and political power largely rests with us. And I know this is like obvious, but I've been thinking about it in a new way lately, which is that we tend to complain about the fact that we are in this battle. We sit, just like Frodo talking to Gandalf, I wish the ring had never come to me. I wish that none of this had ever happened, and you hear the gentle voice of Gandalf saying, "So do all who live to see such times, but that is not for them to decide. They must only decide what they choose to do," or I forget that last part of the line, but it's just beautiful line, right? And it's like that's your choice. Either you live in a free society where the power does rest with you, or you live in a society where someone else gets to choose that for you. And so when I say that we are in this cultural battle, that's probably the downside of democracy. Like if it isn't the royals and the aristocrats that are playing the Game of Thrones, well, then it's we the people, basically. And we're playing it through culture and voting, obviously, not through raising arms. Certainly, I hope that never happens. But we are playing that game through things like the free market, through things like, what we teach our children, through, how we record history, our morality as individuals and families and communities. Like those are the things that guide and decide who wins this Game of Thrones, right? And it's the most peaceful way to resolve questions of power. Now, why do I bring that up? Well, I bring it up because right here, what we're looking at the old world way of doing this, which is, literally government collusion starting to take our culture and decide it for us. And if we do not want this to happen, we have to understand that we are in this. We are in this, right? And you can choose not to participate, and I wouldn't tell anyone not to. If you choose not to vote or if you choose not to whatever, that's your choice, and I respect that. But I personally think I would rather have to have this out than be in a society where I don't have a choice. And that's just where I'm at with it.
Response to Sweet Baby Inc. backlash by calling on video game industry to clearly and unequivocally denounce Gamergate. Firstly, let's properly understand what the hell is going on here. Homeland Security has many branches to their organization, with each specializing in different kinds of threats or security. In terms of video games, one of these branches is a non-profit organization called Take This, which according to them they are described as a mental health organization providing comprehensive resources, support, and consultation tailored for the unique needs of the game development community. So they're kind of like a gigantic therapist group that exists to mediate and help video game studios and the developers within them come to terms with and understand the discourse that's targeting them. This could be from hate mail, DMs, and harassment campaigns, to name a few. Of course, Take This has officially declared what is happening to Sweet Baby Inc. as being a targeted harassment campaign, and they even unironically referred to it as Gamergate 2. Which I remember making a thumbnail before when this first started with those exact words on it, and to be honest with you, that
that's a great thumbnail and a great frame to pause on. I will just say that, you know, this is how the gaslighting works, right? They undertake to destroy, that would be Sweet Baby Inc. and people like them. They undertake to destroy our stories and remove characters from games based on race and add characters based on race and sexuality and all that sort of thing. Not create their own IP. No, to literally wedge their way in and intimidate, browbeat people into changing their art and policing their art. And then when someone simply submits a list on Steam that says, hey, in case you wanted to know, here's all the games that they participated in. That's it. Just information. Just the free flow of information. I thought the wackos like free information. Aren't they the ones that are always belly aching about freedom of information requests and garbage? You know, they're always crying about stuff like that, right? But they hate free information when it doesn't benefit them. They undertake to destroy people with lies, and they say they're the ones being harassed. They literally say the opposite of every single thing that's actually happening. It's like whatever they say, the exact reverse opposite is what's happening. Now, let me jump ahead here because he has a really good point. What was this point here? Oh, yeah. This is good. Yeah.
Games they worked on. But that tool would have just been something small and whatever if nobody paid any attention to it. Of course, instead, Chris Kindred, who works at Sweet Baby, attempted to strong-arm Steam into banning the tool and then banning the user as well. Which then, of course, the Streisand effect happened, and now we are where we are. So none of this would have happened had a Sweet Baby employee not tried to use their influence to silence a user on Steam. It was never the other way around. Of course, you have this now infamous article from GameDeveloper.com titled, "Why Are Valve and Discord Permitting Harassment Against Sweet Baby Inc.? Steam and Discord are being used as a home base for hateful reactionaries to single out and harass game developers."
That is such a lie! That is such a lie! All they're saying is these are the games they're involved with if you don't want to play them. Harassment would be what the left-wing loons do, which is go to petition.org and start a petition. Deplatform Sweet Baby Inc. That's what a leftist loon would do. That's what an actual harassment campaign is. We're going to start a petition to get them banned. Or we're going to start a false flagging campaign. Or we're going to go look for someone that might have a potential legal beef, and we're going to try and tattle on them like they tried to do to Eric July. Like, that's the kind of shit. That's harassment. That's harassment. Totalitarians are the biggest babies. Totalitarians are the biggest cowards when their own tactics are used against them. When a bully gets punched in the nose, suddenly they're the victim. That is always how it works. And they're not getting away with it anymore. So I want to skip ahead to this part. I think he plays... I want you to hear this clip that he found. It might be this
would be
part.
Fine. But they know, as you and I do, that what they're doing is largely disingenuous and has actively made many character consulting. It's also suspicious that, of course, games that have been worked on by Ring's channel talking about this stuff. And I won't show everything he said here, of course, but here's just a over on Twitter. He led the original team.
Okay, so he's talking about Grums. This is the guy, I believe, that started the Sweet Baby Inc. detected list, if I'm not mistaken, and he was on a live stream talking about it.
That made World of Warcraft into the global phenomenon that it was and produced games like Diablo and StarCraft. He was recently on the Quartering's channel as importer, and they've tanked other franchises with nonsense like Suicide Squad as well. So clearly, pretty much unanimously across the board, everything they work on just gets worse and even sometimes results in hundreds of people losing their jobs and the entire studio going under. One of the biggest outspoken people on this entire thing has been Grums over on Twitter. He led the original team that made World of Warcraft into the global phenomenon that it was and produced games like Diablo and StarCraft.
Okay, hey, pause that for just a second. Hat tip Fu Man Blue with a $10 super chat. A $10. Producer, where is my applause? Why, thank you, Fu Man Blue. What Sweet Baby tried to do with that Steam moderator will be a legal action if they pass the laws they want regarding malinformation, which is the truth that hurts. Fill in the blank. I'm not sure. What are you referring to? The laws that they want regarding malinformation? I'm against all laws regarding malinformation. The government is not to police what is and is not true. Like, now, if we're talking about literally like the judicial system adjudicating whether someone has told a lie and defamed or slandered someone, that's a separate issue, and that requires a burden of proof, and the burden of proof is on the plaintiff. I'm okay with that. That's totally fine. I am not okay with agencies or organizations or laws that say, you are not allowed to spread misinformation, blah, 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 because guess who's going to decide what's true and not true? The state will simply decide for us what's true and not true. So no, it is for the people. It's for the people to work out what's true. See, that's the thing. That's why people who hate liberty and hate freedom, they hate it because everybody gets a say, because it's inclusive. Because it's inclusive of everyone. That's why they hate it. Because it means that the truth and what it is for the people to among themselves work out. And that means, logically, that they may arrive at the wrong conclusion. Yes, that's true. But that's the point. Better that the people should work it out than a single small group of aristocrats or oligarchs or, God forbid, a sole dictator. That is far preferable in the calculation of our founding fathers it is far preferable for the people to work it out amongst themselves. That's why free speech is protected. That's why, because it's our job as the people to decide. So anyway, there you go. Yeah, malinformation, Fu Man Blue says, is something that is true but hurts national security or someone's feelings, etc. That is a dangerous, dangerous idea. That should not be codified into law. That is just they have all the laws in the books they would ever need for that crap. That's bullshit. That is a power play. 100% I'm against it. 100% against it. Exactly. That's exactly where that's going. That is exactly where it's already gone there. But anyway, this is not a political channel, so I'm not going to get deeper into that. But it is germane to this Gamergate situation because we have a literal agency trying to use those powers against gamers. So they see. Listen, they see the value. That would be the state. They see the value in controlling gaming culture. Isn't that fascinating? Isn't it fascinating that the government sees the value in it, but Matt freaking Walsh does not? Does that not intrigue you? It intrigues the hell out of me. How is it that Matt Walsh cannot see the value of gamer culture, but the state, Homeland Security, they know its value. Are you kidding? In Soviet Russia, like, you better believe that if there had been the equivalent of this gaming industry, they would have owned all of that. They would have owned all of it. You got to watch the movie Tetris. It's freaking brilliant. It's literally about the guy who got Tetris, the rights to Tetris from the original Russian creator. He went to the Soviet Union to get it. It's a fascinating, phenomenal film. It's really awesome. It was in my top 10 last year. And it establishes how, like, the Soviet state had total ownership over this guy's creative property. Like, the guy who created Tetris did not own it under the laws of the Soviet Union. He had no rights to it. And the state was trying to take total control of it. It's fascinating. It's just a great movie. So anyway, that's what we're up against. Now, I want to get to this part because Grums was on Quartering's channel, and he had this to say, and it was really insightful.
He was recently on the Quartering's channel talking about this stuff, and I won't show everything he said here, of course, but here's just a small bit that kind of shows you why we are where we are. So, please listen.
It's not that gamers are, upset about, oh, hey, we have some diversity in the game. It's actually the way that they go about it, with pure tokenism, with phoning in weak characters instead of creating strong new characters. And more importantly, it's about a vindictiveness to destroy the past, to destroy the IP, to ignore the source material, and to tear apart these beloved characters in some sort of fitful rage that we don't understand and is very disingenuous. And I think
that is such a brilliant point. A fitful rage. I love how he puts that, because that is what it's about. They are angry. They're angry that we love characters like John Wick. They are angry that we have characters, that these brilliant characters that we're so fond of. And, this applies to Damsel, a movie like Damsel. I'm not objecting to it because it's about the principal character is a woman who is in this life or death battle, and that she's not being saved by a knight. That's not what bothers me about it. That's not what bothers me about it. What bothers me about it is it's boring. It's freaking boring. She's a lifeless character. She is a nothing character. There's great potential in that story. If they actually had some talent and they would write it, they would actually build the character and actually have her go on this journey. It could be awesome.
think that is the tremendous reaction to Suicide Squad, and this is going to have an immense financial impact. The way games are funded, you don't use your own money. Even EA, okay? Games are hugely expensive to make. They're upwards of 250, sometimes $600 million. It's for certain live games. It's incredibly how expensive they are, and to do that, your CFO is your best friend. You're counting on your CFO to get you tax breaks, to get you in, to put studios in regions which are financially favorable, and you will borrow the cheap money. You will get as cheap money to do it.
Thanks,
Even
Tim
EA
Allen.
does this. I worked with
Thanks
EA.
for coming aboard.
We were putting together a deal where they were taking bailout money from the banks in the last financial crisis that we had, and they were applying that cheap money towards games. Same thing with COVID money. They're applying that cheap money towards games. And what has been the cheapest money while interest rates were still low, a couple of years ago? It was ESG financing. And so they're going to take this money and they're going to put it into games. But now that they don't have that money anymore, because ESG is either being diminished or rebranded because the returns on investment have been so poor on Wall Street for ESG funds, that source of revenue is drying it up. This woke machine cannot continue in the way that it is now for AAA gaming. And I think, unfortunately, it's so entrenched that you're not going to see much of an ability to course correct, because the studios are
they're just going to shut down, right?
They're going to shut down.
Yeah.
And this is truly the rise of AA gaming, or what some of my fans call S-tier gaming. This is,
like Helldivers.
Like Helldivers, Power World, the
Diablo,
Diablo West game that came out. I forget the name of that. Really incredible success stories in a period where game companies are experiencing significant losses. The bleeding will continue until, and no one's going to wake up from it. Unfortunately, it's going to be a total nosedive.
And as you can see from Grums himself,
dude, and so the hat tip, the Iron Age, like the gaming industry is going through an Iron Age, because all the main big developers, they are drunk on ESG money, and they are going to take that ship right to the bottom of the Atlantic. Like they're just going to go down with the ship. But indie creators or smaller creators of games like Helldivers 2 and Pal World are going to just blow this thing wide open. I think it's exciting. I think it's awesome. I think in a strange way, as I've said before, I used to kind of be a lot more pessimistic about this trend, but actually, in a way, I think this is how it was always meant to be. I think this is how art is meant to be created. Art comes from a place of truth. It comes from like good art, comes from a place of authenticity. Honestly, I know, like art comes from a place of burning desire. like desire to create an experience, like a need to get something out into the world. I'm not talking about the message. I'm talking about a story. I'm talking about, I'm watching The Godfather, right? And I'm thinking, man, especially part 2. Part 2 tells the backstory of Vito Corleone in 1917 New York City. And it's beautiful. It is an incredible period piece. And I'm like, oh my God, I love this era of American history. 1917, when there were still like the very first automobiles on the road. There was still kind of an old Wild West. It's such a fascinating time culturally and technologically. And I'm thinking about like, there's so much authenticity in this story that like somebody had a deep desire to tell this story. Just like Godzilla -1. It's like Godzilla -1 just had all of that of like, this was such a powerful story that was burning in someone's heart that they just had to get out into the world. That's where real art comes from. It's why woke storytelling is so hollow, because it doesn't come from that place. They say it does. Oh, I am a marginalized person and I'm going to share my lived experience. It's like, but you haven't lived. But you haven't, because you have defined your entire reality through resentment and hatred and tribalism. That's not living. That's not living. Your whole worldview is a bizarre, arcane, radical, university theory. Your whole so you define your entire reality in this top-down filter. You apply this filter to everything. You can't have a real experience in that environment because you've already made up your mind about everything that happens to you. You've made up your mind that everything that happens to you is just proof of systemic racism and all the bullshit you believe. Nobody's going to have an authentic experience in that, because you're going to miss life if that's the way you see things. You're missing it. Life is happening and you're missing it because you're sitting there looking for the racist hiding in the bushes. You know what I mean? And so when they create from that place, they're not actually creating from the place where art is born. They're creating from the place where insanity is born, which is the mind. Art comes from the heart. It doesn't come from the mind. The mind helps. The mind is a tool. I think of like, the heart. This is going to sound super philosophical, but just go with it. It's the Captain show, and I'll ruin it if I want to. so like the heart, right? The seat of our soul is the hands that are sculpting the art, right? But the mind is the fine instruments, the tools that are like, just chiseling out the details. So in that way, I at least that's how I come at it. Like when I ever sit down to write anything or create anything, there's usually some, before there's anything intellectually, like what is the story going to be about? What's going to happen in it? It usually starts from a place of just pure raw emotion of like a man who's lost everything and is on a quest to save his family. And it's more like a emotional picture in my mind. It's not even really a story yet. It's just a picture, a feeling of like, of this tragedy and this loss and this desire, right? And then the story starts to come in later, and that's the mental part. The problem with the wokies is they start way up here in the clouds with a bunch of bullshit, it's Norm Macdonald, a bunch of communist gobbledygook. and they start trying, okay, now let's find a story for it. Anyway. Let me get back to hat tip Endymion for this magnificent breakdown of kind of what's going on. I think, was there more I wanted to cover on this? It's a great video. Link is in the description. Do check it out. I think, oh yeah. Oh, I do want to cover this. Now, I've told you before that wokeness it's a sick worldview. It's a sick worldview. And it's malevolent. It's malevolent. In the words of the Vedic in Deep Space Nine, the Dominion is evil, and evil must be opposed. Well, wokeness is evil, and evil must be opposed. That being said, it's rare that I can show you such absolute, blatant, on-record evidence of how evil it is. But here it goes. You're about to see it.
Cause it to sell less, but will likely set it up for failure. How do these people say these things and not realize that they're self-owning themselves like this? Just don't harass Joe. He's very confused, but at least he agrees with the players in his own little weird way that Sniper, it's a mayor who got
A little behind it.
Panther narrative designer.
Here we go.
Seen proudly bragging that previous title Validate had no.
So this is the ex-Sweet Baby Inc. employee. She's current EA's Marvel Black Panther narrative designer. And she's proudly bragging that the previous title, Validate, had no white people on the development team. Now, here we go.
White people on dev team. This person's name is Danny Lalonders, who worked on some dating sim game called Validate, which likely none of you played. I mean, here's some screenshots, I guess, of the game, and it's a visual novel dating sim that features nothing but black people in.
This is Tumblr crap. This is so fun. This is Tumblr bullshit, you know? Look, it's fine for Tumblr. Listen, never misunderstand. My dear sailors and starnauts, my beloved audience, never misunderstand. I am not against woke wackos creating whatever art they want to create. I am a free speech absolutist. I believe they should have the right to do that. Create all this crap on Tumblr. And if they make money, fine, I'm fine. If they just naturally make money from whatever corner, I'm fine with that. I mean, even if it became a runaway success, it wouldn't, because it's, you know, but if it did, I'm fine with that. It's the censorship and the malevolent attempts at things like literally neo-racial segregation. It's shit like that I oppose. It's crap like that I oppose.
Anyway, this Danny person said openly that they went out of their way to not hire anyone who wasn't exactly like them. But let's hear what they have to say themselves. So here, listen.
Why
I have a team of 21 right now for Validate. It's a pretty big team. It's a crazy big team for indie games. But who is your team? Validate has a team of mostly all people of color. We have no white people on our team. I did that because I wanted to create a safe environment. And I know the best way for an environment to be safe is to be around people who are just like me. And I'm not saying that white people...
I mean, it's hard to find the words to say how insane that statement is. The best way to be safe is to be around people that are just like me. I mean, these are the people that are always wringing their hands about the World War II villains. These are the people who think they know what a Nazi is. It's like, no, you don't. Like, because you are using their language. This is how they thought. This is literally how the Yazis thought. This is why they did what they did. It's insane to me that she can't even hear herself. I kind of feel bad because, look, this is a symptom. This is not the cause. This person has been indoctrinated by lunatics in the university system. Our society has failed this person. We have, as a society, failed this person because we've been, you know, those of us who understand how insane this is have been too quiet and too polite. And those of us who have been indoctrinating these people have malevolently created a generation of people who are reinstituting segregation. I mean, for God's sakes, this is insane.
People in the industry are creating unsafe environments. I'm not saying that. That is not what I'm...
She's not saying that white people are creating unsafe environments. It's like anytime you are describing people as a group this way, you are engaging in, it's essentially racism. You're engaging in racism because you are saying, I know that white people create unsafe environments, or I know that they do not. It's like, what? No, you don't, because you don't know the individuals in that group, nor do you know that people who look like you think like you. You don't know that. You know what I mean? I know this is obvious to the rest of us, but I'm just saying, to get them saying this publicly, this evidence, like, never let it be lost on you. How malevolent the woke movement is.
I am saying that sometimes it is hard to work with white people because they think that something may be okay, but it was really a microaggression. And no one wants to deal with that while you're trying to make a game that they love.
I mean, what can I even add to this, really? The person here...
Yeah, and you know, what's crazy is all this stuff is coming out of the woodwork. Ever since the Sweet Baby Inc., they are being exposed. All around the internet, people like this are being exposed. And they're trying to take down their accounts. They're trying to hide what they've said. Why? Why? If this is such an enlightened worldview, why do you now wish to hide that you said these things? Because deep down, they know it's wrong. You know, we had this great Bounding into Comics article. What was this article? Maybe I can find it in the stack of stuff. Doing a Hail Mary here. Yes, I found it. Dude, the captain does good notes, I gotta say. Yeah, I'm going to pull up this article, and we're going to reread it on this edition of the Captain's Cast, because I think we have found exactly a good spot for it. They know. I mean, look, there are psychopaths among them. There's no doubt about it. I'm sure if some of these people are, you know, these wokies are psychopaths. Like, I have no doubt. Like the guy like the journalist from, what was it, Deadspin, who tried to claim that this kid at a Chiefs game, this 9-year-old boy, was in blackface and tried to ruin this 9-year-old's life. Like, that's a psychopath. That is an evil to the core psychopath I want nothing to do with. Like, that is a human being that should be, you know, that just stay away. You know, it's like avoid. But most of these wokies, I think, are probably people that deep down they know this is wrong. Because the human, I know this sounds Pollyanna-ish of me, but the human spirit, in my view, is in its natural state, is occluded by the insanity of our minds. And I think that deep down, we know when something is wrong. We only have to make excuses for things that we know are wrong. And that was a great point that this, what was it, Stephen Kent of Bounding into Comics, he made this point with relation to the Star Wars prequels. So I think I want to pull that article out. Somebody said on a live stream, I think it was Gary from Nerdrotic, who was saying that this person, what's her name again? I forget. Anyway, this chick that was just saying, I don't have any white people on my team, Danny something or other, who cares? You know, but just for the record, who is it? We should know who they are. We should definitely know who they are. Danny Lolander. Danny Lolander, narrative designer of Marvel EA Black Panther. Okay. You know, I see this as someone who, she knows deep down that this is wrong, right? But someone was saying that these comments are reminiscent of, oh, no. I'm crossing my wires here, because it was Gary talking about the Magical Society. What was it? The American Society of Magical Negroes, right? That was it. The Magical Society. That's the name of the movie, okay? And he was saying that in this film, it is like a modern Birth of the Nation. And if you don't know, Birth of the Nation was a film made by one of the great directors of his time in the early 20th century that basically kind of portrayed the KK people as the heroes of this American epic story. And it's a horrific film. Believe me, it's a horrific film if you've ever seen it. But it basically is this hideously racist film that tells this sweeping epic about these heroic men in white sheets that were fighting this, you know. And he says that the American Society is a modern version of that. And I said, you know, I actually don't agree, because what I actually think the American Society is, it's a modern version of the propaganda film from Nazi Germany, the eternal you-know-what. It's a 3-letter word that begins with J. I'm not going to say the title because I don't want the algorithm to think I'm endorsing it. But it's a film called The Eternal Fill-in-the-Blank, okay? And it is an evil, evil film. And it was meant to create propaganda against the Jewish people. Right? And it was meant to portray them as these kind of monsters that were living in hovels and undermining society. And it was meant to create that myth and it was very successful at what it did. That's actually a better analogy to me of what something like Magical Society is, or the type of thinking that this developer is talking about, this way of thinking that, like, oh, you know, it's not that white people are creating an unsafe space. It's just that, you know, they bring all these problems and nobody wants to deal with that. And it's like, this is how you other people. These are the people that are always whining about othering people, and listen to how they talk. So listen, I'm not going to spend a whole lot more time on this, But I think it's important to explain because now the media is trying to launder the lies of these people who are now trying to gaslight us. They're now trying to play victim. Oh, we're just the victims. We're just working on video games, and now all these mean gamers are attacking us. And it's like, it's the exact reverse opposite of that. That I've said so many times, like, I don't want enemies. I don't want this channel to be about this. We are acting in self-defense. We are acting in self-defense of our culture because they are trying to make these ideas the truth. They're not the truth. This is not the truth. We have to fight this. Like, we have to stand up to this. Yes, they have a right to say it. By the way, this is why I believe in free speech. Let her say these things. Let them make the American Society of Magical Negroes. I want them to make these films because I want the world to see who they are. I want them to be seen for who they are. And I want to have this debate with them. I want to be able to dismantle these wacko lunatic ideas. They are bringing back segregation. They are bringing back the idea of demonizing races as the ill of all society. And it's like this is exactly what our society was originally founded, that would be America, was founded to stop the cycle of tribes bludgeoning each other and conquering each other and enslaving each other and demonizing each other and wiping each other out, like this endless cycle throughout human history of tribalism and aristocracy and tyranny. The idea was to create a culture based on the idea that all individuals are created equal. That's what we were trying to stop. We were trying to break the wheel of thousands of years of human civilization, and here we are descending right back into it. And if you think there's a bottom to this, there's not. But the good news is we are here. The good news is, my dear sailors and starnauts, we of the Iron Age, we of the Fellowship, we of the Sane, we see Sweet Baby Inc. for who they are. We see wacko lunatic wokies for what they are. We see Matt Walsh for what he is. A stuck-up snob. A right-wing absolutist who is unyielding. And who has given up the fight for the culture because he doesn't understand it. We see all of them for who they are. We expose their lies, and we will not be gaslit. We will not have our cultural spaces taken from us any longer. The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther. They want to talk about consequence culture. Well, the consequences of their ideas are malevolent. They are a bad outcome for humanity. And the consequences of them being exposed for what they are is that we now stand united. We stand against them. We are building a new independent sphere, independent films, independent comics. Hat tip Yaira, $1 million. Hello. We are making new TV shows. We are making new artwork. We are making new video games that do not require their gatekeepers. And we march on. We shall fight them in the beaches. We shall fight them in the fields. We shall never surrender. We stand at the dawn of a renaissance. Take heart, my dear sailors and starnauts. Be not disheartened. Be not afraid. This was always how it was meant to happen. Great artists rise and they fall. It's the cycle of humanity. The time for new artwork that will be about beautiful characters of all different walks of life, that will embrace the time-tested morals of freedom, individual liberty, and dignity. They will return, and we shall be their harbingers. Because we are winning. So be not disheartened. Be enlivened, as is your captain. Starfierce, a nice orderly British cue, yes. All right. Well, we have a Grizzy video. I'm gonna wrap up this whole Gamergate thing on a high note because we have Shills. Okay, if you don't know, there is a man of international mystery named Grizzy1989. And he is a YouTuber that goes around the internet and he finds all the shills who defend all these woke dumpster fires, and he curates all of their claims and all of their whining, and he puts them all in one beautiful place so that the public posterity will never forget these dark days, lest we repeat them. So we're going to take a look at a Grizzy video and have a little fun right after the captain goes on a short break, and I will be back in just a moment. Sit tight, my dear sailors and starnauts. There is a lot more Captain's Cast to come here on the Swords and Starships channel. Don't go anywhere. Ahoy and welcome back, my dear sailors and starnauts. I appreciate your momentary indulgence. It's a one-man show here on the Captain's Cast. And, we do it live. So, we have a Grizzy video. It's going to be awesome. You're going to love it. Fu Man Blue. I don't know if I'm going to put that one up, Fu Man Blue. Jeez. We must render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, as the good book would have it. I love the nautical role play. I really do. You don't know how much I appreciate that. Redoubt Productions. All right, nobody go near that powder magazine that's alarmingly close to the port fires while he's away. I know. Don't burn down the ship while the captain is away. Jeez. Anyway, okay, cool. So let's do some Grizzy shills. Let's have some fun. You want to have a little fun? Where are my Grizzy shills? I have it in the stack of stuff somewhere. Yes, here we go. And it's a perfect conclusion to our little adventure into the world of woke gaming. By the way, my whole point in all of this is to tell you that we're winning. That we are winning. We are witnessing the utter catastrophic, cataclysmic defeat of wokeness in our entertainment culture. Now, that doesn't mean that everything's going to get better overnight. I'm just telling you, they are fleeing. They are fleeing, and they're trying to burn down everything in their path on their way out the door. So here we go. And folks, don't think that they won't, an animal is most dangerous, and I'm speaking metaphorically here, obviously. A cornered animal is like the most dangerous, and so let's say a cornered ideological enemy is at their most dangerous. So just be aware. Sometimes it's going to get worse before it gets better. I am not referring. I'm not referring to any humans as animals. Do not misunderstand. But anyway, here we go. It's a live show, folks. I do my best. I do my best to have decorum.
Isn't it funny how one of the only positive reviews on YouTube for Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League comes from a person that is not a gamer?
I'm not a gamer.
Did not play the game, just watch the cutscenes.
He picked the picture he finds of Grace Randolph is so funny. she looks like she just got like out of bed or something. All right, anyway.
I guess again I should say something about the gameplay. From what I could see from the little that was included in the cutscenes that I watched, I'm not a gamer.
And knows zero about the Arkham games.
I never played the Arkham games and I never watched those cutscenes.
Despite all of that, Grace Randolph, aka Chlamydia Burns, knows better than all the people that have played the game.
That's the meanest. That is so mean. Where did he get that? And you know what? He's live streaming now. So I got to go into his live stream and I've got to ask him where he came up with that. Like, why do you call her that?
That did play the Arkham games.
I know that the popular thing to do right now is to rag on this game.
And yet, as you will see later, she did zero research as to why. Because unlike all these mean people that are being toxic and mean to a video game, she knows what a good story is.
But from a story perspective, I had so much fun with this as a DC fan. I think there's just so much to discuss, and we're going to discuss it.
And we are going to discuss it. We're going to...
And we're going to discuss it! There's so much to discuss of this game I've never played. This is so weird.
Discuss why these characters and this story is great.
I feel it does an amazing job with the villain's perspective. This was so great.
We're gonna
God. Oh my God. Wait, as what would you say about this?
Cause we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
That's it's like, oh, it's the villain's perspective. We've never seen the villain's perspective before. It's like, oh my God. Ever since Game of Thrones, everything is like this now. It's like ever since Game of Thrones, it's like everything's got to be dark, everything's got to be nihilistic, everything's got to be about the villains are the heroes and the heroes are the villains. Oh, I'm so over this. I'm so over this crap. She's so pseudo-intellectual when she says that. I'm so interested. I'm so interested in the villains of the story. As if that's never been done before, Grace.
Discuss why what they did with Batman was great.
That Batman, fantastic.
We're going to discuss the joke.
Oh, dude, Mahler's breakdown of this scene where they fight Batman in the game, where he's like, so the idea is that all the Suicide Squad has been dosed with Scarecrow's poison, so they're having this fear hallucination of Batman as this giant creature. And I love how Mahler and his dry Welshman accent, he's just like, so how do you think they defeat the Dark Knight and all of his tricks? They just shoot him. they just shoot at him. They just shoot at big Batman, and that's it. And it's so boring.
Fantastic.
We're going to discuss the Joker DLC, the effeminate Joker, and why it's great.
I just want to say I think that this version of the Joker looks pretty great to me.
We're going to discuss strong women and why it's great.
Dude, how do they make Wonder Woman look fugly? I mean, how did they do that? I didn't even see this part of the thing. She's fugly. Good God. Dude, okay, folks, if you don't know, rest in peace, Rush Limbaugh, L. Rushbo. He's not what most people who've never listened to him think that he is. Yes, he was right wing, but he's not the mean guy that the media portrayed him as. He's quite the opposite. But he used to say that feminism was created so as to allow unattractive women access to power. I think about that so much these days because I'm like, I'm just saying.
That is a great idea for a Wonder Woman story.
And we're going to discuss why Harley being sexually attracted to Wonder Woman was absolutely great.
Not only the camaraderie of the LGBT.
The character of Harley Quinn needs to go into a wood chipper. I am freaking serious about this. I am so sick of this character. She is so... I have had it. I have absolutely had it with this character. They are shoehorning her into everything, and she has, she was an interesting idea when she was this kind of sidekick to the Joker. That was an interesting idea. She has got to go.
LGBT community, which I thought was really great.
It's like we got Tony the goddamn Tiger reviewing this game. So we kick things off with the story, the 4 main characters, and why they are, quote, relatable.
But what I really loved about the story overall was that I feel it does an amazing job with the villain's perspective. This was...
She read the wiki. She went and read like a paragraph on Wikipedia. And she's sitting here just like, dude, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, she would not review Sound of Freedom, right? She would not review it because, well, I'm not interested in that, and I think that it's very political. The only reason she is reviewing a game she has not played, nor any of its predecessors, nor would she ever play, because she's not a gamer and that's not interesting to her. So why is she reviewing it? Well, because of political reasons. The same reasons that she would not review The Sound of Freedom are the same reasons she is reviewing a game in which she has no interest and of which she has no knowledge. Roll tape.
So great. And I think in many ways, because they're less powered than the Justice League, it really is much more relatable.
They are so less powered than the Justice League, yet they are able to defeat all of them, and to you, that's relatable.
But from the villain's perspective, the Justice League seemed like gods, and it really...
Ahoy, Stormcrow, I see you on the Discord. We'll respond after the show.
It does seem unfair that they have these powers.
Yes, classic victim mentality. The villains are the victims, and the Justice League, even before they were corrupted, were the aggressors.
And that they mean, as heroes, they are overstepping, even before they came evil.
Oh, so the villains are not overstepping when they commit crimes and kill people, but the heroes, the Justice League, are overstepping when they stop them. Okay.
I'm going to tell you, this woman's idea of like hero villain morality it's so fucking basic. It is so fucking stupid. When I say that I watch something like Damsel or Madam Web or Echo or Ahsoka or Blue Beetle or Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom or Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny or Rings of Power or, Secret Invasion, or She-Hulk. Like, when I watch any of these things, any of them, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Nausea, these are, the Marvels, these are stupid people that write this shit. They are stupid. They don't understand how stories work. They don't understand how to create complex characters. She is exactly the type of person that works on these movies. That she is exactly the reason that we have this garbage. She is mediocrity incarnate. Because their sick world view is trying to deconstruct what we used to accept as the morality of our land. The morality of our land was that the rights and the liberties and the free speech of the individual, regardless of race, regardless of walk of life, was sacrosanct. And that if someone stole from a person, robbed their store, attacked them in the street, did things to, tried to attack their country, we regarded that as morally evil. And characters like Superman and Batman and The Flash and Wonder Woman, they stood against that darkness. They stood for what we as a society believed: truth, justice, and the American way. Those were our values. Those were the things we believed in. That's what united us across racial lines. That's what united us. That's what Martin Luther King was talking about in his I Have a Dream speech. He cited in that speech the Declaration of Independence. Why is that? Because that was our cultural ethic. Now, why is it that I just love it. I just love it that the villains are killing all these heroes. Why? Because it's a metaphor, folks. It's a metaphor for what they're doing to our culture, our morals, our social mores. They're rewriting the social contract of our society, and they're using the archetypes, and she agrees with it. That's my point. She agrees with this sick revisionist worldview, which is why she likes it and thinks it's intelligent and interesting that they're doing this to the characters of Batman and Superman. That's why, because she agrees with this sick worldview. So that's why these characters that's why they keep doing this to us, because they are giving us the myth, the archetype of Superman and Spider-Man. They were based on those cultural norms. They were based on those cultural ideas of liberty and the individual and a cause against evil doing. And so because they hate that cultural system, they're overturning it in the story. And she's too stupid to get that. You know what I mean? It's why she's doing this review that she has no business doing.
Okay.
Just because you have these big powers doesn't make you the boss of the rest of us, thank you very much.
That argument doesn't work, Chlamydia, because these characters are so incredibly unlikable. It just doesn't work. All right, moving on now, let's talk about Batman and why the direction they chose to go works, apparently.
I mean, I thought that the Batman stuff worked. And again, I know a number of you hated it and it caused a big uproar on the internet, but context, and we're going to discuss that too.
Oh, Oh, really? You're going to give us the context that you have not played the game? Like, you're going to give us the context now? Okay. Well, what do you got for us, Grace?
Context? Who the hell are you to talk to us about context when you didn't even play the Arkham games or research the story?
Sorry, Grizzy, I stepped on your point.
I never played the Arkham games and I never watched those cutscenes.
You are the one missing crucial information with regards to this character, not the gamers. And then you have the nerve to say this.
I know so much about Batman. He and the X-Men are my favorite comic book characters.
God damn it!
I know so much about Batman.
Yeah, smash the like button if you think she's full of shit. So earlier when she said...
Already smashed.
I know a number of you hated it and it caused a big uproar on the internet, but context...
This is what she's referring to.
And I thought that the Babel Protocols recording scene... Powerful stuff, as I said. And, while some of you might find that ending disrespectful, I think the respect shown for Batman in that scene not only balances out the ending, but I think is meant to be a set. And so you have to see both of them together to really understand what's happening.
You are protecting the sick, woke mind virus. That is your only reason for making that bullshit argument. You don't really believe that. That's garbage.
There.
Again, she who does not know the Arkham story understands the character better than those of us who do know the Arkham story.
But the Suicide Squad was moved by the sadness of his last transmission because I believe they respect him.
Bet you didn't think it'd be me at the end, huh, Bets?
Because I believe they respect him.
Boy, you really are a sad little fucker, aren't you?
And her being the one to take out Batman, as she acknowledges, it is a joke.
The only joke here is that this crazy feminist writer thought that that was a fantastic girl boss moment. And speaking of girl power...
Not just Wonder Woman having, representing girl power, but female resilience.
Yes, because they made sure to include in Wonder Woman's character bio that she fights against toxic masculinity.
Oh my God, are you shitting me? She does? Oh no.
Character bio that she fights against.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I feel, I'm telling you, as was all of us in that moment, which is like, I was cloned from a man. And then Az is like, just pulls his headphones off and he's just so defeated. This is why, folks, this is why Az went on his rant, because this is in everything. It's like toxic masculinity. Oh my God. Oh, listen. To the woke wackos out there who are like, oh, you just hate the fact that they're thong. It's like, no, you just don't hear yourselves. You don't hear how boring and stupid you are. You're annoying little hall monitors. You don't know anything about life. Like we see the wokies as pathetic. See, they don't understand that. We regard them as weak people. We regard them as people that are fragile and unable to handle the adversity of life, which is not to say that life is not difficult. Life is difficult. It is difficult. We all have to face that difficulty, even if we're not a marginalized person.
Against toxic masculinity.
The Mascara was created to escape the evils men often perpetrate against women. Even Hippolyta is supposed to have been real.
But by the way, Matt Walsh doesn't give a shit. Matt Walsh doesn't give a shit about games. He doesn't give a shit about nerd culture. He thinks superheroes are stupid. He thinks anime is stupid. It's for children. It's demonic. He hates all that crap. Well, guess what, Matt? Guess what? This is what your attitude gets. This is what the stuffy, holier-than-thou, holy roller conservative side of things that want to look down their nose at anything. I still remember I could not play Final Fantasy when I was a kid because there was magic in it. Well, guess what? This is what you got. You got all the culture has been stolen by these wackos because of that. So screw Matt Walsh. We'll throw him in there too. Screw him and screw chlamydia birds.
Really seriously abused by men. And Harley, of course, was in a very abusive relationship with the Joker. So I think that Wonder Woman and Themyscira probably represent safety to Harley, right? Sanctuary. Almost like Themyscira is a church of women and Wonder Woman is like one of their representatives. And isn't that incredible?
Yes, and I'm sure you all know where she's going with this.
Oh, yeah, scissor.
Now, at first, this is beautiful. Now, at first, it just seemed like Harley was attracted to Wonder Woman, and I think she was. But I think it was ultimately deeper than that. Not only the camaraderie of the LGBT community, which I thought was really great, because, of course, that's something I don't think is explored enough, particularly.
Oh my God, you cannot be serious. It's not. At what point will it, when every single character is gay? Like, will that be when it's explored enough? When there are no straight characters in it? Will that be when? I guarantee you it won't. I guarantee, dude, I'm not even joking. You could have a story with all gay characters in it. It would not be enough because then they'd be whining about how, well, there were no gender fluid characters. I mean, it's like literally.
Put a tick in it, make her gay. Fuck Indiana Jones, put a tick in it and make her name it gay.
Exactly. And in the words of Douglas Murray, himself a gay man.
Sorry, love, you're not a celebrity, you're just gay.
That's exactly the point. Thank you, Douglas.
Hero?
You see, it's this right here that is what's wrong with media today. In film, television, and now video games, you get people who aren't...
I did. I chose this video to bring the temperature down. It's like, dude, it's like, folks. Honestly though, I'm not as angry as I sound. I'm really not, because my attitude is this is so obnoxious. It's so ridiculous. We are in the process of reversing this. Stand fast, Ben. Stand fast. We are in the process of totally reversing this in our society. And they want us to believe that's not possible. They want us to believe that there's no, that the genie's out of the bottle. It can never go back in. And there's truth to that. But this approach to things is losing. It is losing.
even fans.
I never played the Arkham games.
Urging these studios like Disney, Lucasfilm, Disney Marvel, and in this case Rocksteady, to shove this garbage into their games. Look no further than Sweet Baby Inc., who seems to have made that their mission statement, and are now thankfully getting destroyed for it. It's great to see. Moving on. Speaking of Alf Gidding, who seems to have made that their...
I just want to highlight this. It's like the Sweet Baby Inc. CEO makes it clear she wants to erase white male lead characters while employees show disdain for white people. It's like, either we... Look, there's only two social contracts on the table here. In one social contract, we agree to go back to being tribes. We agree to go back to being tribes, and it's a Game of Thrones. And whichever tribe wins is the one that's going to make the rules for the rest of them. We can go back to that model. That's what the wokies apparently want. They think they're going to wind up on the top of that pile, and that's their prerogative. Fine. I'm in favor of the other social contract, which is we are all created equal under God. We are all individuals. We all have the right to try. That doesn't guarantee any of us a living. But I respect you, you respect me. I am willing to go with that social contract. They're choosing the other one. They're choosing the old model. Well, screw them.
Mission statement, and are now thankfully getting destroyed for it. It's great to see.
Yes,
Moving
it is,
on.
Grizzy.
Speaking
Yes,
of
it is.
Alphabet People Joker DLC, I wouldn't be surprised if they make him one. I mean, you look at this and what...
Oh, for God's sake. Oh my God. Look, isn't this crazy? They're making all of the male characters sort of like feminine, like they're giving them the feminine beauty, right? And then they take Wonder Woman and they make her, she's got the face of a dump truck, It's like, what's up with that? What is up with that? Wait, this is... I said this in the chat on a Drink with Crazy stream. I think Elon Musk has a point that we humans, we've got to have new frontiers. We've got to have dreams and a future to reach for, or we start to go a little crazy. We go bananas. And I think we're going bananas, man. We've explored everything. There's nothing that, James Cameron is still diving to the Marianas Trench. Well, that's great for James Cameron. But not all of us can do what James Cameron does because James Cameron is James Cameron. Some of us have to look for other frontiers that we have, and so that's why Elon, I think, has a point when he says that's why I founded SpaceX, that's why I want to go to Mars, because we humans need something to strive for, or we start to go, we go Looney Tunes. And I think that this bizarre gender stuff is like, we're going Looney Tunes, man. we're starting to like draw strange symbols on the walls,
Word immediately comes to mind.
Gay! I just want to say I think that this version of the Joker looks pretty great to me. I think he's a nice mix of the comics and Jared Leto's version of the character, which again...
the freaking worst iteration of the Joker ever. Jared Leto's Joker is garbage. Garbage. And you want to know the number one reason why he's garbage, Jared Leto's Joker? Because he's not funny, because Zack Snyder is a hack. Zack Snyder is one of the dumbest writers of all of them. He's like unbelievable. Rebel Moon was a disaster, and now it's so clear to me. It is so clear to me why Zack Snyder is so crap. It's like his idea of the Joker was unfunny. Unfunny. You cannot have a Joker that's not funny. It destroys the character. Heath Ledger, Mark Hamill, Jack Nicholson, hilarious Jokers that made you laugh, right? That's so important. So she is like, dude. Oh my God, Chlamydia Burns is like, she is a glue eater, man. She's eating a lot of glue.
And a lot of people like to say bad stuff about, but then why isn't he going away?
I'm sorry, Chlamydia, but where are all these Jared Leto Joker plans coming up? I haven't seen any.
But I would go back and watch this new chapter. I'm going to go and watch this new chapter when it comes out because I'm excited about it. And I think that...
You don't give a shit, Grace, Chlamydia. You do not give a shit about any of this. All you care about is the message. Just admit it. Just be like the Sweet Baby Inc. people. Just admit it. That's all you care about.
This idea for the game in the long run is quite clever.
You know what? Bring it on, Rocksteady, and bring it on, Chlamydia Burns. I would love to do a continuation to this video. and I hope you all will be there for it.
We will, Grizzy. That is Grizzy. A hat tip, a captain's salute, a man performing a service to humanity. That's so weird. That's one of the weirdest reviews I've ever seen. It's so bizarre. I mean, just imagine saying, well, I'm not a gamer. I've never played games. I don't like them very much. I have not played this game. I don't know anything about the previous games at all. I saw a couple of cutscenes on it, and I'm really excited to review it. It's like, what? That's so bizarre. I just can't imagine doing that. I can't imagine saying, I have zero interest in this. I've never seen it. I know nothing about it. So here's my review. You know, it's like I reviewed Five Nights at Freddy's, right? And I never played the games. Which I was honest about. I have not played the games. I do not know the lore. But the movie was interesting to me, and I did watch the movie. So I reviewed the movie. You know, it's like I say all the time, I will talk about Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon, the shows. I've never read the books, and I never intend to. Not least because George R. R. Martin never intends to finish them. So screw him. But I have an interest in the show, like in the show. So it's, imagine if I said I've never read Song of Ice and Fire. I've never seen Game of Thrones. I've seen a couple reaction videos to scenes of the Red Wedding. I am now going to review Game of Thrones for you. That's so weird. So bizarre. Even for Grace, that's weird. I'm just saying, I know Grace is, we all know Grace, but even for her, that's a weird one. So, what do we have in the chat? See if I missed anything. Stop, Yuri. Star Fury's out there, folks. He's out there. He says, if Harley ever killed Batman, Joker would make Harley suffer to the end of time. He would. You know, Harley Quinn is a character that they have latched onto because she is the exception that proves the rule, right? Girl bosses are boring, one-dimensional, lame characters written by stupid people who eat glue. Okay? That's what a girl boss is. It is a Mary Sue character that is a Frankenstein monster amalgamation of all the stupid gender studies crap that these NPCs have gotten downloaded from their Berkeley feminist professors. Okay? That's what girl bosses are. And Harley Quinn is one example of this, that because she is from an original source material that was interesting and fit the character of Joker, she is one of these Frankenstein monsters, also played by the brilliant and talented Margot Robbie, who happens to have some actual success in the nerd space as a kind of interesting leading female character. But she is the exception that proves the rule, because the only reason she has any ability to carry a movie or something or a leading role, to the extent that she does, and I think the fullness of time is proving she doesn't, but to the extent that she has had any success, it was because of the good character work that they were repurposing. Right. So in other words, the only way that these woke girl boss characters were able to pull off some modicum of success with this character is because A, they had a great actress in Margot Robbie, but B, because they were able to sort of put a skin suit over the original good writing. Who created the character of Harley Quinn? I'm just curious. Who created the character of Harley Quinn? I want to know the answer to this question right now, live on the Captain's Cast. I'm going straight to Wikipedia. There's no shame to my game. Wikipedia, which is a left-wing rag garbage, take it with a grain of salt. But, you know, we're on a timetable here, so. Always begging for money. And by the way, Wikipedia, you can stop asking. I gave you money years ago when I thought you were only interested in preserving data from a neutral perspective. You are a left-wing propaganda rag that is in collusion with the state to silence the people. Screw you! I'll never give you money again. So screw you, Wikipedia. But I'm going to use you. I'm going to use you and give you nothing in order to, enhance my live stream. So screw you, Wikipedia. Harley Quinn is a character appearing in American comic books published by DC Comics. Blah. She was created by Paul Dini. Oh, is that someone who identifies as male? And Bruce Timm for Batman the Animated Series as a henchwoman. I like that term. I really like that. A henchwoman. I don't know how I'm going to incorporate that, but I'm going to use that somehow. Grace Randolph, a.k.a. Chlamydia Burns, is a henchwoman for the Message. She was created by Paul Dini and Bruce Timm, cis males, not women. The animated, she is a character that was appropriated to be a girl boss. Okay. For the animated series, by the way, because I know that's the game, right? That's the gaslighting. Oh, the captain is saying that women can't. Of course not. So one of my best friends is a female writer, and she's brilliant. And so that is not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying that less talented writers have stolen this character and have carefully, assiduously avoided mentioning that she is a female character that was created by two male writers, Paul Dini and Bruce Timm. She was only intended to appear in one episode, but Quinn became a recurring character within the DC animated universe as the Joker's sidekick and love interest, and was adapted into DC Comics canon 7 years later. So, I mean, I kind of basically knew all that, but I wanted to know who wrote her. And it's so interesting. It's like the origins of the character had some actual good character work and good writing by talented writers who honestly just wrote her as a one-off sidekick. Just a one-off, one-episode side character. But because organically she was interesting. She was an interesting foil for the Joker, a psychologist who he turned crazy. That's a fascinating idea. And so she earned success. And that earned success is what the locusts, the woke mind virus wackos, have appropriated in order to use that to create a girl boss that can roughly approximate something looking like a successful character. Well, it's a house of cards, and it's completely collapsed. It is completely collapsed. She is what she is now is a vapid, useless Mary Sue girl boss who is just a vessel for talentless, glue-eating hacks to carry their message. And she makes me sick. Decorum here. Decorum on the deck. Heterochrome. Why? This is so hard to pronounce. Heterochromedia podcast. Oh, dear Lord. Her voice grates in my brain into cheese. Please stop the pain. And that's Redoubt Productions, right? That's you, Redoubt, I think. Yeah, I know, right? Don't ask Grace these questions. How are the controls? What did you think about the graphics, the weapon choice, the level design? Does she? I mean, you're barking up the wrong tree, man. She says, I have no interest in this. I've never played it. I don't like it. I'm not a gamer. So here's my review. I really love the fact that these heroes were being taken down a peg. Because we don't have to do what they say. It's like not stealing, robbing, murdering people. Like you think that just sucks that you got to live under that boot? Okay. You know what's so interesting is like, I love reading, seeing, and I love writing villains that have nuance and depth. Okay? Nuance and depth. And one of the things that I really like is writing a villain that has just a little bit of light in them, okay? And what I mean by that is that even, barring the most extreme psychopathic character, most villains on some level think what they're doing is right? And so it's always interesting to explore. Like for example, the absolute best villain in the Marvel Cinematic Universe for me is Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin. He is my absolute favorite. He is an all-timer for me. I love that character. In the original Daredevil, not the mangled Frankenstein they turned him into in Echo and the other bullshit. No, but in the Netflix Daredevil, he was awesome because he's such a malevolent, evil, violent, vicious character. He is so evil. He is so ruthless, but there's just a little bit of light in him, that kind of makes you see that there's a wound in him and not in the sobby way where it's like, oh, he had a bad childhood and that lets him off the hook. It's like, no, the fact that he protected his mother, but then also just that turned him into a monster and he just kept going. That's such a fascinating thing because it draws you into the character, just as having a hero that's got a little bit of darkness in them is pretty fun as well. Now, I think that adds layers, and that is not about a character being sympathetic necessarily. That is about a character having layers to their personality, because I think really well-developed characters are often in conflict with themselves. Those are the best characters. By the way, Wokies can't write characters like that. They can't write characters. They cannot. They're terrible at military stuff, right? Why are Wokies so bad at writing maritime or military structures? Like Star Trek Discovery, perfect example. Why are they so bad at this? Because they don't understand the idea of having a conflict between what you want and your duty. They don't understand what it is to have a conflict between honor and love. They don't understand the difference, right? They just think whatever I want and whatever my identity is what I should do. And it's like, well, the military literally demands that you have to sometimes choose between love and duty or friendship and honor or whatever. Because that's reality. Because that's not because, George Lucas wrote that or Battlestar Galactica or whatever. No, it's because that's what soldiers in World War II and World War I and the Civil War had to carry home with them. And that's what they carried in their soul from those experiences. That being a part of a military organization is about sacrifice and duty is not easy. They're terrible at writing characters like this because why? Because that requires layers within a personality. That requires conflict. Battlestar Galactica, which I'm a great fan, has the amazing episode in which Starbuck, Kareth Race, is lost on a planet. She's running out of oxygen, but they don't know where she is. She's crash landed and they're looking for her. And Admiral Adama, I think he's still Commander Adama at that time. Commander Adama he has a personal friendship with her. He thinks of her like a daughter. And so he has commanded the entire fleet to search for her, right? Well, at first, everyone's fine with this. Yeah, go find your pilot. Go find her, right? But as the episode unfolds and they're failing to find her and they're spending their fuel, they're spending their resources, the civilian fleet is left unguarded. The Cylons could arrive and wipe out the last vestiges of humanity at any moment. Slowly but surely, people start to say, hey, Commander, we gave it a good shot, but we're not finding her. It's time to go. She's probably dead anyway. And Adama ignores them. He ignores them. He's like, no, we continue the search. And then his own son, who is a friend and sort of a bit, he's got kind of latent romantic feelings for Kara and vice versa. That would be Lee Adama. He starts to even say, Dad, come on, seriously, believe me, I don't want to leave Kara behind, but, we're risking all of humanity. We have a duty. We have a duty. And Adama says, screw that, and he pulls in all the resources that he can, and he totally abandons the civilian fleet, and he doubles down, and he goes even crazier looking for Kareth Race. And this just keeps getting worse and worse and worse, and now it's turning into an almost mutiny. It's almost a mutiny at this point, because even Saul Tigh, his first officer, they all start telling Adama, his own son, they start to say, you are risking the security of the fleet. You are doing this for personal reasons. You are violating your oath of uniform. You are going to get all of the human race killed because you have a personal relationship with this with this pilot, Kara Thrace. And this is wrong. And sort of the final plea as the clock is wound out and she should be out of oxygen and she should be dead by now. So it really is time to give it up. And there's this scene where Adama finally has to admit defeat. It takes everything. He literally has to almost face a mutiny before he finally wakes up to the fact that his duty is to leave his pilot behind. And so he says, okay, take us back to the civilian fleet. And as he's walking out of the CIC, he runs into his son, Lee Adama, who he has a very strained relationship with. And Lee Adama says to him, you know, I just have to wonder. I just have to wonder, Dad, if it were me down there and not Kara, would you have stayed this long? Would you have wasted all these resources and endangered the entire human race? Would you have done all of this if it were me down there? And he's got this kind of attitude about it. And then Adama leans in and says, if it had been you down there, we would have never left. And then he just walks away. And Lee is just stunned by that. And I'm not going to lie, I shed tears. Like, I mean, it's a fucking great episode. It's in season 1. It's an amazing, amazing story. That whole story is about the conflict in Adama, both the elder and the younger. It's about the conflict in them, about their love and their friendship for Kara Thrace, in conflict with their duty to humanity and their oath to their uniform. All three of those layers, you know, that they're betraying their crew, they're betraying their oath, all of that. That requires complexity, that requires nuance, that requires layers of a character, it requires uncomfortable truths, it requires complex, morally gray questions. Wokies do not have the talent to write those characters. In their view, the character is fully justified in literally just sacrificing the whole human race for love and friendship. Ugh, it's so boring. It's so boring. So anyway, there you go. Tom is in the chat. Ahoy, Tom. Tom says, yard work done. Back on board. Good. It's been a barn burner, Tom. You don't want to miss this episode. By the way, in case you missed it, the captain is putting together a Fallout campaign on this channel, and I want to live stream it. Stormcrow's already in, and maybe Tim Allen. I'm not sure. I have to find out. But let me know in the Discord, Tom, if you're in. Or, well, you know, just let me know. Let me know. We talking about duty? What? Captain talking about duty? That spelled D-O-O-D-I? No, not that duty. Yeah, okay, there you go. There you go, Tom. That duty. Duty, honor. Well, anyway, my point was just that they can't write complex, layered characters. That would be the Wokies, the Shills, mediocre writers. They don't do that because they... And they suck at writing maritime or nautical or military fiction. Dude, that's why Starfield's such garbage, because they can't write that kind of conflict. Because they don't believe that conflict should exist. Because they live in a fantasy land. They live in a fantasy land constructed and conceived in the halls of Berkeley by some wacko leftist professor. And they just think that can be applied to reality. And it just can't. Because in reality, there are hard choices to be made. There are no easy answers. And that's the whole point. Even Game of Thrones had a great speech about that with Jon Snow, and it was like a man has to choose love or duty. I mean, that's classic stuff, folks. Classic stuff. So that is Grizzy. What did I wrote this down. Did I show this clip? No, I did show that clip. We don't need to see any more of her. Ugh. Anyway, Shills defending. Oh, I forgot about this. Fu Man Blue gets a shout out because I've been watching, and Fu Man Blue's been watching the Grizzy stream. Grizzy has started streaming. And so this is a thing which happened. Hang on. Let me cue this up. And thank you for providing the time code, Fu Man Blue. And I meant to watch the rest. I watched about 10 minutes of this stream, and I had work to do, and I unfortunately couldn't watch the rest of it, but he's pretty good so far. But anyway, this happened.
All right, so that's pretty much all I had for the show today. Oh, I did have a super chat earlier I need to hit real quick. I found you through the store Fuman Blue. I found you through the Swords and Starships channel.
Hey.
We love laughing at your shill vids together. Hail the Iron Age. Well, thank you. yeah, fortunately I don't know who those guys are. So,
folks, he doesn't know who we are. He doesn't know who those guys are. Grizzy, we got it. Dude, I would love to live stream with Grizzy. That'd be so fun.
I'll have to go check them out. But glad you guys found me. I always enjoy seeing the reactions to the reactors in my videos. So those are always real fun to watch on my end. I do watch those occasionally sometimes.
Dude, well, there's plenty of those on this channel. So hat tip for Man Blue and Grizzy. There it is. We get a shout out. And continued success to Grizzy in his live streaming journey. That's what I meant to say. Dude, I love live streaming. I think live streaming, honestly, I think I'd only do live streaming if the algorithm just loved it, but it doesn't. So, but that's not to say that making videos is a burden. It's not. I enjoy making videos, but this is much more fun to me. I enjoy being with you. I enjoy, when I first created this channel, I thought I am building a show, right? I'm building a show. I'm building a entertainment, and that's part of it. But what you, my dear chat, my dear sailors and starnauts, have taught me is that what we are actually building, and I did not truly understand the meaning of this until I experienced it. We are building a fellowship. A fellowship. That's a great realization. It's like it's actually, it's like a village. We're building a village. We're building a village on Discord and in the chat. It's awesome. Yes. And Star Fury, yes, well done, Fu Man Blue. Well done, says Star Fury. I came across this online. I just have to show you this. Hopefully I don't get... It's only a minute. It's a short. You never know. You never know, like, whether other channels are going to be super picky, copyright-wise, but it's only a short, and I saw this, and I thought, we've got to see this. Okay, here you go. Here you go.
I was so worried, but now everything's okay.
Be amazed, ladies and gentlemen, because we are clearly looking at the greatest hero to ever exist on this great earth. What?
Oh, sure. When Godzilla destroys half the city and kills the unstoppable threat to save the world, everyone cheers. But when I do it, everyone gets all grouchy and judgmental.
I see how it is.
Hey, way to go, Godzilla. You killed those awful creatures that only wanted to breed. You know who else wanted to procreate at the expense of humanity? Zod. That's right. Welcome.
That is the best thing. Oh my god, so funny. Dude, that is why I hate Godzilla as the hero right there. That's basically it. That is basically why Godzilla's just not, he's not the hero. That's why Godzilla -1 is the best. He is meant to be feared. He's meant to be. It's so dead on accurate though. It's like Superman's like, oh, gee, when he trashes the whole city, but he saves the day. Oh, it's all good. But when I do it to stop Zod, I'm the bad guy. It's like, well, he's got a point. He's got quite the point there. Oh, that is, it's like, well, you should know better, Superman. Godzilla is special, okay? If you can't tell, I am a Godzilla as villain absolutist. Like, I just think, I'm okay with Godzilla, being a third party against another monster that's a villain. I'm okay with that. I really despise the Monarch universe. I kind of liked the first Monarch Godzilla film, and I kind of liked Godzilla versus Kong. Actually, Kong on Skull Island was pretty good, I have to say. But the universe as a whole, I really despise. And after seeing Godzilla -1, and literally not because I was interested at all, but because I was curious how it would feel to watch that first Godzilla film with Bryan Cranston. I was curious to see like how I would see it after having watched Godzilla -1. So I watched it. And I mean, I was like, oh, this is awful. Like this is, I did not enjoy it like at all. The American Godzilla one. And you want to know like one of the number one things that like, that just disgusted me about it? They change the story such that the nuclear tests on Bikini Atoll were not nuclear tests for weapons testing. They were an attempt to destroy Godzilla that failed. And I thought, oh my God, like the how completely, that's as bad as the Holdo maneuver to me. I mean, that's like the Holdo maneuver of Godzilla, because the entire premise of the Godzilla myth is that he is the result of humanity's sin. He's the result of humanity's sin of nuclear weapons testing, proliferation, and generally our warlike nature. That's basically what Godzilla represents. He is that sin. And so in the Monarch universe, they strip it. They strip it of all that moral weight. Because now it's that we were actually the good guys. We were just trying to protect ourselves or Godzilla, and it just didn't work out. That's why we had the nuclear weapons, which is doubly bad. It's doubly bad because A, it strips the moral depth of the story completely out of it, and it lets humanity off the hook. It erases our sin, but also it ignores the fact that the reality is that is why we tested nuclear weapons, because of our warlike nature and frankly our insanity. Our insanity. You know, it's like as a species, you know, the idea of the fusion bomb is insane. You know, what we tested on Bikini Atoll was 100 times more powerful than Hiroshima. That's lunacy. That's crazy, self-destructive lunacy. Okay? And we did it in our environment in which we live and breathe and drink water. As Quark says in Deep Space Nine, they irradiated their own planet? It's like, that's insane. So no, that is our sin. We should own that sin. Like, it's so stupid that the American movie, it takes that out of it. It's so stupid. And it's like all the scenes where all the it's like a bunch of garbage CGI vomit. Oh, I hate it. I went from kind of liking it to absolutely hating it, because Godzilla -1 reminded me, like, okay, this is the story. This is the story. And it's a brilliant, powerful, moving story. That's what it's supposed to be. I would read, you know, it is no trouble at all for me to read in Japanese. I love, or the subtitles with the film in Japanese, because that's far more enjoyable to me than watching even 10 minutes of the American garbage version. It's like, oh my God, it's the McDonald's brand of kaiju movie. It's just, you know, we Americans should just stay the hell out of, you know, we should just stay in our lane. We should stay in our lane. We should not be making kaiju movies. We just shouldn't, okay? That's not a self-hating thing. Look, America, you know, I'm pro-America. But you know, kaiju movies, that's not our business, all right? That's not what we're good at. You know, it's just not in our wheelhouse. Leave that to the professionals, and that would be Toho Studios and Takashi Yamazaki. They would be the professionals. So in this matter. Fu Man Blue. Godzilla can't talk, so they're okay with all the destruction. Yeah, it's not his fault, folks. He's an animal, you know? He and at his basic level, he's just an animal, but no. It is so annoying though that like and they really amped it up in the American version that he's the hero. He's the hero. No, he's not. No, he is not. He is the personification of our sin, and that's what he's supposed to be. Programación Evoles 3D says Monarch Universe turns nuclear weapons as last resort but needed tool for mankind, which is the total opposite of what Godzilla really means. They did not miss the point at all. All right, it's all right. The nuclear arms race debate. Let's do this, Programación. And welcome aboard. The captain welcomes you and salutes you. Okay, let me make sure I understand your chat here. Okay, so Programación Evolus 3D says Monarch Universe turns nuclear weapon. By the way, if you like the Monarch Universe, no shade to you. I am not. You're welcome to like it. It's just my opinion. It's just my opinion. Don't read into that, okay? But Monarch Universe turns nuclear weapons as a last resort, but needed tool for mankind, which is the total opposite of what Godzilla really means. Clarify that a little for me, Programacion, because I don't know. I'm reading it wrong? Okay. You're reading it wrong. I agree with you at everything. Okay, that's my bad. The captain, the captain is a... I've been nipping at the glue a little bit today, okay? The captain's eating glue, too. All the best writers are doing it these days. Captain is eating glue. He does not understand the chat. But I do like your point about nuclear weapons as a last resort. You know, it's like now we're digging into Oppenheimer talk here. But I'll tell you, one of the reasons I do love the Oppenheimer film, like one of the major elements of that film I love is when Oppenheimer himself is up against Strauss in the arguments about the super, which is what we now know as the hydrogen bomb, aka the thermonuclear bomb, right? When they say thermonuclear, that's what they're referring to, is the super, the hydrogen bomb. Instead of using fission, like the Hiroshima or an atom bomb uses fission. And by the way, I'm just saying this for the whole audience. I know that most of you in this chat probably already know this, so just indulge me. But the thermonuclear weapon it's anywhere from 100 to, and I'm not shitting you folks, 100 to 1,000 times, depending on the yield, more powerful than the hydrogen or the atom bomb is, right? Because as we all know, fusion releases vastly more amounts of energy than fission does. Now, what really puts that in perspective is that what is the detonator for a thermonuclear weapon? Well, the detonator for a thermonuclear reaction is a fission reaction. So in other words, the type of bomb, an atom bomb that was dropped on Nagasaki, that type of bomb is the detonator cap for a thermonuclear bomb. That would be the modern weapons, right? So I guess what I'm saying, Programacion, is, okay, at the time that the Manhattan Project took place, I could agree with you that that project was a last resort, and it was in a sense necessary. Okay, the thermonuclear weapon was total insanity. It was absolute total insanity. There was no reason for us to create that weapon except pure hubris as a species, and that's just my point of view. I don't believe there was any justification, tactically or morally, for developing a thermonuclear bomb. And we are so lucky we're even here to talk about it. Because about 5 or 6 times in the 20th century, at least, those things almost wiped us out by just a close shave. Obviously, the Cuban Missile Crisis was the most notable. And you do not want to know how close we came, because it's closer than you think. We came just, but for honest to God accidents, we avoided that fate. I mean, it's crazy. There's a great book called The Doomsday Machine. I highly recommend it. Written by a liberal author, by the way, but he is 100% on track. I mean, he's got a little bit of TDS, but that aside, the main subject matter of the book is chilling. It's chilling. And he knows his facts on this. So anyway, there's a lot of other great material out there. My point is, I think that there was no justification for bombs that big, but we built them anyway. And that is really the point of Godzilla to me. Godzilla is a moral tale. It is a moral tale about the fire that we're playing with, and we don't understand. And also there is an allegory in there about, I will say, in defense of the Monarch universe, they did preserve one thematic element, which is that nature has a way of teaching us a lesson. That, like, nature, we think we control nature, but really we are not nearly as powerful as we think we are. And that was preserved in the Monarch universe, and fair enough there. You say Programacion says Americans twist this into a not my fault excuse. What's not our fault? What did we do? No, yeah, you probably have a point there. Yeah, I do think that the basic rationale for developing the atom bomb was part of the World War II, just general insanity. Like World War II was like World War I before it, was just a case of just constantly escalating insanity. And I will totally admit that. Now, I'm not saying there's a moral equivalence. There is no moral equivalence between the Axis and the Allies. So do not misunderstand. I am not saying, the only reason we're not the war criminals is because we wrote the history. That's a bullshit leftist gaslighting argument. It's not true. It's not true. You know the proof of that is? The proof of that is we criticize ourselves. That's the proof of that. I really hate this. Redoubt Productions can probably agree with me here. I don't know. Maybe you do. There's this line that like history is written by the victors, and obviously there's basic truth to that. But what that line is implying is that the victors will always just make up whatever they want the history to be, and because they're the only ones left standing, they just get to make that the truth. And it's like, well, no, that's what totalitarians do. When totalitarians are the victors, there are no countervailing facts that make them look bad, ever. That's the whole point. They control what the truth is. Notice how wokies, they never criticize themselves. Do you notice that? Like, yes, there will be woke on woke crimes. Like, you're not supposed to do that. That's a marginalized person. But that's still going according to their sick rules, right? And whenever there's woke on woke crime, it's not because they're criticizing, hey, are we doing the right thing here? It's because they're saying, no, that's not the rule. This is the rule. And they're like, no, it isn't. This is the rule. That's the rule. And so they're just having a disagreement about which rule was broken. What's really funny is when there's two rules that cannot occupy the same space, and their brains start to melt because they're like, oh, both are true, but both are at odds with each other. Oh no! then the woke bot starts to like melt down, But in any case, they don't look at themselves critically. They don't ever say, I'm talking about a believer. I'm talking about a Sweet Baby Inc. employee who you will never hear them say, maybe we've overstepped, or is this right? Is this wrong? So I'm just saying ethical, moral civilizations, they may embellish history. They may write a history that makes them look slightly better. That's certainly true. But you will also notice that it is Western civilization, it is democratic societies which also endlessly wring their hands and criticize themselves. Because if it were true that the victors write everything, well, then we would have wrote that the Vietnam War was an honorable, noble defense of democracy, and it was the evil villains that defeated us, and it was not our fault, and all those lives sacrificed were worth it. It's like, well, we don't write that in history. We write quite the opposite. We write that it was a terrible, senseless boondoggle, and it got millions of people killed for nothing. So anyway, that was a long rant. My point is, I don't think that I do honestly have a very self-critical view of like our use and proliferation of nuclear weapons, and I think it is a terrible thing that we invented them. But I also think, in a way, like we're either going to learn the lessons we've got to learn before it's too late, or we're not. And that's just how it is. And I don't really worry that much about that because that is the universe unfolding. I will do my part as an individual to the extent I can do anything to advocate that we make the right decision and not nuke ourselves. But like, we're already facing another issue with AI. It's like AI is the next nuclear weapons. It's like AI is the next thing that we've got, Google Gemini is a perfect example of like my belief about AI, which is AI will be a reflection. It will reflect back to us our social morals, our social mores, our societal mores, and our morals. It will reflect those back to us. And what's crazy to me is I think Google Gemini literally reflected wokeness right back at them. a bunch of woke wackos programmed that thing with inclusion and diversity and for history for a modern audience. And what did it reflect? It reflected the total erasure of white people from history. Folks, I'm telling you right now, that is chilling. That is chilling. Because listen, if the Yahtzees had written an AI program like Gemini, what do you think it would have done? It would have erased any groups from society that they did not like. That's what it would have done. What do you think it would have done if the Soviets had created it? It would have erased from society anyone that could be considered the bourgeoisie or the rich, the wealthy class. Right? It would have recast everyone as a proud worker in the proletariat. Like, in other words, it would have reflected back at them what they want. That's what's so scary about it, right? The ideal they claim to be supporting. They know it's wrong. In fact, let me grab this article. I'm going to grab this article right after I get off the chat. I love your comments, Programacion. I love them. And I love pronouncing your title because it's fun. Redoubt Production says, we all owe a debt of gratitude to Vasily Arkhipov for having a level head in 1962. You know what? I'd have to brush up on my history, but I think you might be referring to the officer aboard the Russian submarine that thought it was being fired upon by American ships, and the commissar on the ship ordered them to use a tactical nuclear weapon. And if that sub had fired it, then it would have started World War III. And it was, I think that's who you're talking about, Vasily Arkhipov, who refused, on pain of death, refused to fire that tactical nuclear weapon. That I think that's exactly what you're talking about, which is, again, we are so lucky. We are so lucky that that was the case. And there's a lot of instances like that throughout the 20th century that would chill you to the bone. Redoubt says, what's important to remember is the U.S. started atomic weapons program because Yahtzee Germany was engaging in a similar concept. They were, and we had no way of knowing that they had chased all the good scientists, except for Heisenberg, out of their society because of their sick worldview. And they had chased all those scientists to us. And so they were never going to get the bomb. But we had no way of knowing that. And God forbid if they had. That would have been a nightmare for the world. Can you just imagine what a nightmare that would be? The Yahtzees getting the nuclear weapon. Anyway, so yes, I do not judge harshly our ancestors for making the choices they made. They were in a situation, it's so easy. It is so easy for us today in our comfortable, libertine society to sit here in our comfy chairs with our iPhones and just navel gaze about the finer moral points of what our ancestors did. Now that we are safe in the knowledge that we won World War II, but they had no way of knowing that was going to be the outcome. They had no way of knowing that. So they were in a desperate situation, and they had to make difficult moral choices. And I really dislike the scene in Oppenheimer when Harry Truman, and it was a real thing that Truman did say to Oppenheimer. It was absolutely accurate, but it was the way that Gary Oldman performed it that bothered me, because Oppenheimer goes into the White House and he tells Truman, he's talking about how guilty he feels about what he's done to the Japanese. That would be Oppenheimer. And Truman says, "What? Hold on a second. You're not the one who dropped the bomb. I dropped the bomb. That's who they're going to remember. They're going to remember I dropped the bomb." And then as Oppenheimer's walking out, he says, "I never want that crybaby in my office again." That really did happen in history. However, and that was Nolan's interpretation of it. And I think this is my interpretation of that historical event. I think what Truman was saying was that I am the man who made the decision. The responsibility rests with me. And I think he was saying that from a place of guilt himself. He was saying, he had to live with that. Truman had to live with giving that order. There's a great scene, again, Battlestar Galactica, where Commander Adama orders the Vipers to shoot down a civilian ship that is probably got Cylons with a nuclear bomb on it that's going to take out the fleet. But it means shooting down a bunch of civilians. Kara Thrace refuses the order. She refuses the order, but Lee Adama accepts the order and he shoots it down. And there's a great scene later where Bill Adama, the commander, is saying to his son, Lee Adama, listen, I gave the order. It's my responsibility. And I love how Lee comes back with, I'm the one who fired the cannon. That's mine. And I thought, that's a great scene. I love that scene a lot. Again, military duty and the morality of that. And I feel that that's what Truman was saying to Oppenheimer. He was saying, this is not your responsibility. It's the responsibility of the man who gave the order to drop it. Now, am I right about that? I have no way of knowing. It's lost to history. It's my personal intuition based on the mores, the morals of the time and what I know of those events. That is how I would interpret it. And I could very well be wrong. It could be that Nolan was right and that Truman had a very almost ghoulish delight in that he had dropped this bomb and it was almost a point of pride. I don't believe that. I don't believe that Truman dropped that weapon and felt pride about it. I think he felt horrible about it, and that's why he was saying that. So anyway, there you go. And Redoubt says, especially with the tensions that rapidly developed between the Soviet Union and the Western Allies in the immediate aftermath of the German defeat, show of force was definitely on the mind of the U.S. Absolutely. Programacion says, feedback is a bit slow. I'm going to Discord now. Do you mean my feedback, Programacion? If so, I'm slower on the Discord. So stay in the chat. I'll try to keep up, if that's what you're talking about. It could be, yeah, the chat does come through a little slow on StreamYards. That when I wasn't gonna throw no Star Fury. Don't Star Fury. The captain was gonna throw down on Programacio. I was not gonna throw down. I was excited. Listen, I like debating things. I do. I enjoy disagreement. See, that's why I find the Wokies so boring, because it's like they don't want anyone to disagree with them. They want to live in a world where everyone agrees with them. I don't. I enjoy disagreeing with people. I do. Now, I don't enjoy, totalitarians trying to that I don't enjoy, but I do enjoy yeah, let's have a debate. Like, who's the best Batman? Like, I love that. I'm not going to throw down. I mean, I might. Programacion says, I meant my responses, not catching at current speed of the conversation. I'm here, no hurries. Okay, cool. I am here for you, my dear audience. The captain's duty. The captain's duty is to put on a good show. So I'm just making sure I'm doing my bid for king and country. For king and country. Not really, because I'm not in monarchist. But that's for, I like to throw a bone to Star Fury once in a while, Well, every now and then, if Star Fury's on his best behavior, I'll give him a God save the king. But not today. Not today. Are you a monarchist, Star Fury? Out with it, man. Out with it. I think, should we revisit the Fallout trailer? I think we should. I do have more fun stuff in the stack of stuff. I have this weird feeling I'm forgetting something, though. Oh, yes. The article, of course. Of course. I had this article pulled up for you. No, that's not it. Where did I have it? Hang on. Okay. Where I actually, there it is. Okay. No, it's this one. Copy and paste. I'm trying to avoid dead air here. Copy and paste, which is riveting content. Okay, here we go. I just want to quickly touch on this story, right? This from Bounding Into Comics. Opinion, this is by Stephen Kent. How Palpatine's good is a point of view. Dang ads. Sorry, I can't zoom in because the ads are screwing it up. But anyway, how Palpatine's good is a point of view fooled not only Anakin Skywalker, but also a generation of Star Wars fans. And he has this great story. He kind of just has this great opinion piece about how really morality is something kind of innate. And he says, ever since the horrific October 7th attack on Israel by the terrorist organization Hamas, I've been thinking a lot about the reality of good and evil and when exactly Westerners lost sight of how to tell the difference between the two. And what made me think of this, close quote for a second, what made me think of this was Grace Randolph, aka Chlamydia Burns. When she says, oh, I just love it. I just love it that these heroes they're not in charge anymore. And I think she is a perfect example of what this guy's talking about, right? Open quote, from the pro-Palestinian protests blocking major highways to the mainstream calls for, mass deletion of a certain group on every college campus, we're seeing now the rotten fruit of seeds planted in the years after 9/11. Moral relativism has taken over our culture. And I'll just kind of skip to sort of the lead here. And he just talks about, let's see, from the moment Palpatine remarked to Anakin Skywalker that good is a point of view and that the Sith and the Jedi are similar in almost every way, including their quest for greater power, many Star Wars fans began to take this idea seriously. Just as Anakin, sorry, a little shill sneaking in there. Anakin Skywalker took it seriously. And it's easy to see why. Given what is going on in the real world with America's slide from justified victim, that would be in the 9/11 attacks, to human rights abuser, shown most clearly in the infamous Abu Ghraib prison reports of late 2003, we've never recovered from this crisis of self-perception. I would argue, honestly, though, I really think that this dates all the way back to Vietnam and before. And interestingly enough, I think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had a great point. He sort of dates it as when I think it was during the Kennedy administration was like the first verifiable time that the American public saw that the government had lied to them, because the government lied about a crashed spy plane in Russia. Redoubt Productions probably knows what I'm talking about. And because he is a far greater historian than is the captain. But, and it was that moment that we started to realize, oh, our government is lying to us. And I think that's really when it started, which is probably going all the way back to the 60s. But in any case, the article goes on. Good guys must be bad guys, and bad guys must be misunderstood or even good. I was like Anakin once. My 20s were a time of taking Palpatine's words as fact. I affirmed lies with who's to say, and covered a handful of personal failings with the warm blanket of having, quote, empathy. It feels very good to win the battle of who is more open-minded, something that explains much of our disintegrating culture in the West. The smartest people in the room tend to be those who can best explain the case for barbarism, terror, and death. But it's a deception. The same people who take Palpatine at his word don't tend to have nice things to say about what Anakin did to the younglings in the Jedi Temple. They know that was wrong, but for some reason, the fandom narratives about Anakin's fall being justified always goes back to the corruption within the Jedi Order, as if a religious institution being politicized is a straight line to justifying their extermination and the death of innocents. Years later, in Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, Luke Skywalker is training with Yoda on Dagobah, and he wants to know about the dark side. He asks first, is the dark side stronger? Yoda answers, no, quicker, easier, more seductive. Luke goes on, how am I to know the good side from the bad? A good question. Yoda is clear in his response. You will know when you are calm, at peace, passive. C.S. Lewis, The Chronicles of Narnia, spoke about this very idea on air during the German air raids over London during World War II. He broadcast a series of talks between 1941 and 1944, which are now collected in the book Mere Christianity, where Lewis works his way through ethical questions about human existence that led him to believe in God. His first observation is that we human beings know right from wrong innately. He calls this the law of nature, beginning with simple indecencies such as, hey, you took my seat, I was sitting there first, and leave that person alone, he isn't doing you any harm. Human beings appeal to one another's sense of what the standards of behavior should be. We almost expect people to know it. Now, just close quote for a second. I don't think he's saying and nor would I say that this means that humans are born good and that if you just leave a child alone, they'll become a moral person. I don't believe that, and I don't think that's what he's saying here, but I'll just speak for myself. I don't believe that, but I do agree that our essential nature is goodness. I do believe that. Now, our essential nature also includes insanity. It just does. I think it also includes evil. Like, that's also part of our essential nature. And so upbringing is about teaching us how to resist the dark side. That's the way I look at it. We are naturally good, but there is a dark side, and it will try and pull us in. And so the nature of morality and upbringing and being a good parent and all, and being taught these things, well, that's about being taught how to resist the dark side, right? That's how I see it. So I do agree with him that we are innately good. That doesn't mean that we don't need, like, to be taught morals, you know, if that makes any sense. So resuming with the article. The other band very seldom replies to hell with your standard. If they do, a special excuse is about to follow, he continues. Anakin Skywalker knew that murdering Jedi children was wrong. But he had a special excuse in what he saw of Mace Windu's attempt to arrest Palpatine, as well as his visions of Padme's untimely death. Leftist Americans know that the mass murder and rape of Israeli civilians attending a music festival is wrong. But if they can fit the victims into the position of colonizer, it can be tolerated in the name of social justice. Lewis asks us to make note of the things we make excuses for. It tends to be what we make excuses for: cowardice, anger, revenge, lust, and greed. No one makes excuses for not cheating on their spouse, or not screaming when they're angry, or not attacking an enemy in the streets. As Yoda suggests, when you are still, listening, calm, and at peace, you know what the good side is, and you can distinguish it from the bad you've always known. Anakin Skywalker was the opposite of all these things. He was panicked, paranoid, stressed, and he was filled with a sense of impending doom. Does that sound like any Wokies you know? I mean, isn't it incredible? It's like, this is so dead on. I wasn't even going to read this far, but this is such a great piece. It's so good, and it literally fits perfectly into why... You know, you've got this chick who is saying, oh, I don't have any white people on my team because we all know that the safest environment is a place where everyone is just, verbatim, folks, her verbatim quote, just like you. Oh, my God. I mean, my God. It's hard not to be shocked when you hear something like that. But folks, she lives in a world, that chick, where she is always panicked, paranoid, stressed, and filled with a sense of impending doom. Oh my God, climate change. Oh my God, systemic racism. Oh my God. Just like Anakin. Resuming with the article, Anakin Skywalker, when he dreamed of the death of his mother in the Attack of the Clones, he was a prime target for Palpatine's deception. And so are we. All of us living in times of chaos and cultural unraveling, worrying about the future of democracy and self-government. We are gripped in the 24-hour news cycle of terror and anxiety. Our heroes are constantly torn down and recast as villains. Hello, Grace. Hello, Grace Randolph. And our country has without a doubt gotten worse, not better, in the years since the 9/11 attacks. But this did not happen because America responded to genuine evil with strength and a sense of righteousness. It happened because we blinked. And that would be Stephen Kent of Bounding Into Comics with an absolutely brilliant piece. Second time I've read it on the show, and well worth it. Well worth it. Not least because, like, I have seen this in the Star Wars narrative around the prequels. Because when I watched the prequels, I was firmly entrenched in the moral ethos of the original trilogy. And so to me, when Palpatine is making that case to Anakin in Revenge of the Sith, by the way, my second favorite film in the Star Wars saga, I love Revenge of the Sith, I was never persuaded that the Jedi were evil or that Anakin had any justification whatsoever. Like, none. To me, that was cut and dried. I never had, but I've always kind of heard like, well, the Jedi were becoming corrupt and the Jedi were this and that. It's like, well, that may be true, but the Jedi were not evil. You know, there's no moral equivalence between the Jedi Order and the Sith. There's none. The Sith are evil, the Jedi are not. Now, the Jedi may have done some bad things. They may have gone too far in their quest to stop the bloodshed and the Separatist War, and I think all that's great. That's all fertile territory to explore from a storytelling perspective. But what's weird is that some fans, and I'm not calling them out, I'm just saying I think it's a misguided reading of the film to say that, oh, well, there's kind of good and bad on both sides. It's like, no, Palpatine was lying. He was lying when he said that to Anakin. He was trying to wheedle. He was trying to seduce Anakin to the dark side when he said, the Jedi and the Sith are similar in almost every way, including their quest for greater power. It's like, well, the Jedi were getting more power, but they were not seeking it. You know, it's like, that's not to say that their order did not have problems. It did, but like he's using that to wheedle. It's like, you know, did America and the United Kingdom engage in area bombing, also known as carpet bombing and incendiary bombing of both Germany and Japan with horrendous tolls and human casualties, most of them civilians? Absolutely. Absolutely. Does that mean that we were on the same moral footing as the Yahtzees? No. No, it does not. And by the way, those, as morally flawed as that is, it was in an effort, a desperate one, by the way, a desperate effort to stop what was happening, to stop the Germans, to stop the Japanese Empire. It was to stop them, right? So does it justify it morally? Well, that's a question for more enlightened people. But I'm just saying it's a far stretch to say that there's a moral equivalence, you know? And, you know, it's interesting, too, because I've heard so many people in my generation. I was kind of surprised, you know, years ago when I first started hearing people of roughly my age start to say things like, well, you know, even World War II was about companies making money. And it's like, well, no. I mean, yes, there were lots of industrialists that made lots of money in World War II. And yes, they did go on to become the military-industrial complex. But that was not the driving force behind that war. It just simply was not. You know, this country did everything possible to stay out of it. Both times, you know, both world wars, America did not want to be involved. It took a lot before we were like, okay, fine. But the thing is, back then, America did not do half measures. We did not do half measures back then. It was like, okay, this time we're taking them out and they're not coming back. Meaning the enemy. That was basically our attitude. And it meant eradicating their ideology and removing it before we left. You know, it's like, so long rabbit hole there. But my point is that, you know, why is it that Grace Randolph thinks that it's so clever and it's so interesting and it's such great storytelling to see Batman get shot in the head by Harley Quinn? Why does she think that's so clever, even though it's a boring, overused trope at this point? But never mind that. Why does she think that's so interesting and enlightening? Well, it's because of this reason. Because she is making excuses. As Elon Musk put it, he looks around and he sees people concerned about looking good while doing evil. And it's like, hello, Sweet Baby Inc. Hello, all these wackos, like these crazy people that are involved in these companies that are saying openly that they segregate by race their staff. You know, it's like, how did we get here? Well, this is how we got here. By making excuses for evil acts and making excuses on morally relativistic terms. You know? That's how we got here. That's why all of our heroes are villains and all of our villains are heroes now. That's why Captain Hook in that disgusting, despicable, hateful little piece of trash, Peter Pan and Wendy, that is why Captain Hook is the hero. He's the sad victim of mean old Peter Pan, who beat him up because he wanted his mother. I can never get over it, folks. I swear to God, it's that movie. Peter Pan beat him up and then cut off his hand and fed it to a crocodile because Peter Pan said, you're not allowed to go see mommy. You're not allowed to grow up. Can I just point something out about that movie too? It's so bizarre to have Jude Law, right? Jude Law, he is an adult ass man, right? And he's the guy that's sort of the sob victim, and the villain is this child. There's something weird about that, folks. Just like visually, you have this kid that's playing Peter Pan, who's just one of the worst cast. No offense to the kid. He's one of the worst child actors I have ever seen. I mean, he's almost as bad as the Avatar live action actors. He's so bad. He is actually, no, the guy playing, the Avatar character in what's his name? I'm sorry, I forget. I'm not an Avatar guy. I'm sorry. Avatar live action, the Avatar, the titular Avatar. It's like right on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, worst child actor I think I've ever seen ever. Except, the only actor almost as bad is the one that played Peter Pan and Wendy. And I'm like, but there's something so bizarre about this poor kid who should not be in this movie. I'm talking about the actor, right? He's way out of his league. And yet I am meant to hate him and like feel bad for the grown ass man, Jude Law, who's just now he cut off my hand and he was mean. And I'm like, oh, this is so weird. This is so weird. Oh my God, I'll never forget just when Wendy just bitch slaps him. That's one of the best things I've ever seen. Let me see if I mean in the worst thing I've ever seen, but in you know what I'm saying. It's been long enough. I wonder if I can find this. Wendy slaps Peter Pan. I mean, she cold cocks him. She cold cocks him like he's down for the count. It's so funny. Hang on. It's and her rationale, by the way, is that Peter, I forget whatever the stupid bonehead plot was, but it was something along the lines of he left them to go fight Captain Hook or something, and they were kind of left for dead. I think she'll explain it here. I'm literally only going to play the relevant section because I do not want to get in trouble. Because this movie's not worth getting in trouble over. Trust me on that. Stop share new screen. You've got to see this, chat. You've got to see this. Yeah, here's what I'm talking about.
You could beat Captain Hook on your own. What's a gaggle?
Yeah, that's it. She's mad at him because he went to beat Captain Hook on his own, and he did not bring his girl boss to help because he's very irresponsible.
Of course I could. I always beat him. That's just how it works. Always has, always will.
And what happens if it doesn't? Yes, what happens then? That won't ever happen.
Hey, I would just let it play, but I can't risk it, so I just got to get to the relevant piece of action here. I'm looking for it. Where is it? I know it's in this scene. Try right there. There's Tinkerbell. No, I'm going to get a warning here. If I don't find it. Maybe it's not in this scene. Damn it. You lied to me, title of video. It literally says in the title, Peter Pan slaps Wendy. Or no, sorry, other way around. I would not be doing it this way if I weren't worried about copyright.
You're not supposed to talk about that. What? What aren't we supposed to talk about?
Oh, well, I'll find it for you another time. It had to be in there somewhere. I mean, it's like you watch this movie and you try to forget it as quickly as possible. So could I pinpoint it? Maybe. Oh, wait, here it is. I think this is a better option. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got it. I got it. Okay, I got it. Yes, yes. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh, okay. Thanks, Programacion. Yeah, you're right. It is in the first minute. That's where I went wrong. Well, because I remember him being knocked out by it, so I assumed if he's still conscious, it hasn't happened yet. Okay, here you go. Here you go.
Well, that was fun.
Jesus! I mean, okay, see, that's what they did. He was knocked out. He was knocked out. So they had to do a fade. They had to cut to... Dude, look at this. She winds up for it. She winds up for it like a major league pitcher. She's just...
Well, that was fun.
I mean... Oh my God. It's like, even just seeing it again, I can't believe it. It's like, it's even funnier because the actor who plays Peter Pan is so bad because he's just like, wow, that was fun. I'm like, oh my God, you sound like you're acting in a Tide commercial. This is bad, you know? He speaks through his teeth, which is it's a weird thing that like bad child actors do. They speak through their teeth. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. It's like a shyness thing. It's like, because I think it's really counterintuitive as a human to pretend to be someone else. I think it's counterintuitive. I think that's why kids tend to not, it's harder for kids to do it because they haven't gotten as good at lying as adults have. So, you know, there you go. I'm just messing around. But anyway, my point is, it makes him even more sympathetic, you know, that I feel bad that he's such a bad actor. So it's like, dude, the sound effect, man. The sound effect is crazy. It's just like slap. When I tell you that movie is a hateful little piece of trash, that is no joke. Like, that movie is garbage. I mean, just sick people write this crap. It's like, because she is meant to be like empowering. Like, that's meant to be good on you, for kudos to you, Wendy, for teaching him a good lesson. I mean, this character, the idea of the Wendy darling from the original novel, the original animated classic, being this bi itch is unreal. It's just unreal. Oh yeah, yes, agree, program. We're not going to talk about Tinkerbell, okay? We'll leave that to Ryan Kinnell, the angriest man on the internet. He can handle that, okay? I'm not going to handle that. That movie, it was so bad. That kid could fly all the way down the cliff. I know. She practically knocks him off the... Now imagine that slap with Bud Spencer. Oh, it's so mean-spirited. Like, this is the thing that always gets me. You know, it's like American Society, Barbie. It's like a lot of these wacko boondoggles. One of the reasons that normies are not paying money to see this crap, and they're not going... I mean, quite aside from all of the ideological garbage and just the bad writing, they're mean-spirited. Well, obviously Barbie had plenty audience, so, you know, except for Barbie, obviously. But certainly Barbie is no exception to the fact that it is mean-spirited. It's very mean-spirited. And there's a way to do uncomfortable subjects with satire and humor and comedy, but you can't be mean-spirited about it. And that's the problem. Like, if we're all having a laugh at each other's expense, like, that's really... And I'm saying you can say a joke that is mean without being mean-spirited, if that makes any sense. And that's a fine line. I'll admit, it's a fine line. It's not exactly an objective line that's easy to define. But like guys like Dave Chappelle, you know, or Ricky Gervais, it's like they're good at being mean without being mean-spirited. I mean, that might sound like gobbledygook to you, and fair enough, but there just ain't any other way to say it. So, let me check my star. I didn't miss anything, did I? Oh my goodness. Star Fury. No, I didn't miss that. Okay, good. I got all my super chats. Star Fury with a £2 sterling. Okay, good. I live in fear of it, folks. Believe me, if any of you, the fact that you're here is something I'm so grateful for. But if any of you are willing to like open your wallets and donate to the stream, the idea that I might miss that, it would keep me up at night. If I woke up in the middle of the night and was like, oh shit, I didn't read Fu Man Blue's super chat, like I would be stressed out. I'd be very stressed out. So I have to be extra careful, you know. All right, what's next in the stack of stuff? Because I got distracted. Oh, yes, Sorry, folks. I don't mean to clear my throat like that. It just, it happens. But let's see. I wanted to talk about Fallout again. I want a mulligan on this because I reacted to this trailer last time, and they did not hassle me over this. So kudos to Amazon for not hassling me for playing their trailer because I'm deeply conflicted about this. And I want to go over it again. Hang on. Let's see. I have something in the chat. Okay, cool. All right. That's Stormcrow. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll talk Stormcrow. I'm looking at Discord. And I hear Discord going off, and I'm like, what am I missing? Because believe me, you've saved my bacon before when you're like, Captain, you're muted. No one can hear you. That's like, thank you. If I had just looked at Discord, I would have been fine. So I'm extra paranoid now. All right, here comes the Fallout trailer. We're doing this again because I want another shot at my reaction to this. I feel like I'm I'm reliving my blue pill days back when Star Trek Picard was first coming out, and I had hope. I had hope still. And I think that I'm falling for it a little bit with this show. So let's try this again.
Hello there. I'm here to show you a wonderful place.
All right, let me get rid of subtitles. By the way, I love David Goggins here. He looks great. He's got the 50s style TV show host look. The lighting here is fantastic for this. And this fits the world. This fits the Fallout world in terms of the Vault Tech propaganda and stuff like that. He is excellent at having this kind of Americana persona. So that's part of it. They're sucking me in a little with that.
A veritable Camelot of the nuclear age. Not made by God Almighty, but the working man.
You can be a hero by purchasing a residence in a Vault Tech vault today. Because if the worst should happen tomorrow, the world is going to need you to build a better day after.
I really hate that they're setting it in Los Angeles, though, because that's what it looks like. Lame. Super lame. Also, they say, I think I saw somewhere where this is supposed to be 200 years later. So this is roughly in the timeline of Fallout 4 and Fallout 3. So it's roughly in that timeline, which, if you don't know, the original game took place, I think, only like 30 years after the bombs. And then I think Fallout 2 was something like 100 years after the bombs. I'm kind of rough on that figure. Don't quote me on it. So Fallout 3 and 4 take place way late in this canon, in this timeline. Now, if you know much about the Fallout lore, following the events of Fallout 1 and 2, there was a new society that arose called the New California Republic. So the character you play in the first Fallout game basically leads to the creation of the New California Republic, which becomes a roughly stable society that has, it even has money, like actual money, currency. It has security. It has a military. And it's obviously it's a more hardcore kind of, it's managed democracy is kind of what but it's a sort of imperialistic democracy that wants to like conquer territory. So it's pretty interesting. And they come up against Caesar's Legion, which is a totalitarian society in Fallout New Vegas. Now, what's bugging me is if you're setting this on the West Coast, which is, I think, what this looks like, all right, well, then where's the New California Republic? This is a roughly stable, functional society now. Or are you going to, like, you're basically going to say that they've fallen? I don't know. Where are they going with this? I need to know.
The mission of the vaults should be important to everyone.
See, now this is an excellent point to compare. Remember we were watching that trailer for Exodus, the video game Exodus that Fu Man Blue shared? And in the trailer he says, humanity has been hunted by the ancients. And I have had to make this difficult choice to travel through light space. And he's telling us a story. He's telling us a story. What has happened to humanity? What is his mission? What is his goal? It's sort of pulling us in. It's telling us, what is he about? Notice how everything she says here is generic. Everything she says here. Oh, the mission of the vaults is to do good things. Okay, well, what? But what does that mean? Like, why are you leaving? Where are you going? Who is telling you to leave? Is anyone telling you to stay? It's like, yes, they have a character who's advising her to stay, but what I mean is anyone saying, like, you're not allowed to leave? Is anyone saying you're an outcast, you're exiled? Like, that would be good story data to start pulling us in, but they don't give us that. They just give us generic stuff about what she's up to.
To come up to the surface one day and restart civilization. Can you tell me what's happened in the last 200 years?
Like restart civilization. Okay, yeah, that's a broad philosophical desire, but that's not a goal. That's not a goal for the character. By the way, I've sat in a lot of writers groups, you know. I've sat in a lot of writers groups where I was critiquing the work of other writers who would be writing a character, and I would ask them, what does this character want? And they would say something like this that was very general and vague. They would say, well, they just want the world to be a better place. And it's like, yes. But for the purposes of this story, what is the specific thing that they're after? And usually, and I'm saying in stories that were not working, in stories that I felt were not working and I was confused as a reader and I didn't understand where it was going, that was the problem, is that they had this kind of vague, in other words, they were trying to tell a story about philosophical themes, and what they needed to do was drill down to the character level, because regardless of what your overall mission is, characters are still motivated by their own personal needs, right? So even if their mission is to save the world, if Luke's mission is to save the world from the Empire, okay, but how is that personal for Luke? How is that personal for Luke? Well, it's personal for Luke because his aunt and uncle were murdered by the Empire. And then it becomes even more personal when his mentor, Obi-Wan Kenobi, is cut down by Darth Vader. Now he has a personal reason, which is, in his case, justice. He wants justice for Obi-Wan's death against Darth Vader. And also, he wants justice for the death of his father at the hands of Darth Vader, or so he believes. Right? That's a specific motive. If you just had Luke saying, oh, I just want to save the galaxy because we should be saving galaxies, well, that would not be a good motivation for Luke Skywalker. That's what I'm getting at here.
Holy shit. You're an actual vault dweller.
By the way, I forgot to say this last time. She is super cute, and I like this actress. I have no idea, though, if she's going to be anything other than just an awful girl boss. And, she doesn't seem like a girl boss yet, because she kind of seems pretty vulnerable in this trailer, which she should be if she's a vault dweller. She should be a little more aware of the dangers. She seems a little too naive for a vault dweller, but she should have kind of a stranger in a strange land thing going on. But yeah, I definitely agree with what people said, that like everything looks too clean in the Wasteland, which, by the way, is also the problem with Fallout 76.
I am.
I thought all you dipshits were dead.
Dude, I am so divided on that. Like, on the one hand, I think that's funny, and I like the fact that a sort of grizzled, crispy, world-weary wasteland survivor is telling her, I thought all you dipshits were... That's pretty funny because she's living the hard life, and the vault dweller is like a sweet summer child that has no idea what they're in for. That works. However, we must consider the pattern, chat. We must consider the pattern. And the pattern is MCU bullshit undermining the tension humor. That's what I'm worried about there, is it's like she's undermined. This could be bullshit. This is a dumb story, and we all know that. Like here's the deal. Bethesda really leaned hard into the sort of parody of American culture, the parody of the Red Scare and communism and sort of liberty versus communism. And they leaned into that in the Bethesda games. But my feeling is that Fallout in the original iteration was always meant to be a gritty, kind of scary wasteland world, you know? And so what's happening here is Hollywood writers, they love subverting expectations, and they love deconstructing things, right? So I'm just telling you, I have a feeling that they just get giddy. They just get giddy at the thought that, like, Fallout is a wacky adventure world where we make fun of American jingoism. And it's like, no, it's not. By the way, the Nuka World expansion for Fallout 4, is, it's just like that. It's wacky adventures in the wasteland. And it's like, that's turning the Fallout universe into a big dumb joke. And so that's why I'm so divided on this line here, because I can't tell whether this is adding sort of grittiness to her adventure because it's like she's confronting the hard truths of the wasteland, or this is bullshit screwball humor that's meant to undermine tension because these writers are if they would just admit it, are a little bit ashamed of what nerds like. They're ashamed of it. The Halo writers are ashamed of the Halo story. The Rings of Power writers are ashamed of Professor Tolkien. J.R.R. Tolkien. They are ashamed of him, and they're ashamed of all the weird Christians that seem to like his work. Ew, gross. They just the same way that all of the dumb MCU directors and writers are ashamed of actual comic book fans and actual comic book characters in tights. They're ashamed of that. What I'm nervous about is that Jonathan Nolan, if he really admitted it, he's ashamed that he's directing this weird, nerdy world, and he can't wait to subvert expectations. Programacion says, I feel you. You know what? Thank you for that, Programacion. I appreciate that. Fu Man Blue says, Captain actually let him on episode 58 to chat about it for better or worse. Who are we talking about? Who did I let on episode? Oh, Ultimate Kahuna. Yes, Ultimate Kahuna talked about Halo. Yes, on episode 58. And that was, yeah. By the way, chat, let me know. I'm experimenting with occasionally having guests and things, so let me know how you feel about that. Do you like guests? Do you just like it being solo captain? Is there too much captain, too little? You let me know. I live to serve you. So, in any case, Programacion says, wait, was it a Three Amigos song? I think that all the songs, well, the music, if you're talking about the Fallout trailer, all the music in the Fallout trailer is authentic to the games, because the games, like the BioShock series, which is, I love the BioShock games, but not the third one, but the first two. The BioShock games are magnificent and brilliant, and they also use the Great American Songbook, which is all those classic songs from the early 20th century. By the way, I seriously hope they never make a BioShock TV or movie. Oh my God, and they will. They will, because they're running out of shit to destroy. They are running out of shit to destroy. Alex Kurtzman is probably looking for his next scalp, that little twerp. And he's probably just the type. Or the Dumb and Dumber. Tweedledee and Tweedledum, the two idiots that directed Dan and Dave of Game of Thrones. They're probably eyeing something like BioShock to adapt that into a show. And they would ruin it. Oh my God. If they made Andrew Ryan... If they did Andrew Ryan in like a TV or a movie live action, I guarantee you, they would make him the Orange Man. They would make him the Orange Man. Tell me I'm not right about this. Andrew Ryan, who is this deeply complex, fascinating character. Truly one of the most fascinating video game characters I've ever seen. I love that character so much. That does not mean I am condoning Andrew Ryan's actions or morals or worldview. I'm neither condoning nor condemning, quite frankly. He's just fascinating. He's just a fascinating character. And I could just imagine what these dumb shit writers would do with him. They would turn him into Orange Man bad. I'll lay $1 to donuts they would. So please, do not ever make Mass Effect. You Hollywood scumbags. Do not ever make Mass Effect. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it from you wacko hack losers. I don't ever want to see a BioShock adaptation. Ever. Because you will, with 100% certainty, ruin it. You will ruin it with your, if not even with wokeness necessarily, maybe not even with wokeness, just you're boring. You're boring. Everything is Game of Thrones to you. Everything is nihilism. Everything is anti-heroes. Everything is deconstructions and subverted expectations and a modern audience. It's like that. Even without wokeness, you would ruin it. I mean, I'm just 100. It's like, to put it more simply.
Cause we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Fu Man Blue says, Vault Dwellers seem a lot like the average city dweller today. Couldn't change a tire or a spark plug, etc. I actually totally disagree with you, Fu Man Blue, if you're talking about the video game presentation of them, because in the video games, they are supposedly, when it's a functional vault. See, that's kind of the problem, is that a lot of the vaults are twisted, evil government experiments. They're actually corporate government-sponsored experiments on live humans. So most of them are evil. However, there are a few that are control groups, so they are meant to function as intended. And when they are meant to function as intended, they actually are supposed to train and equip the Vault Dwellers to handle the Wasteland, because they're supposed to resettle the Wasteland. And you're saying, yeah, I meant that gal that came out of the vault. Well, I agree with you. And I actually think that's the problem with this trailer, is that in the games, technically, the Vault Dwellers are supposed to be pretty skilled and pretty capable. That's why whenever you play as a Vault Tech character, you always have the Pip-Boy. The Pip-Boy is a symbol of how advanced the Vault Dwellers are. And so the fact that she seems like such an idiot, unless that's literally the experiment of her vault, I'm just saying, if you give them the benefit of the doubt, they don't deserve it. But if I were giving them the benefit of the doubt, maybe something about the experiment in her vault rendered her an idiot. Like would it be funny if the experiment in that vault was they went and found all of the lowest IQ people possible? That's actually pretty funny, and that would fit the world. They found all of the lowest IQ people in the country. Like, they found the 500 people that scored the lowest. And they put them all in a vault and said, what will their descendants be like? That actually could be a pretty good premise. I guarantee you that's not it. I guarantee you there's no justification. Okay. Yes, Jonathan Nolan has talent as a writer, fine. But I guarantee you he's in a mediocre industry, folks. The standards he's being held to are mediocre standards. So even good writers are not being held to high standards in this industry. I guarantee you that's not justified. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm just telling you. Programacion says, wasn't that the plot of Frankenstein? Perhaps. Igor chose the wrong brain? I think so. Resuming with the trailer.
What you're doing is insane.
I don't set the world.
It isn't like the vault out there. It's big.
Higher.
See, again, nothing about this suggests her character. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's people warning her she shouldn't do this. There's people telling her she's going to get eaten. She's going to die. She does go into, like, how upsetting and terrible this has all been for her. What does she want? What is her mission? Who is she looking for? There's so many opportunities with this. It could be a Golden Fleece story. The vault is... Dude, imagine if the trailer began this way, chat. You know what? I think I'm right now in real time deciding this is going to be a freaking piece of crap. Because imagine if... imagine if the trailer starts like this. The vault. We're going through the hallways of the vault. We see people speaking in hushed, frightened tones. They're like, we've only got 4 days of water left. It's like, what's going to happen? We can't let this get out. And then her character comes in and says, someone's got to do something. It's like, shut your mouth. You're going to get us killed. Imagine if it starts like that. And then it's like, consider what you're about to do. If you go up there, it's forbidden to leave. By the way, I'm kind of riffing on the Fallout 3 plot a little bit here. But they're like, if you go up there, there's no coming back. And up there, it's not like it is down here. She's like, if I stay, we run out of water or everyone kills each other. What choice do I have? That's a story. That's a freaking story. You know what I mean? How hard is that? Why is that not in this trailer? Because it's shit. That's why, because they know it's shit. They're dropping all the episodes at once. They know it's garbage because this is a mediocre industry and they're ruining another one. It's just like, how many of these? How many of these have to fail? How freaking many? How many stupid Marvels movies do we have to get? How many stupid Rings of Powers? How many times do these creatives have to be humiliated publicly? How many times does Bob Iger have to lie and snivel and grovel at his stupid investor meters before these fucking wackos understand this is not working? How many times? It's like, it's maddening to me. But if I'm wrong, and it turns out to be a glorious show, I'll admit it.
I just want to start.
I gotta say, I really love the Ghoul character so far. He's winning me over.
Rough week. Practically every person I've met up here has tried to kill me.
I'm simply going to harvest your organs.
You need to go home. You come from a world of rules, of laws. You should not be alone.
Why did you join?
That would be a great moment right there. Right there. For her to say something that hints at the story. She's like, I want to go home, but I can't. If I go home, something like, if I go home, everyone's going to die. And I can't fail them. Like, that would be great. Why is that not in there? Now, the funny thing is, they give this guy, the Brotherhood guy, they give him more of a story than they give to her.
The Brotherhood.
To hurt the people who hurt me?
That's still pretty thin, though. That's still pretty... Who hurt you? Why? What's your mission? Who are you going to... it's like, it's very little, but at least it's a character motivation.
Why did you join the Brotherhood?
To hurt the people who hurt me?
Now, that's cool, and I said that on the last stream, but this is why I wanted a mulligan. Because you know what? His armor... I said this about the first trailer. I hate the way they have that shot of like 5 of those things walking together. I think that's bullshit Kurtzman crap where they just copy-paste, because they think it looks cool. Have I said it lately? Screw Alex Kurtzman. The dumbest man in entertainment. Anyway. But what bothers me is his armor looks too clean. It looks too futuristic.
Going to come out.
I mean, yes, it looks correct according to the lore. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it just doesn't look like it has mileage on it.
After you.
Ain't much stage cleanup here, Volty. Well, now that is a very small drop in a very, very large bucket of drugs.
Now that's a killer line, and I love that a lot. Like, I think I'm saying David Goggins is the thing I like in this trailer. I think that's what I'm saying. There's almost nothing else that I'm really loving. It's like, that's what's selling this trailer. It's him. It's him. Because he's got this great personality. He does absolutely fit the character of a ghoul in this world. And he's even hinting at the chems, chem addiction, which is a big plot element in the Fallout games for your character and for others. You know what he's kind of like? He's actually a lot like the character in Fallout 4 in Good Neighbor, Hancock. I almost wonder if they didn't kind of rip off that character for him. But he's Hancock is kind of more of a hippie. He's more of a psychedelic kind of stoner, whereas this guy is more of like a kind of an old Western bounty hunter. By the way, this is a more interesting bounty hunter type character than the Mandalorian or Bo-Katan.
Look out at this wasteland. Looks like chaos, but there's always somebody behind the wheel.
Just going to start.
save the world, they just disagree on how.
Everyone wants to save the world, they just disagree on how. I think I let them slide on that line, but now that I'm thinking about it, that is pseudo-intellectual bullshit. Everyone wants to save the world. No, they don't. Not in the wasteland. I mean, I get it. Yeah, he's saying the Brotherhood of Steel. You know, he does not come across like a Brotherhood character for me. The Brotherhood of Steel are fanatics. They are fanatics. So why is he seeming so nice? I don't like that.
There you are, you little killer.
I swear to God, she had better freaking earn it. It's just, if she does not earn that line, I'm just gonna, it's girl boss Drek. And by the way, I am saying that I think it is possible for her to be an awesome character. I'm saying I think that's possible if this line is earned.
There you are, you little killer.
Telling you, man, I think it's David Goggins because, you know, the first trailer I did not like at all. Fallout first trailer. That would be, this one I thought was garbage. No, dang it, that's the second one again. Hang on a second, chat. Hang on. I just want to review this one too because Fallout trailer 1 should get it. Trailer 1. Fallout teaser. That's got to be it. The studio behind free 2-day shipping? Are they talking about Amazon? Anyway, here we are. This was the first one, and I think this is like Star Trek Discovery. This is Alex Kurtzman's Star Trek Discovery does Fallout. That's what this trailer was. Because I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something about Kurtzman Trek. Kurtzman Trek is very good at appropriating the authentic world details of a Star Trek world, such as tribbles, such as you know, shapeshifters, changelings, such as Morn's species from Quark's Bar. Like, they love to steal that kind of stuff, but then they put it in the Star Trek Discovery world, which is a bunch of garbage, right? So what I'm saying is it's glossy garbage. It looks the part, but there's no substance there. It's the equivalent of he vadered.
I know that I've lived a relatively comfortable life.
Stop! Lucy!
You know, she says, I know I've lived a relatively comfortable life. Chat, you know what that sounds like to me? You know what that sounds like, right? That's, I have lived a privileged life. How much you want to bet that that's where that's going? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I think that's where that's going, man. I have lived a privilege. Oh my God. How much you want to bet that the final episode, she comes back to the vault and she lectures, all the vault dwellers about their privilege. Oh my God, folks, I am predicting this. Because it's even perfectly set up with the guy who's telling her, life up there is not like life down here. It's a big world. It's a wasteland, you know? She's going to come back and she is going to lecture that toxic cis white male on how freaking privileged he is and how he hid down below and he hoarded all of his wealth and privilege while people up in the wasteland starved. And she's going to give them a big old fat lecture about it at the end of the show. I'm telling you.
home. Vault dwellers are an endangered species. I do not think you would be willing to do what it takes to survive up here. If you insist on staying, then you will have to adapt.
Uh-huh.
That's what and the studio behind The Boys and free 2-day shipping. What? That's not the title of a movie, is it? Are they literally shilling Amazon Prime? Like that's, well, yes, we brought you 2-day shipping. Are you excited for this show? Stupid.
I don't want to see tomorrow unless I see it with tomorrow, so they say.
That's it. Oh, chat, that is the image right there. This is Kurtzman Trek. This is Kurtzman Trek right here. This is a copy and paste of like all the suits. Oh, look, there's 5 of them. There's 5 of them. If you had played the games, you morons, you would understand that these suits are rare. They are precious. They are prized. Not only literally to you as the player, because if you find one, you're damn lucky and you hoard them, you collect them, you take care of them. But in the lore, even for the Brotherhood of Steel, they hoard these things when they find them. That's part of why they're the Brotherhood of Steel. But when they are operating in units, they usually will only have like 1 or 2 that are armored, and the rest of the group are just, they're just in normal armor gear. They don't have power armor. There's only like 1 or 2 suits per platoon. So this right off the bat, this is ridiculous to me. They just want this to look good. This is, Grace Randolph would see that, oh, I really like it. I've never played Fallout. I don't like Fallout at all. It's stupid. I hate it. And I don't even watch it. I've never even heard about it before. But I love this, and I think this is great.
It'll be a lovely day.
Look at it. Look at this. Look at this pathetic. Look at this pathetic, just loser. Just an unathletic type. And he's meant to be the boob. He's the incompetent boob male who cowers in fear. Of course he does. What he needs is a girl boss to tell him about his cis white male vault dweller privilege.
The sun will suddenly break through, but I don't want to see tomorrow unless I see it with you.
I grabbed a moldy one.
I really, you know what? Watching this first trailer again, I'm like, this show's going to be garbage. It's going to be so... Now listen, could I be wrong? I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be just having a total, I could be going totally apoplectic about this, and it turns out it's brilliant. I'm just... Think of me as a guy at a casino laying odds. And I'm just saying the odds are not in the favor of this one. I like that the doggy's in it. I like that the dog is in it. Yeah, they're setting it in Los Angeles because that's Griffith Observatory right there. So yeah, it's definitely Los Angeles. That's the view from, I don't know, roughly I want to say that's roughly the West Hollywood area. So they're definitely going to set this in Los Angeles. So that means we need to know where the new California Republic is and what they're up to. That makes me nervous. Well, there you have it. I'm sorry to be a black pill on this. I would love to have a great Fallout series. I really would, but I'm not even saying whether I think I am kind of saying I think it's going to be woke. I just, there are signs, but it's also possible it could just be non-woke bad as well. I think that's really what I'm getting at is, you know what I think it is? I think these Hollywood snobs, like a Rian Johnson kind of snobbery is what I'm talking about. I think they love the fact that Fallout has this irreverent tone. They love that because they are irreverent in a bad way toward all nerd culture. They hate science fiction. They think it's stupid. Okay. They hate comic book characters that wear their tights. They think that's stupid. They think people who collect comic books and toys are stupid. Okay. So, Zack Snyder was on the podcast recently talking about how the first thing he wants to do with Batman is make Batman kill people because he thinks it's stupid that all these nerds insist that Batman does not kill people. Well, that just makes me want to put him in a situation where he has to kill people. They have disdain and contempt for these properties. Well, they love Fallout. They love Fallout because Fallout has within it an irreverent satirical quality. But what they fail to understand is that is actually meant to create a juxtaposition. It is a juxtaposition of the sort of delusional pre-war propaganda view of America and its conflicts with the Red China and so forth, juxtaposed with you as the character, the player, living in the aftermath of that delusional worldview and what it resulted in, right? So you are hearing pleasant music like that, and you are hearing it in the background while you are in a room filled with cannibalistic raiders trying to kill you, right? And that creates a juxtaposition of tone and theme that makes the games so engrossing and so interesting to play. But within the world of the game, it is taken seriously. Like, it is taken seriously. You are living in a hellscape. And to the extent that there are kind of some ironic and funny and satirical things within the game, because there are characters that are kind of crazy and they have oddball quests that they give you and stuff like that. But but it's not meta, I think is what I'm getting at. It's not fourth wall breaking. It's not saying we think this is stupid. The story is taking it seriously, but it's like you're living in a kind of mad world. And that's kind of how it's played. And I think that there's gravity and seriousness to that. And I think that, like, for example, the character of, Tenpenny, who in Fallout 3, who wants you to detonate the undetonated nuclear bomb in Megaton. He wants you as the player to detonate it for no other reason but that he's on this. He has a penthouse in this tower in the middle of the wasteland, and he loves his view. But he's got this ugly little junk town that's like ruining his skyline, and so he just wants you to blow it up. That's kind of funny, and that there's a satirical quality to that because it's such a silly and petty reason to want to murder this whole town of people. But at the same time, it's deadly serious. It's deadly serious because that's crazy. That's psychopathic. That's nasty. It's a wasteland. What do you want? Like, it's a mad world. So I guess what I'm saying is the satire is not memeing on it. The satire is sort of part of, well, you just got to laugh at how sick this world is, right? So I don't know. Those are the captain's thoughts on it. I am not hopeful. I'll tell you what really tipped it for me was when I heard, because I heard it from Amazon. I was on Amazon and I saw the trailer and I was like, I think you're winning me over. David Goggins' character is kind of winning me over here. And then I saw all episodes available on April 11th, I think it was. And I was like, wait, whoa. All episodes? Amazon never does that. Uh-oh. This is a midnight drop, folks. This is please don't watch this. They're probably going to do that with Rings of Power Season 2. They're just going to drop them all. I could be wrong. Maybe they think, but Amazon never does the binge model. They don't do that with like Invincible or Terminal List or Reacher. They never do that. So that's suspicious to me. Suspicious. Fu Man Blue says no more relatively comfortable white comfort. Yeah, it's like no more vault comfort. That's exactly. Programacion says, and she brings all her friends. I know she's gonna girl boss the shit out of that vault when she gets back. She's gonna tell that cowardly little fat guy. She's gonna go tell him, you know what? You sat here cowering and enjoying all this good food and privilege, and up there people are dying. She's gonna lecture them all, give them all this shit. Well, you know, maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. The captain could be way off the mark on this. I look forward to telling you whether I'm not. But you know what's so funny about it is I used to seriously be like, I used to seriously not prejudge anything. You know, I was like, you know what? It looks, I'm worried about this, but I will give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, those days are over, folks. You know what? Those days are over. It's like almost every single one of these things is such garbage that, like, my default expectation is, uh-oh, you're ruining it. You know, it's like if, oh my God, if they announce a Mass Effect show, it's like, I'm going to do an ass. I'm just going to sit here, just defeated. Just, you know, it's like, you know what? Serious question, chat. If they adapted Mass Effect, and honest to God, whether or not the character in the show was Shepard, what do you think the chances are that it's a male Shepard or just a male protagonist in Mass Effect? What do you think the chances are, chat? You know what I mean? Oh, you just don't like women and things. You're just a conspiracy theorist. It's like, then how do I know with basically 100% certainty that it would be FemShep? And by the way, I play as FemShep. I like FemShep. This is not because I don't like, I love Jennifer Hale. I love her performance as a female Shepard. I'm just telling you, there is a 0% chance that if they made Mass Effect into a movie or a show, that it would not be a female protagonist. It just would be. It just would be. So, in fact, I bet that in Mass Effect 5, the default setting, body type, the default body type will be the female body type. Oh my God. Because that's what they do now. Helldivers 2, okay? I'm playing Helldivers 2. And they don't call it male or female. They just call it body type 1, body type 2. Does your body type include a penis or not? I mean, folks.
Guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fuck off!
That's where we're headed, man. If you don't laugh, you're gonna cry. Programacion says null. Thanks, Programacion. You know what's so funny, though? It's like, if they did a Mass Effect, it would be absolute sheer freaking hubris. Null chances. Gotcha, Programacion. Thank you. It would be like, it would be absolute hubris if they tried to adapt Shepard's character in, like, a live action. And I wouldn't put it past them to do it, by the way. I would not put it past them to do that. And it's like the other, like adapting Master Chief as the main character of the Halo show is insane. Like, that's insane. He doesn't fit the role. The video game character does not fit the role of this hyper dramatic leading man. Like, it's not because I love the character of Master Chief in the games. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's not a protagonist. He is, because you are him in the video game. And that's why he doesn't speak very much, in my opinion. But also, his character does not need to speak because of the type of character that he is. And I think that just the hubris of deciding that you're going to make him this, like, very melodramatic leading man who's dealing with all this angst and all these questions and this moral equivocation about what Dr. Halsey did to me in childhood. It's a disaster. it's a total disaster for the character, for the show, and the world. It's like, just why not just make it a Spartan who is a Spartan? You know, I think honestly the fairest way to do it, just make it about a team of Spartans and their journey through the wars with the Covenant. I think that would have worked. I think that could have worked really well. And they run into Master Chief on occasion. They are new recruit Spartans. How about that? And when they run into Master Chief, he's the old dog teaching them new tricks. I think that'd be cool. Assuming you didn't have glue-eating writers doing it. So it would be the height of hubris to adapt Shepard as the star character. So the only viable way to get at a Mass Effect adaptation, in my view, is to have it be an original character set. I hate prequels, so screw prequels, but set after the events of the trilogy. The problem with that is the canon is way up in the air because of the weird Mass Effect 3 ending, and then Mass Effect Andromeda's total avoidance of dealing with said ending. So there's a lot of problems with that, but that's, in my view, the only... I mean, you could do a character that is a contemporary of Shepard that goes through the events of the games, but the problem is that the events of the games are so centered on Shepard specifically that it would be difficult, I think, to give enough material to an original character. So I think that these writers, they don't have a lot of time to wrestle with these issues. I think they get a gig, they get a corporate deal, and the corporation's like, make us our movie. And so they're like, okay, and what should we do? And it's like, well, we think that these games are kind of weird and stupid, and we think nerds are annoying, and they're toxic fans. But I kind of like this thing about how we're subverting the idea of a Star Trek universe. And let's run with that. And they'll just look for whatever is the most anti source material. You know what? I hear that there's lots of controversies about women in gaming, so we'll definitely make this a female Shepard. That should piss off a few of those MAGA wackos. That'll be cool. And we'll do that. And then, you know, I hear that this Garrus character is very popular. He's a kind of masculine archetype, a kind of man above the law. So we'll make sure to humiliate his character. We'll humiliate the shit out of him and prove what a toxic male he is and how wrong he was. Girl boss Shepard will lecture him about what a shitbag he was for taking the law into his own hands on Omega. We'll have him be emasculated, and he'll be a total loser by the end. So we'll do that, and that's what they'll do. You know, that's what they'll do. All right, enough of the Captain Black pilling on Hollywood adapting Mass Effect. Just don't even think about it, Hollywood. Don't even think about it, as if I had any power. Well, we've had a pretty good show. I think we're winding it up. We're winding it up, but I don't know. One for the road. What do you say? One for the road. I don't think I've ever done a neurotic video, but listen, this is not a movie. This is not a movie I was ever going to watch under any circumstances. And that's because the only way to watch it would be to pay for it. And it's rare that I find a movie that is absolutely this. Well, look, I was never going to watch Barbie either because I felt like Barbie is not, and I mean this in the sincerest sense of it. Like, it's not made for me. It's a movie that is meant to appeal to women. By the way, I'm fine with that. I have no issue with that. Enjoy, ladies. Have fun. However, there was all this disagreement about, is it ironically funny? Is it unironically funny? Is it actually terrible and a piece of trash? Or is it actually kind of delightful and self-aware? And there was so much varied opinions. Well, the captain has to have an opinion. So I just had to know, where does the captain fall on this? And so that's why I watched Barbie, but otherwise I never would have watched it because I'm unlike Grace Randolph. I'm not going to get on this channel and tell you I have zero interest in this. It's not something I would ever watch. And I really don't have any opinions on it whatsoever. Therefore, here's my review. It's like, I'm not going to do that. You know, it's like, I've got to have a reason. This is a movie. I just had no reason. You know, it's like, it's beating a dead horse at this point. Who cares? Wokey's gonna woke. I don't care. Make whatever stupid racist crap you want to make. I don't care. I won't be there. I'll be over here defending the IPs I care about, such as Mass Effect and Fallout and whatever. I'll talk about that because I have a dog in that hunt. But you want to go have your stupid wacko critical racist bullshit somewhere else? Go for it. Go for it. But Nerdrotic is doing the Lord's work. He did go see the American Society of Magical Negroes, and he has thoughts on it. He has thoughts on it. You know what? We're going to close it out with an answer to this question, Stormcrow. If they make a Mass Effect show, you are honor-bound to make a Mass Effect campaign. I want to be a Turian. Well, totally. That may happen no matter what, Stormcrow. I thought that was going to be like, what would you do kind of question. But... Dude, I've run 3 Mass Effect campaigns. Actually, the third one kind of petered out. But I ran 2 really good Mass Effect campaigns, and my second Mass Effect campaign took place between the events of Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3, and it was a kind of Rogue One story of how Liara gets the plans for the Crucible. And I was pretty proud of that. And my characters had great fun with it. My players had great fun with it. So that could happen. Okay, hat tip Nerdrotic, link is in the description. He suffered so that we don't have to, and here you go.
What's the most dangerous animal on the planet?
Sharks.
White people.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
A friend of mine, a white friend of mine, is having big feelings about something racist that they did, and I have to somehow alleviate their guilt rather than focus on the ways that I'm hurt.
Put everything.
You know, serious point here real quickly. It's like, you know, the narrative of this film is ostensibly that black people have to walk around society constantly walking on eggshells about what white people think of them. And it's like, first of all, no, you don't, and no, you shouldn't. Second of all, that's just, no, you shouldn't. Like, that's, anyway. But my thought is, it's like, but what about the idea of like white people walking around and thinking, oh no, is this black person going to think I'm racist or whatever? It's like, well, you could make the kind of reverse argument, right? And it's like, neither is really what either should be worried about. Like, we shouldn't be worried about what other people think of you is their business. You know, it's like, so I find this like the Barbie argument. You know, it's like, it's hard to be a woman because X, Y, and Z. It's like, well, you just described, like, it's hard. You have to be a strong leader, but you can't squash other people's ideas. It's like, well, that's true of male leaders too. Like, what are you talking about? Anyhow.
Out of your mind and focus on his pale ass feelings.
That's racist!
When are white people most dangerous? When they feel uncomfortable.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm just going to flat out say it. This film is the equivalent of like the German film, The Eternal Jew. That's basically what this is the equivalent of. It's like that. This is a propaganda piece about a group of people who are dangerous and they are undermining you at every turn.
Oh my God!
In reality, we are only as mighty as we are united. You see, Aaron, our powers are collective.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
It's an old trope. As long as there have been white people writing, there has been this trope.
I think that you look like Chuck E.
So
Cheese,
thank you for that.
Rat. Chuck E. Cheese the rat. Chuck E. Cheese the rat. Ask the hotel to have the rat removed. I'll get it.
Nerderotic.com.
Greetings, you over 995,000.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for us having that.
And awakening wonders in the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. As you know, Hollywood is looking at some harder times after coming off a year of hard times. Multiple flops,
sinking stocks and subscriber counts on their streaming services, DEI backlash, proxy wars, scandals, and last-minute firings, all while coming down from their 4-year divisive bender, where the vast majority of them are sequels and prequels that most people didn't even ask for. And after watching the Oscars, it's pretty clear that the edict has come down from on high. Maybe we should tone things down a little bit in Hollywood. And if it wasn't for the insecure Jimmy Kimmel walking right into the orange man's trap, they almost pulled it off.
Has there ever been a worse host than Jimmy Kimmel at the Oscars? His opening was that of a less than average person trying too hard to be something which he is not and never can be. Get rid of Kimmel and perhaps replace him with another washed up but cheap ABC talent, George Slopanopoulos.
Got him! Has Hollywood learned their lesson? Did they get the message about the message? Are they going to circle the wagons, lay low, play it safe, and dial down the whole pissing off half the country thing, well, as best as possible? Or would they release, say, a potentially deeply divisive movie that would piss off the 5s and 10s of people who would bother to watch it? One could say that I should do the same and maybe not wade into controversy since I am so close to 1 million subscribers. Well, it looks like Hollywood and I finally have something in common. We both listen to Booger.
Every now and then, say what the f***. What the f*** gives you freedom? Freedom brings opportunity. Opportunity makes your future.
So let's talk about
the American Society of Magical Negroes.
Now, to be fair, the trope of the
Magical Negroes
did exist, and it potentially could have been a good premise for a great comedy based on the Key and Peele sketch alone.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Stanley. Carl.
There can be only one magical Negro.
Unfortunately,
dude, that's really brilliant. The first time I was watching this video, I was on my way to do something, so I was listening. I wasn't watching, so I didn't see that. That's freaking hilarious.
We got easily the worst movie of the last few years. This made Madam Web.
But you see how the Key and Peele sketch, like that, this is exactly what I'm trying to point out about the mean-spirited thing. Do you see how the Key and Peele sketch is not mean-spirited, right? It's not mean-spirited towards either white people or black people. It's just funny. It's just about the joke. It's about the comedy of it. And yes, it is digging at something that is real and like a real kind of a cultural issue in the zeitgeist, but it's doing it in a playful way. And again, this is what I felt with Barbie. This is the mistake Barbie made. Barbie could have been exactly the same way as that Key and Peele sketch. It could have been having fun with the battle of the sexes in a playful, let's make fun of everyone kind of way, while still making a point. It could still be making a point about feminism, but it could be doing it in a fun, playful way that ends with a story that leaves you feeling good, right? That's the problem with Barbie, and that's the problem with American society, is they're hateful. They're mean-spirited. They don't mean it when they're joking. They mean we don't like. They want to hurt people is kind of what I'm saying. I'm saying they actually want to go for the jugular.
Like Shakespeare, and instead of getting a clever satire, we got 30 minutes of what was a borderline Birth of a Nation for a modern audience. Okay, that might be a little rough. I think a better description would be 30 to 35 minutes of your garden variety average Kotaku staff meeting. And hey, according to a writer from Kotaku, you can't be racist against white people. And well, this movie certainly agrees with her. Yes, it was that racist. I kept waiting for the punchline. I kept waiting for the resolution.
By the way, that line, you can't be racist against white people, perfect example of what Stephen Kent was talking about in his article. When he says, when you are doing things that are wrong, and you know that they're wrong, you will make excuses for those things. That is a perfect example of an excuse. She knows what she's saying is wrong. She's making an excuse.
and it never happened. And to make things worse, the rest of the film devolved into a nauseating rom-com. And I guess the best news for Hollywood is absolutely no one is going to go to see this. And that probably had everything to do with the first trailer that got released a couple of months ago that was ratioed into oblivion. Hell, this movie is so bad that not even the Access Media and corporate legacy media critics can back this up. All right, I put this off long enough. Let's break down.
I think 1 year ago, I think that Rotten Tomatoes would have given this thing like 100%. I think like a year ago, all these critics and shills would have been they would have loved this movie. But folks, they have taken, it has been an absolute bloodbath at the box office for 2 straight years. For 2 straight years, every single woke project has been not just flopped, it has been humiliated. Like, they have been humiliated over and over and over and over. And it's taken that much for the critics to finally say, this isn't a good movie.
American Society of Magical Negroes.
Don't worry, this won't take long. The film centers around our non-threatening, diverse male protagonist, Aaron, who is a struggling artist trying to sell his piece at a modern art gallery. Quick aside on modern art, it's complete bullshit. It's for bored rich people to try to make sense out of something that doesn't make sense and out-interpret each other over art that is created generally by an alcoholic psychopath. Aaron fails to sell his piece at the modern art gallery, and now he's broke after spending his last $3,000 on yarn. And on his way home, he tries to help a drunk white girl with her ATM, and of course, her boyfriend and his friend come up and think that he's robbing her because he's black and threatening. There is no universe where this guy is threatening. But our non-threatening, diverse male protagonist is saved last minute by David Alan Grier's Roger and recruited into
the Society of Magical Negroes.
As per the film's synopsis, a young, diverse, non-threatening man gets recruited into a secret society of magical black people who dedicate their lives to making white people's lives easier. Although initially enamored with his new powers, he begins to question the value of using supernatural means to do the very thing he's felt obligated to do his whole life.
It is like, there's so many levels of sick to this movie. It's hard to unpack it all, because I'm thinking, like, if I were a black person, right, and I was watching this, I would be so insulted. I would be like, you're saying that, like, this noble, like, this group's whole thing is to grovel and, like, slavishly bend the knee to white people? Like, that would disgust me. It does disgust me. It's like that, the idea of that disgusts me. That, like, the purpose of this organization is to grovel to white people that's sick. It's like, who thought that this was a good idea?
Message!
I'll tell you, stupid people who may or may not eat glue.
And why does
the American Society of Magical Negroes
feel the need to make things easier for
people?
Well, I think it's better to let the film explain.
What's the most dangerous animal on the planet?
Dude, Herr Dr. Joseph Goebbels could not have better constructed a piece of propaganda than this piece of shit movie.
White people.
Wow, subtle. Almost as subtle as that imagery, but maybe they're leading up to a punchline.
When are white people most dangerous?
And they're teamed up with sharks.
When they feel uncomfortable. Feeling uncomfortable precedes a lot of bad stuff for us. White people move into a neighborhood, they feel uncomfortable, gentrification.
Damn. Okay, I'll be patient. Maybe this joke or satire requires a little more setup.
White cop sees a black man, feels uncomfortable, another shooting.
Bit on the nose, but we saw that one coming. And hey, let's not get bogged down with any statistics that might undermine that narrative.
There was a time when all you had to do is look at a white man and make him uncomfortable. That was pretty much it for you. For some of us, the last thing we see in this world is an uncomfortable white man.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Okay, here comes the punchline.
We are the
this is really the conversation. That's why I say Gary's comparison to Birth of a Nation. I think it's closer to the propaganda film I mentioned earlier.
Vanguard of white relaxation. black knights making sure that they don't take it out on a brother.
And no, the punchline never came, and not to get too far ahead of myself in this review, it never does. Hell, they were so proud of that scene, they not only put it in the trailer, they released it as a full separate clip. And let's not forget that white discomfort is measured by a white tears meter.
White people feeling uncomfortable precedes a lot of bad stuff for us. That's why we fight white discomfort every day.
That's right. According to this film, the safety of all black people in America, by the way, is based on white comfort. That's strange because I seem to recall Jar Jar Abrams' organization Bad Reboot proclaiming enough white comfort during the Summer of Love. No, I'm not going to
Enough vault dweller comfort. I'm telling you, folks. I'm telling you.
let that go. And why does David Alan Grier recruit the non-threatening, diverse male protagonist?
I know you can feel their discomfort, Aaron. Watching you walk through a room full of white people.
You know, honest to God, I watched this and I think the thing that offends me so much about it, is that what this film is proposing, what it is suggesting, because it's referring to all white people, therefore it is referring to me. What it is suggesting is that I would wish this for anyone, that I would wish someone in the world to look at me and be worried. You know, that I would want someone to live in a kind of constant fear and terror around me unless my wishes were served. In other words, implying that I am a totalitarian psychopath. And it's like nothing would disgust me more than the thought that somebody felt they had to live on their knees because of me. Like that's a horrific thought to me. And what this movie is suggesting is the opposite, which is what offends me, because I would not want anyone to live in this state, nor should anyone. I believe in the words of the Declaration of Independence. Absolutely. So that's what offends me about it, is that it's presenting the idea that there are people who would want this from either side.
Watching you walk through a room full of white people was the most painful thing I've ever seen.
Excuse me. I mean, aside from being a non-threatening, diverse male protagonist, is that he's over-accommodating to white people because he's constantly in fear for his life, according to the film, which makes him a perfect recruit for
the American Society of Magical Negroes,
which, as the film stated multiple times within the first 20 minutes, is a collective of magical black people who are assigned to specific white people. What's behind these assignments? How does it keep all black people in America safe? No idea. But we do find out a little bit about the origins of this society. It comes from a group of slaves who developed this collective magic to make white people feel more calm. Now, I think a better use for it would have been to escape. Anywho, David Alan Grier assigns our slightly effeminate, non-threatening,
devastating to their case,
first male protagonist to the mediocre white guy.
But by the way, you know, in a strictly story structure analysis, leaving aside all the political and cultural crap, of which there is a lot of baggage on this film, let's just look at it as a story. One of the problems with the premise that you have this secret society of magical people who have all these special powers and they're using them for this purpose, the problem with it is it introduces double mumbo jumbo. It introduces double mumbo jumbo because the first piece of mumbo jumbo is that they are magical, that they have magical powers. The second piece of mumbo jumbo is that they have this special mission to please white people, and that this is a morally praiseworthy goal. Okay? Now, the problem with that is exactly what Gary said. Well, then why wouldn't you use these magical powers to escape slavery? And it's like, well, so that this movie can happen, is the answer to that. So the problem is that any badly constructed story, it's breaking the rules. It's breaking the rules. It's confusing the viewer, and it's not immersing them in the experience. So in order for this film to work, we have to buy into the magical premise. So the fact that it's introducing two totally bizarre magical premises together is tanking this film.
Tech bro Jason. Exactly how is the mediocre white guy tech bro Jason's comfort and existential threat to black people in America? don't know. He only exists to be a slight plot complication and a caricature, but to be fair, that's what everyone is in this film.
I just realized in the last stream, I think I was talking about Verbal Riot. It's Dante. Dante is the name of the guy that runs that channel. I think I said Damon. I was wrong about that. But anyway, Dante from Verbal Riot, he has a great review of this, and he talks about all the things in this that are just offensive to black people. And he's speaking as a black man, and he's saying, like, these are offensive ideas, and this is not about black people. This is about Gen Z. This is about Gen Z and all of their weird, socially awkward hangups because our society has failed them. In the words of Obi-Wan, I failed you, Anakin. I failed you.
It's indiscriminate, while at the same time it's filled with discrimination. But through the mediocre white guy, we round out the cast with Lizzie, the vaguely diverse female love interest. Again, the first third of this film is essentially racism's greatest hits. Then it devolves into a Gen Z love triangle rom-com, which made me miss the racism. At least it broke them enough.
Oh my God. I'm not even talking about like the premise or the racial crap. I mean, just this scene looks like the seventh circle of hell to me, where he's just sitting on these beanbags with these just Gen Z tech people, in a corporate environment. They're in a loft, and you know what they're like? They're like the chick that was going into Twitter, TikToking. She's going into Twitter. She's like, okay, here's our wine bar, and here's our buffet table, and I think now I'll just have a break before I actually start working. It's like, well, what do you do here?
A love interest. Again, the first third of this film is essentially racism's greatest hits. Then it devolves into a Gen Z love triangle rom-com, which made me miss the racism. At least it broke the monotony. Yes, there were some other caricatures that were mostly cameos in
The American Society of Magical Negroes
and dumb white people. And the irony is that the trope of the
Magical Negro
includes that character not having any agency, and Aaron, spelled A-R-E-N, our non-threatening diverse male protagonist, doesn't have any agency. And the rest of
The American Society of Magical Negroes
includes exciting twists and turns like the...
Another story structure problem with this film is it's mishmashing two different genres. Okay, so there's two different genres in play here. There is a buddy love story between him and the girl, and there is a institutionalized story. I'm referring to the 10 story structure genres of in Save the Cat by Blake Snyder. So if you don't know, if you're new to the channel. And so there's two genres in play here, right? There is the buddy love story, and then there is the institutionalized story. Either one actually could technically, in terms of execution of the story, could work well. I honestly think this should be an institutionalized story. That's what it should be. A comedy, satire, not mean-spirited, institutionalized story. And frankly, the American society should be the villains. Like, they should be the institution, right? He joins their institution. He comes to believe in their ideals. But then he is confronted with a choice, as in all institutionalized stories, to either join the institution, burn it down, or be sacrificed, basically become a martyr. In this case, I think what would lend best to this type of story is he decides to burn it down. He basically decides to burn down the American society, and he goes against the institution. Now, that would work pretty well. The problem is they start out with an institutionalized story, and then they swerve into a buddy love story, and so they've got two halves that are missing the other half. And that's why it's a complete mess.
The company that they all work for, Meatbox, getting into a controversy over their facial recognition software not being able to identify black people. Vaguely diverse female love interest being passed over for a presentation by mediocre white guy. Our non-threatening diverse male protagonist being told by
the Society of Magical Negroes
that he can no longer pursue vaguely diverse female love interest because his client, mediocre white guy, has fallen for her.
You cannot have a relationship with Lizzie now, because if you don't put Jason first, everyone's magic will fail.
And if that happens, and I'll quote from the film, he will get the worst punishment imaginable. His memory will be erased, and he will be banished to live as a regular black person in America.
WTF, Gary? WTF? What the fuck does WTF mean?
See, that's so stupid because, like, So let's just say that they were talented writers and not woke, crazy, racist hacks writing this movie. But they were talented writers, like let's say Key and Peele, and they were actually going for a funny story that has a little fun at the expense of all groups involved, which I'd be totally here for. I'd be totally here for that. The institutionalized narrative would have a very interesting turning point if he joins the American society. He gains their magical powers, and now we get to the promise of the premise part of the story, aka fun and games, and he's actually having fun with his powers. He's doing cool things, and he's actually getting the girl, and things are going well for him. He's a kind of superhero, and he likes it. Then, after the midpoint, the bad guys close in, he starts to learn that the devil's in the details, and he starts to learn the dark side of this organization. And then he's presented with the choice of like, you think that you can leave, you can't leave because, you know, you have a dude or whatever. He comes to realize that their mission is actually evil and that it's actually, I actually think you could weave in the fact of like, why didn't you use these powers to free yourselves from slavery? And then that should actually be part of the dark secret of like, I know. It's like, why even bother? I'm just saying story structure matters. And part of why this is so bad is it's actually really bad story structure. Because that would be the join it or burn it down part of the film right there, where it's like, you can't leave or you lose all those powers. Now that consequence is stupid, but if you had actually a pretty interesting, the consequence should be that he likes the powers. There's tons of movies that actually do this model well. It's not the best example. It just comes to mind. But like The Little Mermaid, right? I know. But just bear with me on this. The Little Mermaid, I'm talking about the animated version. She is given what she's always wanted, which is to walk on land and be able to be a human. But she has to give up her voice, right? That's the price she has to pay. And that is an important part of the trade-off. And so I think that in a proper institutionalized story, that's really what it comes down to, is the character's going to have to give up something priceless to them. And if there were something in this adventure of being this character with these magical powers, that could make sense. But see, the problem is the wokies don't think this way. They're not actually out to tell a story. They are out to make a piece of state-sponsored propaganda bullshit that to them just parrots their sick worldview.
What the fuck? Oh.
And again, most of this film was
I feel like this whole stream has just been dedicated to the evidence, folks. When I say it's a sick, malevolent worldview, that is wokeness. Here it is, folks. This has been 4 hours of the proof. The proof, in their own words, of how sick their way of looking at the world is.
a Gen Z love triangle. What's a Gen Z love triangle? Well, it's a love triangle minus the humans and the human emotions. In truth, then, you're just going to have to take my word for it because there's no clips out there to back this up. They did manage to sprinkle in some racism throughout this slog of a story, including David Alan Grier's Roger insinuating that our
Thanks, Fu Man Blue. I know it's been a long one. Yeah, always appreciated. Thanks so much. Appreciate the super chats. And there he goes, Fu Man Blue, a founding member of the Swords and Starships channel. Where is my applause, Mr. Producer? There he goes. Mark says the chains were magic proof. Well, that would at least be more explanation than this film offers, but in any case, roll tape.
Threatening diverse male protagonist
and
was
welcome
fucked
aboard,
up because he was raised around white people and part of the training of
the American Society of Magical Negroes.
Includes helping shape an acceptable white person.
We saving the damn world.
God, oh my God, just the absolute racist trash that this is. The trash. This is the darkest corners of the human soul right here. I'm not joking, folks. The thing is, either we have a tribalistic society or we don't. I'm in favor of we don't. I don't want to go back to tribal racial warfare. I don't want that. I want a society based on the ideals of the individual, liberty, and justice for all. That's what I want. But you cannot have that if you make the decision that there is a group out there which is that does not deserve their side of that bargain. It's just, you can't. You can't have this both ways. And it's a kind of human insanity that for whatever reason wants to go back to this, wants to go back to tribal warfare. I don't understand this. I don't understand why these wackos want to live in a world like this. It's really sick. But in any case, Stormcrow is off. It says, I await eagerly to waltz through the wasteland with you. Well, Stormcrow, it will happen, sir. I'm working on it, and it'll be fun. So, good to know. Yeah, I agree, Mark. Sucks. We knew how bad it was going to be. Nothing was surprising. It's sad. It is. And honest to God, I don't even give a shit. Like, make as many of these as you want. You know? People want to make this crap. I'm a free speech absolutist. This is racist trash. This is racist trash worthy of the Dixiecrats of the South. This is worthy of the World War II villains. This is worthy of Soviet state propaganda. This is filth. This is absolute filth, this movie. It's disgusting. It's morally despicable. Every actor, every writer, every producer that touched this piece of crap should be ashamed of themselves. And you know what? They have every right to make this. They have and I am fine with it. Make as many of these as you want. Make as many of these as you want. Let the world know who you are as people, as human beings. Let the world know just how dark, how deeply you've drank from the poison chalice of revenge and resentment and hatred. I think the most insidious and destructive thing about woke thinking is they think that they are immune. You know, from the hubris that created the worst regimes in human history. They think, oh, we're not like those guys. We're not like the Yahtzees. We're not like them at all. We're different. We have a good justification for why we believe this crap and why we make this crap. And it's like the danger of that is they don't realize that they are as human, you know, they are just as flawed as humans as anyone else is. They are just as susceptible to the temptations of totalitarianism as any other human being. It is an incredibly self-destructive worldview, wokeness is. It is absolutely like The Ring seduced Gollum into dancing off the cliff into Mount Doom and killing itself. The Ring killed itself, basically, is what happened in Lord of the Rings. Wokeness is doing the exact same thing. And this is what this movie is evidence of.
And our unthreatening, diverse male protagonist telling an anecdotal story about witnessing a very comfortable white guy being genuinely surprised he was being mugged, and Aaron, spelled A-R-E-N, somehow surmised that was white privilege and comfort. But the worst part of the film was the message. No, not the message, although it was filled with that. It turns out that
the American Society Magical Negroes
is a self-absorbed personal journey about an unthreatening, diverse male protagonist who believes he has spent his life trying to make white people feel comfortable, who got a job where he has to make white people feel comfortable, deciding that he doesn't want to make white people feel comfortable anymore. And you know this because you saw it in the trailer.
I've always felt like it's my job to make white people feel comfortable, and here it literally is. But maybe it shouldn't be.
And it all ends with the mediocre white guy's presentation and the unthreatening, diverse male protagonist being upset that he was only asked on stage because he was black. Never mind the fact that the only reason he was at that job to help the mediocre white guy was because he was black. And then Aaron, spelled A-R-E-N, starts screeching about living in a world that wants him dead. And for the first time in his 27 years, he realizes he deserves to be here. And he realizes that the source of all his fears and shortcomings is white people in society.
You gotta be f***ing kidding.
Basically, the diversity Gen Z version of the Barbie speech, although quite frankly, it makes the Barbie speech sound reasonable. Ultimately, this film, directed by first-time director Kobe LeBee, is a self-insert working through his personal hang-ups.
Oh my God.
All through a very boring and racist rom-com. Again, a movie so bad, not even the corporate legacy media critics can back this up, including NPR. From Aisha Harris.
The American Society of Magical Negroes.
You don't want to join this club, and the Rotten Tomatoes critics hate it too. All critics are at 31%, top critics are at 20%. The only thing we differ on is why we hate it. I thought it was too racist. They didn't think it was racist enough. Oh, and the audience hated it too. Cindy S. gives it a half-star, terrible premise, terrible movie, and a puking emoji. Succinct, to the point. Captain
Excellent review. That is an excellent review of this film. 1 star, terrible premise, terrible movie, puke emoji. That, in my view, is the best review of all time.
Cheeks gives it 1 star. This film makes an attempt at satire but fails miserably. Telling an incredibly boring and predictable story, the movie's overuse of cliches and worn-out themes not only makes little sense as entertainment, but it also reinforces negative prejudices. The overwhelming disappointment stems from its forced and simplistic representation of divide. It is a tedious trip across well-trod ground from beginning to end, providing little in the way of analysis or understanding. It perpetuates stereotypes rather than challenging them, which wears down viewers who are frustrated by the lack of depth and innovation. All in all, a terrible misfire in a crowded field of contentious film already. Could not have said it better myself, so I won't. Again, this is easily the worst film in the last calendar year. Yes, it was worse than Madam Web. It was both pretentious and dumb, but it did encapsulate all the divisiveness in Hollywood in one single crappy film. Still, I have some questions. Why in the hell was LA so clean? Where were the fentanyl zombies? Exactly what was our unthreatening diverse male protagonist afraid of in the hipster part of LA? Bad food, film, and music recommendations? Why in the fuck did you not make a movie out of the Key and Peele sketch? And I'll ask again, why didn't the original
The American Society of Magical Negroes
slaves who invented the magic use it to escape slavery? You could teleport for fuck's sake. And how did anybody feel comfortable making this film? You know, though, I can think of one person this film's for.
Who is your team? Validate has a team of mostly all people of color. We have no white people on our team. I did that because I wanted to create a safe environment. And I know the best way for an environment to be safe is to be around people who are just like me. It is hard to work with white people because they think that something made okay, but it was really a microaggression.
And for the people who don't think this film is racist, let's play a little game. You know the one I'm talking about. Let's replace white people with Asian people.
That's racist!
Latino people.
That's racist!
Multiple choice demographic.
That's racist!
Then I guess
That's racist!
conceptually this could have been a good film, probably if it were made in 2008 by somebody who was talented. Instead, it really personifies everything wrong with Hollywood right now. It's sad, it's angry, it's hateful, it's reductive, and it's dumb. I mean, just look at that title. According to the film star Justin Smith, I'm not even supposed to say.
The American Society of Magical Negroes.
Justice how? Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet.
Hey, mate. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Hey, I'm really...
Oh, God. This makes my skin crawl. This interaction here, I mean, I want to throw up. I just want to throw up.
Magical Negroes.
Justice, how are you, mate? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Hey, I'm really looking forward to your upcoming film. Oh, thanks. I'm not even sure if I can say the title. Am I allowed to say the title?
You know. I will just shorten it to American Society.
And I haven't said the title until now. The American Society of Magical Negroes is complete garbage. Don't waste your time.
Nerderotic.com.
If you like what you heard.
Hat tip to Neurotic Gary over there at Neurotic. An absolutely brilliant video. 5 stars. He's the master. He makes incredible videos. They get better all the time. As Chris Gore puts it, they're kind of mini documentaries, which is, I admire that skill. I am looking to, I hope I can develop that level of skill. That is freaking awesome. But I will, and I will just say, Peter Pan and Wendy, Barbie, Echo, the American Society of Magical Negroes. These are hateful, propaganda-filled, racist little pieces of trash. All of them. Pieces of garbage. And they could just go straight to hell. I don't care. So there you go. The movies, the movies. Not wishing ill of any individuals. Although they should be ashamed of themselves. The individuals involved, they should be ashamed of themselves for their morally reprehensible behavior. But hey, different strokes for different folks. That's just my opinion. Yeah, Mark says woke content is great. It just hasn't been done right yet. Yeah, I liked Gen V, which is woke as hell. I felt it was the exception that proves the rule. There was just enough good storytelling that it outweighed the woke ball and chain that's just dragging it down. That's what I noticed with it. Even when there's something that's like got some things in it that are good, the woke stuff is always like this weight. It's always this weight that's just dragging, unnecessarily behind the story and the characters. Perfect example of this is like Blue Beetle, which is garbage. Blue Beetle is a garbage movie, but there were things in it that were, Jaime's character was likable. I thought he kind of had a Peter Parker sort of dynamic going there that could have worked well. Let's see, what else? That's it. That's it. Everything else was garbage in that stupid movie. That movie was absolute trash. Jaime was kind of likable as a main character. That's about it. But what's funny about it is that even the likable parts of it with him kind of, he had an almost hero personality, because in the beginning of the film, he's this responsible guy. He wants to give his family a better life. So he's going to work and he's trying to get a really good job at the evil company run by Susan Sarandon. And he's trying to get this good job. And it kind of makes you admire him. It makes you admire that even though his family are kind of screw-ups, if you ask me, his father is not. His father is well-meaning. He just, he did the best he could, but he just never got very far in life. So I think that Jaime has a lot going for him as a character in the beginning of that movie. But then he walks in and there's this stupid interaction where, this is so stupid. He says, "Hi, I'm Jaime, and I'm here for a job interview." And the receptionist, who's white, of course, looks up at him and says, "Jamie?" And he says, "No, it's Jaime," which is just a stupid little moment to indicate that that's a microaggression and she's a racist SOB. And that's what that's supposed to be. And he says, "No, my name is Jaime." And she says, "Okay, Jamie, you're going to be meeting," like totally ignore it. And I'm saying, this is how stupid this is. It's like, you glue-eating stupid writers that write this shit. She's supposed to be reading Jaime, and she pronounces it phonetically in the English way. And she says, "Jamie, is that your name, Jamie?" And then he says, "No, my name is Jaime." And she says, "Oh, okay, Jaime." And then she says, "So Jamie, oh, I'm sorry, I read it wrong again. It's Jaime." She's reading it wrong. That's the idea of that stupid little moment, which still would have been unnecessary and superfluous. But that's not the point. The point is that because these are stupid people that are writing this stuff, they made it that he says verbally his name. He's pronounced it for her. So she knows how it's pronounced, but because the plot of her being a racist needs to happen, she says Jamie anyway. And so I'm watching this and I'm thinking, that scene is so unnecessary. None of that is necessary. I'm already invested in this character. I understand that he's down on his luck. I understand that his family's kind of poor and he's trying to improve his lot in life. He's a fish out of water. He doesn't understand, their world is much more elitist and corporate and polished, and he's awkwardly trying to fit into that world. All of that is working. All of that is making me like his character, is making me invested. It's a great setup for a superhero who's about to get superpowers. But they've got to weigh it down unnecessarily with this stupid scene where it's just meant to be that, look at the racism he must endure, the poor thing. It's dead weight. It's dead weight in the best cases. And Programacion says, "Excuse me, can I borrow a pencil? Microaggression." I know. Dude, to go through life just being this offended and nervous and worried all the time, I would not wish that on my worst enemy. I would not. That's why it's so irritating to me that it's like it is offensive to me that like they're projecting onto me that I would somehow insist that this poor dweeb go through society worrying about what I think of him. It's like, I don't want that for him. I don't want that for anyone. It's stupid. You know, I criticize all these dumb writers, but at the same time, it's like they're totally, I mean, they don't know who I am, but even if they did, and they heard of my critiques, it's like, and they were like, who cares? Who cares what Captain Garrett thinks? Screw him. All right, fair. I mean, fair. I'm still going to say it, but fair. I don't want you. Nobody needs to be living on their knees. That's like, I just don't. It's better to die on your feet than live on your knees. That's the captain's opinion. That is the. What else have we? Let's close it out because we've had just a barn burner. I mean, we just went everywhere the winds took us today. I felt like I had one more thing to talk about, but I can't remember what it was. Mr. Producer, where is my outro? There it is. There it is. Well, my dear sailors and starnauts, we've had a great show. I mean, this has been... We took an absolute whirlwind tour of how wokeness in gaming is being exposed, and it is collapsing under its own weight. So yeah, the captain went a little wild tonight. But don't misunderstand. I am a happy captain. I am happy because all of this is to say they have lost big league. Big league. They have lost because in the marketplace of ideas, they have their ideas have been judged. That would be Sweet Baby Inc. and the rest of that crowd. The people will have their say. I trust the people. I trust the individual, as should we always. So hey, if you're enjoying the stream here on YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, X, formerly Twitter, please consider liking, subscribing, share it out with your friends. Bring some more friends to the stream. We're going to blow up this chat. It's been great, though. I love hanging out with you every Sunday. Good eggs all. We've set Starfury. I outlasted Starfury. I outlasted Boom and Blue. I outlasted Stormcrow. But not Wrangler. Wrangler's still here. All right, folks. Well, take heart. Be happy. We've lost some of our IPs, but the good days are coming back. We stand at the dawn of a new era, and I am here to welcome it with you. So this has been the Captain's Cast live on the Swords and Starships channel. I am your host, Captain Cole. And until our next voyage, I will see you out there.